hand in here. What the? Hey,
Okay.
fuck off.
That's bro.
Bro. Oh, boy. Matter of fact, I might be able to adjust. Is it finally showing you stuff, or is it still just
No, it's just a white
blank?
square.
Okay, it's blank for you. But hello, everyone. Welcome to Degens D&D. We need to come up better. Oh, it's Degens and Degenerates. No, it's Degenerates and what do we call that? Degenerates and Dungeons?
Degenerates and Dragons? I don't know.
Degenerates and Dungeons. There's going to be a lot more Dungeons than Dragons. So, hello everyone. We're in Tabletop Sim for this. We're all over the country. I would love for all of us to be able to sit down at a table and play, but unfortunately we cannot do that. Because like I said, we're spread all the way across the country and around the world. So,
Hello.
Timothy.
And we don't have
Present.
unsubscribed podcast budget.
Thank you.
we don't have unsubscribed podcast budget. No, we do not.
If we had,
I wish.
If we fucking had,
If
then
only.
yeah, I would have been in the US a long time ago.
So I did find something cool out.
Depression and bad anxiety.
So we've got little figures here to represent everyone. I did learn I could do this with them, and I can have little figures attack. That's kind of cool. But either way, yes, I've been messing around with this. I've been trying to get it to work. We still have a few hiccups here and there. Obviously, we will be evolving this and getting better at this as we go. But I have here the port of Dres'dain, which is the town that you guys currently find yourself. You are all currently in the Dres'dain Guild Hall at the moment. Let's see. We gotta do... Just a second.
I really need to get like a fucking a voice modulator for my fucking character. But that would
Ooh.
be
We're gonna have to make that smaller.
ooh. That's too big.
I rarely get told that.
Yeah. I was just about to make that fucking joke too.
So here we have the inside of the guild hall.
Okay.
So you guys are currently sitting at one of the tables. Matter of fact, I can go and mark this with character. You guys are currently sitting at one of the tables, just kind of hanging out. As you guys are hanging out at the table, you hear someone come in, loudly bursting through the doors. They quickly run up to the table that you guys checked in with, and there's people behind the table, and you hear hushed talks here and there. They then walk over and they pin a notice on the board right here. You guys can see it. They go and post it. They stick a knife in it, and they walk away. So the person behind the counter says, there is a quest available to everyone here. If anyone is brave enough to do so. Open to all copper levels, which you guys would be considered. So please go ahead. Feel free to read the notice board. And with that, the start of your guys' adventure, essentially.
My guy takes a looks at it.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
he's
gonna go
all
walk
sorts of
over and take a look
drunk.
real quick?
He's like an old drunk, trying to comprehend what's going on.
You guys are gonna go over and take a look at the notice board. So as you walk over to the notice board, he's swaying slightly. You've been being served drinks by that nice centaur woman that's been walking around with drinks. As a matter of fact, a few times you've just forcefully grabbed drinks off that you weren't sure for you or not. A few times you're sloshed a little bit. So you go walk up to the board and you realize that it's actually a post for a sighting of giant rats in the slum district. They're offering 5 gold for anyone that can help with the situation, and an additional 10 gold for anyone who can bring back the teeth of the rat, which are good for alchemical purposes. It's being posted by a person who does alchemical supplies here in town, over actually in the slums district.
Seems interesting.
You know, if you guys are more than welcome to do that. Just if you want to take that mission. There's also 2 more missions sitting on this. There is one for posted by the same guy actually. A post for alchemical ingredients found in the woods. And there is one that is marked for a silver, which you guys are not high enough for issues in the graveyard.
I'd like to drunkenly grab the one for the chemical ingredients.
Chemical
I'd
ingredients?
like to. Yeah, but my guy says just chemical ingredients because he's just mispronouncing stuff.
Yeah,
I like to turn to the board and be like, I think we should take this one. You guys should come with me.
So you guys...
Why?
No, I'm killing the rats.
But you
Fuck
can
the
take them.
rats.
You can always take them both. Matter of fact, you hear the lady saying, "You guys are the only copper plates in here. You guys are free to the board." Matter of fact, you guys look around and there is no one in here except for the lady serving drinks and what appear to be, seeing as how they have no weapons or anything like that. There's like 3 members of just the town that seem to just prefer drinking here for some reason. You guys are the only adventurers here, surprisingly, right now.
I'd like to collect daisies, not push them up.
Let's just do both.
Tiger. Pro was all giddy up and ready to go. Now Pro is very quiet.
He's just quiet. It's
yeah.
Like,
Let's do them both.
Figuring out how to
Let's
do
do 'em both.
shit.
If you guys want...
Horse first.
I'm down for
Take both.
either or.
Take them both? No? By pulling them, you notice you have to actually aggressively pull on them. You realize how thick this parchment it's written on is. As you pull it down off of the knife, you start reading the thing, and you realize that it's actually not written in great handwriting. You realize it's kind of scribbled. And at the bottom, it's a weird-looking handprint that you notice that it was signed with. It wasn't signed with a signature. It was signed with a handprint. So, it was written by a guy named Kubak. It is a something for him, and it actually says on it, "Come and see me first."
Huh.
That it's written on both of them, actually, surprisingly.
I hand the note over to Engel. Here, you're drunk. You can decode
Here,
this.
you read this.
Yeah, here, you're drunk. You can decode this.
So
I want to inspect them closer.
you want to read it closer?
Yep.
Do me
Yeah,
a
you
quick
take it.
do me a quick little roll on your intelligence or wisdom. Actually, wisdom would be better.
D20.
Yep, D20.
Rolled a 15 plus wisdom bonus of 5.
That's fine. You would have passed just with the roll. You actually
Right.
notice who did this handprint. It's not a human, obviously, and it's not an elf. You can tell it's actually a kobold that did this handprint. And if you guys don't know, this is
You have nothing.
so a kobold is actually a dragonling. So apparently this kobold is a kobold.
Let's go say
Creatively.
hi.
Go say hi. Well, you don't really know your way around the town yet. You probably should ask the person at the table. So these guys have never played D&D before, so I'm gonna have to railroad them a little bit here at the start until they get more comfortable.
I have
Okay,
played D&D.
Let's ask for
before.
directions so we can go say hi.
I'd like to walk up.
But
to
I'm not the person that should ask.
I'd like to walk up to the table.
I am not the guy to ask either.
I'd like to walk up to the reception table and ask the lady behind there what she knows about who and where we can find this kuklak, is how I would say it.
So you walk up to the table and you just ask her, well, can you tell me where to find kuklak? And she's looking at you like you're fucking nuts, just an FYI. You hold up the paper and you just point at it drunkenly. This guy. Okay. Yeah, our little kobold buddy, yes. He does quite a few small jobs, odds and ends. You guys might get to know him pretty well, actually. Actually, you passed his store on the way here from the docks. You'll actually notice it's down the road just a little ways. Before you hit the warehouse district, it is a small shop. He's got a lot of good stock. As a matter of fact, we actually some of your guys' garments and stuff like that you got for a signing bonus actually came from his store originally. So he does a lot of work with the guild. So now you have your directions.
All right, let's go, guys.
Let's gather our shit and get moving.
Yep, let's just go.
Any more mead by chance?
No.
She hears you say that, and
boy.
you see the lady who's been serving you drinks for the last hour or two, kind of look at you and just kind of make a noise equivalent to like that of a disappointed horse. And then she walks up and she goes, "They've already drinking a barrel and a half." They cut you off, is what I'm saying. They cut you off.
Yeah.
And me know my character fucking sober as a fucking razor.
Yours is sober as a nun. So, do... Oh, I don't know why these are tilted like that.
Maybe.
So, as you guys can see, you guys are here in the town hall, and Calhoun's shop is right here.
Yeah.
You guys did pass it on the way. You guys actually do remember getting off of the boat, going through the warehouse district, and seeing that almost sketchy-looking shop with the broken sign out front. So you guys start heading towards that shop. As you're walking through the town, you see people walking around, you see people chatting, you see people, well, quite frankly, that have drank too much outside the guild hall, vomiting into plants and bushes. You also walk by what you now see are what are called guild homes. So as you walk past all that stuff, you guys have arrived at kind of the back door, so to speak, of Calhoun's shop, and you guys walk around. You guys notice a bunch of crates and broken crates and barrels out back that appear to be full of just rainwater now. A few rusted things here and there. Just random bullshit, just junk everywhere, essentially. And sure as shit, the sign out front of Calhoun's shop is only hanging by one chain. It's kind of hanging at a fucking jaunty little angle. Not quite swinging like they're supposed to. It's more just hanging from that chain and kind of rotating. And from what you can tell, it looks like someone has thrown things, like shot arrows at it and stuff like that.
Must be a new design.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys are still like
The design is very
drunk.
human.
You guys are partially drunk. I forget about that.
Probably just a use, just going by, just smacking it.
Well, aside from the obvious.
Can I rummage around and see if there's anything useful in all the junk laying around outside of his shop?
Do a perception.
Rolled a 9,
You'd add your wisdom to that.
which is 5, so 14.
14. You do find a couple useful scraps of metal here and there, but you can tell that this has been picked over. You're not the first person to have the idea of picking over it. There's a few bands of like metal bands for barrels, and there's, some decent stuff. You do find enough odds and ends of not soaked through and rotten wood that it's enough for a small fire if you so wish. So you just write down a bundle of firewood. I do like the fact that I can do that with that little decal thing of I can just switch maps easily, like that.
Yeah, that is nice.
So it gives you kind of an idea on everything that's happening.
I want to walk into the shop and look around if everybody else is ready.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As you walk,
my guy would stick close to Jim since he's the only one.
okay, so as Jim
I'm
walks up,
staggering it.
Jim walks up to the door. All of you are behind him, and as Jim walks forward, he grabs the door handle and walks into the door, with all of you piling behind him. It is locked currently.
Oh, fuck!
It is currently locked.
Guess we should go to the front door.
That was the front door.
You said we were at the back door.
Oh no,
Go
I
and
thought you
see
meant
the
you walked
man.
around to the front door. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's
I
locked.
was
Both of
walking
them are locked. As you look
Come
through the
and see me,
windows,
he says.
as you look through the windows and stuff like that, you realize that it looks like this place has not had anyone there for a couple days, probably, which explains why the sign is disheveled. Explains why there's a lot of broken stuff out back. Matter of fact, you look around and there's broken stuff everywhere.
Should we pick
Can
the
I-
lock or should we go ask the shopkeeper where he lives?
I aggressively knock on the door.
You just started aggressively banging on the door.
Yes.
As you're aggressively banging on the door, you see people that are kind of like turning a side eye to you, going, just kind of like looking at you and stuff like that. And then someone goes, he's in the slums. That's where he lives. If you need something, there's been kind of an incident in his shop with people breaking in and causing problems. He hasn't been here for a few days. Is he a friend of yours?
We have a
no.
job to do.
Oh, you guys must work for the guild. Oh, beautiful. I know he's been looking for people to talk to about some issues. Yeah, but he lives over in the slums. You can't miss it. His house looks very similar to this, actually. It's on the northern part of town it's in the northern part of the slums, right by the well. Don't drink the water, she says as she scurries away.
I wasn't planning on drinking the water to begin with.
There's fucking corpses in the well.
Can't imagine there'd be anything good coming out of that.
Fucking Samara.
Let's go to the slums, I
guy.
guess.
To the slums.
All right, as you guys walk from Calhoun's shop to the northern part of town. You guys can tell you guys are getting close to the slums district, mostly by the smell. You can definitely tell there's two halves. There's the eastern slums and stuff like that, and then there's the western side of the town that is a little nicer. There's almost a noticeable dividing line as your noses pick up the smell of what are lovingly referred to as the fish head markets. Disheveled shops, a lot of people selling stuff just splayed out on a dirty old, what you realize is probably like comforters and stuff like that for their beds at home. And you can almost guarantee that they do not get washed between putting them on the bed and putting them here to sell stuff. Nice older woman selling quilts with multiple small children running around her feet. You guys notice that it's got a different atmosphere than the other part of town. Whereas the other part of town, it's noticeable that their people's biggest skills on the other side of town are looking down their noses. Here you notice that there's artisans, craftsmen. There's, like you said, there was a person making quilts. There's all kinds of stuff here. There's a blacksmith, which is that smell that you were noticing. You're smelling the smell of charcoal and the smell of the general fact that it's not very clean. Multiple just open outhouses, and the noticeable stench coming from the well. That looks like it used to have a bucket hanging from it, but the rope that the bucket was hanging from is all torn and tattered, like someone had cut it.
Fucking French.
As you guys walk through the fish head markets, there's all kinds of stuff everywhere. There's a guy with a monocle, which catches your attention, Pro, just with your passive perception. He actually catches your attention. He's standing there with a monocle, and you notice the monocle has no glass in it. He is spouting about his wonderful elixirs and his, this and that, and his thingamabobs, and he's just talking about all kinds of elixirs, grant you hair growth, to grant you, immortal life, to grant you this, to grant you that, just trying to sell it. He's obviously not a potion seller. He's obviously a snake oil salesman in what you can tell is not a high-end cart, but it's a falling apart, dilapidated cart that's been fixed up to look like it's much nicer than it actually is. So, as you guys walk through the marketplace, you guys are looking for his house, Calhoun's house.
Did anybody get a description on the house? I can't
Or
seem
the-
to remember.
I remember the one lady said it looked like his shop.
Somewhere on the north end, I thought.
They all look like his shop.
You notice that a lot of them
What do you
look
expect?
dilapidated with red roofs and red clay roofs and broken windows and jimmied doors, and they all look very similar to his shop. They all look run down.
What do you expect? It's the slums.
I feel like I need to do that now. I got the achievement for restraint for not flipping the table after an hour of playing. Tabletop sim, gotta love it.
My guy would take one of the notes or one of the job papers, and I would go up to one of the vendors asking if they know where this guy lived, pointing to the name.
Okay, so you actually you look over and are like, hey, does anyone have one of those papers? And I don't remember who grabbed them. I think it was Tiger who grabbed them. Tiger hands you.
I know Angel has one of them.
I think
for the
Tiger has
Angel,
one.
yes.
Angel's got them. Okay, so Angel hands you one of the papers, and you walk up to that nice old woman. Actually, that's which you probably should specify who you're walking up to. That's usually a good tact.
The lady, the
woman with the
with the
children
kids.
that
Yeah.
had selling quilts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she kind of turns and looks at you like, what does this drow want? Like you notice that she's a little timid and she's reaching behind her back.
I stand behind the fucking drow.
That makes her even more nervous. Now, there is a rather large humanoid-looking fellow kind of looming over the drow.
What is she
And
reaching
you guys
for?
have still not said anything, which is really starting to freak her out.
We got a job at the guild hall. We're looking for this person right here. Pointing
As
to the
soon as
name.
you mention Guildhall, you see a twinkle in her eye. She basically missed everything you said. All she heard was Guildhall. She goes, "Oh, you guys are from the guild! Oh, beautiful! Wow, I love the guild. The guild has brought such prosperous to this town. You see my beautiful quilts. People buy them all the time. Matter of fact, they're actually on some of the guild beds. I I love the guild. And she is just starting to waffle on and on about how much she likes the guild. You can tell that she's starting to get a little worked up, so to speak, about guilds and.
I was gonna say I'd like to whisper to Angel while she's spouting off, like, I have a feeling we should probably stop just telling everybody we're from the guild.
That might be a good idea at this point.
She is still, by the way, she is still talking Timber's ear off about how much she loves the guild. And then she starts talking about how comfortable her quilts are, how they're all on all the guild beds, and they're really cheap, of just 10 gold.
That's cheap.
Going into a full-on sales pitch.
I'm just kind of.
I just want to point at the note and say where.
Hey, we need to go.
You walk up and point at the note and say where. She lost a little bit of her smile upon that. So now she's like, so you're looking for who exactly? She goes, I can't. Most people here in the slums can't read.
My guy would attempt, or my guy looks at the paper. What was the name?
I'm not telling you.
I'd like to walk up and just point at the paper and just say, "Ma'am, have you seen any kobolds with handprints that they put on pieces of paper?"
Oh, you're talking about kobold. We've got many kobolds around here. Matter of fact, we have an entire family of kobolds. They live on the northern part of town. They're great. They love buying my quilts. Matter of fact, they sell their quilts in their shop. The quilts are great. They're just 10 gold. They're very comfy.
Okay,
where are the kobolds?
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
This is what we get for making fun of, or for pissing off the DM jokes all week.
I didn't do anything. Pissing off the DM jokes, I think.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm just a sweet old woman trying to sell her quilts.
So there's a whole family of them. They live on the north end.
Yes.
One of them runs a shop. Calhoun's.
Oh, Calhoun! Yes. He's one of the middle childs, actually, of the nice family. I don't think they're actually family, though. I think kobolds are... I don't know how kobolds are made. Matter of fact, I don't really want to know how kobolds are made. I think they come from eggs. That make them hatchlings? That makes them hatch siblings?
I think
She is off in thought. She is... And then she goes, oh, have I told you about my quilts?
Yes, you have.
You guys can tell that she's a little off.
I just want to make a motion. Let's move on.
Yeah, I agree. Let's
Yeah,
get out of here.
You guys sure you don't want any quilts? Quilts are great for adventurers. I went lemongrass there for a second.
We'll be back.
Oh, I would love to see you guys again, honey. Please come back. I love it. We'll have more quilts. I make new ones every week.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
As you guys are trying to walk forward, you guys walk right past the guy who's selling the elixirs. And he goes, I see you're talking to that old crone. Oh, she's crazy. She's crazier than a sack full of squirrels. But quite frankly, what she needs is some of my elixirs. My elixirs will set her brain right again. You know, my elixirs, I've got elixirs for everything. I've got every kind of elixir that an adventurer can need. I've got ones to ward off paralysis. I've got ones for snake bites. Matter of fact, I even got some healing potions.
I want to call him out for selling snake oil.
Me? Snake oil? No. Everyone buys my potions. I've got all kinds of stuff here. As you see him rummaging around in his cart, you do hear the clanking of several bottles as he pulls an entire pretty large box and sets it kind of on the little flap. And he goes, see? These are all genuine healing potions. Matter of fact, I bought them from someone. quite frankly, some of my potions aren't legit, but people buy them anyways. So a lot of them are just decoctions of water and, different minerals. But people trust them, and the placebo effect is pretty strong. You actually notice now, Pro, that this guy is probably smarter than you're giving him credit for. You can see the twinkle of a little bit of maybe magic or mischief in his eyes. You can't quite tell. Matter of fact, Tiger, you're the wizard, right?
Yeah.
You notice that these health potions that he's selling are actually the right color for health potions. Like every health potion that you've ever seen, at least. But they're, instead of them being the murky color that you normally see of health potions, they're a lot clearer.
So, good sir, how'd you manage to get these to become so clear?
Oh, I bought great health potions. I bought really good ones, and then I just watered them down. Allowed me to buy a couple big ones and turn them into many small ones. He's not lying. You can tell he's not lying. Matter of fact, Pro can tell he's not lying because Pro's got a fucking ridiculous wisdom level. So I'm just gonna give you that piece of information.
Ask him if he knows where the guys we're looking for. Show him a note.
As you hold up the note and point at it, he says, "Oh, I do know. I know Calhoun." He can clearly read. And he goes, "Oh, you guys are dealing with the rat problem here in town? Thank God, someone better. Matter of fact, can you bring me some of the teeth? They make great potions." Anyone have alchemy?
I have an alchemy kit.
Herbalism.
No, not the alchemy. Arcana would work. You want to do an Arcana check?
I have 5 in Arcana.
Would I have Arcana being a blood hunter?
It's in your
skills list.
It's intelligence based.
Where is my skills?
So if you want to do an Arcana check, feel free. Roll a d20 and.
Sure.
You gonna do a check, Tiger? What's your?
Well, you guys can all do checks. It really doesn't matter.
My Arcana check is.
Yeah.
My Arcana is 5.
Well, that'd be a plus to your. So you'd want to roll
Yeah.
a d20 and add that.
You might as well.
I'll roll it. 10.
A 10 plus 5, that's a 15.
15?
15. So, you can't for the life of you think of what potion you'd be making out of rat's teeth. Especially giant rat's teeth.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't the slightest clue on what that would be making.
I guess it's a. Ask him if he knows where Calhoun currently is so we can talk to him.
I don't even know who's currently talking to him. I believe.
I think.
Well, you all kind of walked past him, so he's kind of just talking to you guys in general. So, whoever wants to talk.
I'd like to walk up to Angel, get the other guild quest pamphlet, and ask him if he's seen the kobold who is posting these, who runs Calhoun's shop.
Well, the guy knows who Calhoun is, obviously. As you walk up and you start pointing at the thing, he notices all the alchemical ingredients he has listed. And he goes, "Oh, those are also great items for making potions." You know, instead of working for that kobold, you could just work for me and bring me the stuff if you want.
I'd like to find this kobold first, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, sure. At least you can let him know that you won't be completing the quest for him, and you'll be giving him to the lovely guy down the street that is selling better potions than he is.
If you wouldn't mind, where exactly in the North End is he found?
So if you go just to the north here, down the just out of the markets, come to the cobblestone road, continue north towards the graveyard. He is on your right. You can't miss it, as there is it has a red roof and a broken front door. Although the front door isn't really broken, it's, how would I put this? Kobolds are short, so they kind of made the door shorter. Yeah,
the door
let's put
is
it
more
that way.
accommodated.
Let's put
Is
it
there
that way.
anything else that would distinct this red roofed
With a smaller
hut?
They kind of keep to themselves. You'll probably see a few other kobolds running around. They tend to be very energetic creatures. Watch for the rats.
All right. I thank you, good sir.
Can I interest you in any of my healing potions before you leave? Adventurers always need healing potions.
Interested.
No thanks.
Nope, not watered down ones.
No, you guys don't want any? Oh, well. Can I offer you any of my other elixirs? You notice as he starts pulling out crates and stacking them in front of you guys.
My guy would turn to him and asking how much he would be offering for the ingredients.
I'd probably give
That
you.
we're
I'd
trying to
probably give you a
locate for.
discount at my shop, and I would love to give you guys some silver.
My guy would be looking at my job paper to see how much Calhoun is offering.
Oh, Calhoun is offering considerably more.
Gold.
He's offering gold
I'll
pieces.
I tell him I'll think about it before walking away.
Oh, well, yeah, by all means, keep it in the back of your head. Like I said, I'm here, you know, if you can bring me some of the rat teeth and some of the other herbs and stuff like that, I would love to buy them off you. I could definitely make some more elixirs out of it. But either way, like I said, he's just to the north here. You won't miss it. He's actually just a couple houses into the, on the right side of the road, up ahead. But I hope you guys will come back. I would love to sell you guys some potions. Like I said, these are genuine healing potions, just a little watered down to make them more pocketable.
As in the great saying, I'm good.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm here every day, selling stuff. Hopefully I'll still have potions next time you're through. They go pretty quick. Especially with all the
Just try
rats
walking
around.
towards the graveyard, watching for Calhoun's house.
You guys going as a group?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys walk a little further north, you guys actually, what's the passive perception? 15. So let's. You guys remember him saying that he was off to the right, and you guys are just walking, and you guys notice a dirt path leading into a whole bunch of buildings, dilapidated. There's some dilapidated buildings, some that are a little nicer than others. You know, obviously they've been fixed up a little bit. A lot of like gated in front yards that are damaged and no gates on them, and all kinds of stuff. You could definitely tell that it's not nearly as nice as even the Fishhead markets that you just left. It seems to be the closer you get to the graveyard, the worse the houses seem to be getting. So you guys walk into a certain area, and you do immediately notice there's like 4 or 5 small kobolds running around. They come up to, well, for you, Pro, they're almost as tall as you are. They're actually just a little bit shorter than you. To everyone else, they're about knee-thigh height, somewhere in there. They aren't very big. Uh, there is two, what you can only assume are kobold children, chasing each other around, probably playing some form of tag, um, talking in Draconic.
I can't understand what any of these little buggers are saying.
Neither can I.
No one knows Draconic.
You know, I once knew a guy who knew Draconic. Never did pick it up, though.
Well, actually, I'm going to make you roll an intelligence check real quick.
Intelligence check?
Yeah.
Who, all of us, or
No, just Tiger, because he's the one that said something.
Alright. I rolled a 3, bro.
You, for the life of you, can't remember a single word of Draconic that guy used to say. And you remember him clearly saying stuff under his breath in Draconic, but you don't remember a single frickin' word of it.
Not one bit.
But yeah, you notice 2 or 3 small kobolds running around. I say small. I mean, they're kobolds. They're not very big, anyways.
Smaller than usual.
Smaller than usual. There you go. Smaller than usual
Yeah.
kobolds. So if people don't know what a kobold looks like, they're just small bipedal dragonlings, basically. Full snout. They kind of look like very miniaturized dragonborn.
Fucking furries.
They're scalies, they would be considered.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're running around playing tag or something like that. But they're playing in kind of like what would be the equivalent of like a courtyard. So there's probably 10 houses around you. I can lead a horse to water, but I cannot make it drink.
I know.
Door.
I'm trying to think.
What'd you say, Pro?
Look around for the house with the smaller door.
Okay.
The busted smaller door.
Well, you got a passive perception higher than the fucking the DC for it. So you see it. You instantly notice the house, and it does. It looks like they have nailed boards up over where the door normally is, and there is a smaller door cut in to the bottom half of it. Matter of fact, as you are looking at this, you actually see a slightly larger kobold dipping his head slightly as he walks out the door. This is a black kobold, whereas you notice the rest of them are blues and reds. This is a black kobold that's walking out the door, and he seems to have a little bowl of something.
Wonder what's in that bowl of his.
To you, just from where you are, it looks like it might be potato soup, which is a staple of the slums. Because potatoes, they're
European.
cheap. Potatoes are cheap.
My guy, my guy would would approach him non-threateningly and ask if he knew where Cahoon was currently.
As you walk up to him, he kind of looks up at you with kind of like a quizzical look. As you ask him where Calhoun is, as soon as you say the word Calhoun, you notice his ears perk up slightly. But he doesn't respond to you. Matter of fact, he chitters something in Draconic.
My guy would show him the job paper, saying that I have a job for him or from him.
He looks at the job paper and he kind of like points at the hand symbol, the little hand insignia, and then he points at the house, like almost like a thumb over the shoulder, like he's in there.
Okay. So I would return to the group and tell him that the Cahoon is currently inside the house.
Alright, I'd like to walk up to the house and knock on their little makeshift door there.
Okay, so
And
you walk.
Ask if anybody from Calhoun's there.
So you walk up to the full size door essentially and knock on it. Do you call out, or are you just knocking on it and hoping someone else will answer?
I'm just calling out.
What are you saying exactly?
Anybody from Calhoun in there?
Okay, so Calhoun, you in there? Calhoun. As you're calling and rasping on the door, you notice the small door open as a few more small kobolds come running out past you. The door is just left open, essentially. Because kids never close the fucking door.
Yeah.
I'd like to just get a glance in, not like sticking my head in or anything.
So you're just kind of looking in through the door?
Yeah.
As you kind of get on all fours, sort of thing, to look down into the thing, you notice a slightly larger red kobold that had been walking towards the door is now looking at you like, and he just says in common, "Can I help you?"
I'd like to hold up the job quest that I have and be like, yes, me and a couple of buddies have 2 of your job quests. We'd like to ask you about it.
So as you hold up the job quest, you're kind of like on your one forearm, like, "Hey, the job quest is here." He kind of snickers to himself and he says, "Come in, come in."
The only
I
person
go
that
in.
fits the door is Jim. Perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it's the perfect height for Jim. It's actually you notice the door is slightly shorter than you, Jim. So for the first time in your entire life, you have to duck to go through a door, and it's kind of a welling feeling of pride to know there are things shorter than you in this world.
Meanwhile, me, god damn it, I gotta.
Yeah, as you try to squeeze through the door as a normal sized
know
human
me.
being.
Let me know me. Do I have to do yoga again?
Yeah, essentially, like, okay, he like gets his so the way it usually works is most humans get on like their forearms and they kind of just crawl in on all fours. You guys notice Ghost is kind of like on his tippy toes and his fingers, and he kind of like into the room, very inhuman way.
Nice.
As you're still trying to squeeze through the door. Yes, as Angel's the last one in, and his butt is clearly stuck in the door. He is kind of like stuck at the hips, trying to wiggle his way through, and you can almost comically hear a boop as he goes through the door. But you guys notice it is like a full size normal house inside. It's just the door that's small, with a very small table, small furnishings. Everything is very small. Small for most of you. They're the correct size for pro. Everything is pretty much shrunken down to what would be the appropriate size for a kobold. Except for the beds. You guys do notice that the beds are stacked like 5 tall.
Jesus Christ.
So they're bunk beds. And they're haphazardly nailed together, by the way. They're not like designed this way. They're obviously just small. They're built by someone. But they're small. And as you guys get into the building, not really walk in the building, so to speak, crawl into the building, the kobold is there, and he reaches his hand up, and he's talking to you, Tiger. He goes, "Archibald Kobold, at your service." People call me Calhoun.
I'd like to grab his hand and shake his hand and just tell him, "My name's Gelt."
Better grab it softly.
So as you reach to grab his hand, you notice that you can't really like fit his whole hand in your hand. You kind of have to grab it with like 2 fingers and your thumb and shake it that way, because he is noticeable. I mean, he's a kobold. He's probably less than 3 feet tall. Like, he's probably 3'3" at the most, maybe to the top of his ears. He's got a blue. He's a red kobold. He's got a blue frill on top of his head. That as he's talking, you notice the frill moving slightly. But he is speaking pretty good common considering he doesn't have any lips. So yeah, he's just a small, just normal kobold. You guys wouldn't bat an eye to see him walking past him in the streets, except for the blue frill. The blue frill is kind of a standout for him. He's wearing slightly nicer than anyone else you've seen clothing. Obviously shrunken way down. Matter of fact, a couple of you think, I wonder who tailored for him, or if he just bought normal clothes and had them shrunken. He is standing there. He's actually wearing kind of like a red button or red stringed up shirt, and he's wearing a pair of just normal black short trousers. No shoes, as you notice. They're digicrate, so they're kind of just he's standing on his tippy toes, sort of. Matter of fact, he's standing on his tippy toes. You notice he's like stretching upwards, trying to look taller than he is, failing in vain to look taller. But he shakes your hand. He's going around shaking everyone's hand, introducing himself every time. Archibald Kobold! People call me Calhoun. Just, yeah. Please, have a seat. Some of you larger fellows might not want to sit on the furniture. You might break it.
I was planning on sitting on the floor to begin with.
Good old fat. So, you're standing and you're realizing you're basically bumping your head against stuff on the ceiling. You are almost too tall to be fitting in this room standing
I am the
straight up.
Shaquille O'Neal.
The Terminator is too big to fit.
Essentially, yes, he is very large. But everyone just I'm going to just leave you guys to this conversation, and I'm just going to... But as he sits down, he sits in what appears to be almost like a normal-sized recliner, that it appears he has to actually step up onto the what would be the side table. Although it's not really a side table, as the legs have been kind of hacked off. So you could assume that this is probably his chair, and that is essentially how he was able to get in and out of his chair, is by walking onto a end table. But he's sitting in probably the nicest chair in here. There's lots of other, just ramshackled chairs that the legs have been cut off and the backs have been shortened. And it's obvious that they've been living here for quite a long time, and they've been just gathering junk and stuff like that, which, now that you're thinking about it, is why the back of his shop looks like that. He's probably been gathering odds and ends from around town, him and probably the other kobolds. As a matter of fact, does anyone have a knowledge of animals or anything like that?
I got animal handling.
Animal handling is 5.
Oh yeah,
I got 3.
you guys can roll a little bit of knowledge on that if you want.
I'm 2.
I mean,
Animal handling.
if you have the thing, you can roll. It doesn't matter.
What do I roll? A 20?
18.
It'd be a d20.
I got 19.
Wow.
Roll. Okay, so I got a 10 plus the 2 for animal handling, so I got 12.
Okay. So, Pro and Angel, you both know that kobolds have a tendency to, they are dragonlings, so they have a tendency to hoard things. They have a tendency to, if it looks useful, they tend to kind of gravitate to it. You also know that they are some of the best thieves on the planet, meaning you guys are going to watch your coin purses a little closer than everyone else.
My guy would take out the job paper that I have for the ingredients.
Just as soon as you pull that job paper out, his eyes light up. Oh, finally someone took the job to deal with these pesky frickin' rats that we've been dealing with. They've already attacked my youngest. Matter of fact, that's why I posted the job hosting.
Well, mine was the list of ingredients that he needed.
Oh, yours was the list of
Yeah, I've got
ingredients.
the rats.
Well, he's going to
Mr.
assume that it
Collins.
was the rats anyways.
Yeah.
You can clarify it with him if you want.
Yeah.
My guy, like, no, this is the one with the list of ingredients.
Well, there's gonna be a bit of a problem with that particular quest. I've kind of been driven out of my shop, unfortunately. You guys probably
Yeah.
noticed that it's been locked up,
We,
and
Yeah, we saw that.
yeah, people on that side of town don't like people from this side of town, so to speak. I've been told multiple times that I should go and be setting up in the markets. I've asked people at the guild hall for help, but they said that they cannot get embroiled in local affairs. But unfortunately, that place is currently closed. He said, "Well, if you guys could help with that, I'd be very grateful. Matter of fact, I could give you a discount if you could help me with the issues I have at my shop as well, since you're going to be helping me with other things."
Well, Mr. Calhoun, I definitely would love to see what you have in stock over there.
I've all my
We're
stock
here
is fine.
We're here for the ingredients and for the rat problem. So if you could just give us all the information that you have on both of those, that would be great, and we'll be glad to help.
As his eyes are kind of lighting up as he leans forward in his nice over padded chair that seems to be slowly swallowing him. He leans forward and he goes, "Oh, I'd love to, absolutely." He goes, "Well, I'll help you with tell you about the quests and stuff like that I've given to the guild before, but I'm the one that put up the money for the rat problems, but I'm not the only one that has run into those issues. It's slum wide, unfortunately. We don't know where they're coming from. They seem to mostly come out in the evening, right around dusk, and if anyone's outside during that time, they tend to get bitten. Matter of fact, there's many people here in the slums that are currently in basically intensive care in the church. That to get their wounds bandaged and stuff like that. But problem is, a rat bite, they can go septic pretty quick. So there's been a few deaths here in town, especially some of the small ones. Unfortunately, they tend to be the ones that get the hurt the most. You can tell he's getting kind of somber almost, talking about this. Talking about people being bitten by rats and stuff like that. He goes, but there's people over in the church that are currently not doing so hot. They know more about it than me. I simply put up the money to get the guild to even lift their finger to help. We don't get a lot of help over here, unfortunately, being in the slums. He's nodding his head. He's nodding his head, like almost contemplating in thought. But the alchemical ingredients, those are just simple alchemical ingredients needed out in the woods. I usually go and get them myself, but we've recently had a new clutch, and me and the wife aren't. She keeps telling me not to go wandering in the woods. I tell her I can take care of myself, but she just doesn't listen to me. You can tell now that he's kind of talking to himself.
Any particular reason why she'd be afraid of you going in the woods? Is
Well,
there something in there?
Well, between the rat problems and the other issues that the graveyard has been having recently, that I'm surprised no one has taken care of yet, she just doesn't want me going over there. Most of them are just simple weeds and other alchemical ingredients that are available in the woods by over by the graveyard and around Castle Whistle Watch. They're not really a big deal. Almost any lame brain can find it. I probably could easily have gone and had someone, especially that idiot that's trying to sell potions over in the markets. I probably could have paid him to go and do it, and I wouldn't have had to pay the stupid guild fees. But I don't want to give that guy the time of day.
Agreed.
You can tell there's a little bit of animosity there. There's there's a little bit of issue, so to speak.
We've stumbled into him
Oh God,
earlier.
I'm so sorry. You guys must have been looking for me. I apologize that you guys would have to deal with him. You know, the guy, he buys stuff from my store and then puts it in another bottle and calls it his wonderful elixirs. I don't. It's like, he pays me, but he's just ripping people off with watered down potions. The worst part is someone got injured by a rat, and he still tried to sell them a health potion. That, like I said, he waters down, and he doesn't even. You at least have the decency to go to the good side of town and get some of their water instead of fishing the water out of that disgusting well.
What's even in that well?
Did you say that? Do you actually say that, or?
Yeah.
Oh God! So the problem is, if you guys know, a well has to be dug a certain depth for clean water. The well's not dug deep enough, and it doesn't help that I think you could see he's getting a little uneasy. I think people from the rich side of town keep pooping in the well.
Oh. That's
That is better than I thought.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
yeah.
So a lot
I
of
thought
people
there were
just
corpses
a
in
lot
there.
of a lot of people. No corpses. For the love of God, no corpses. I mean, the church and the graveyard are nearby, but there are no corpses here. Thank God.
Mr.
Unless
Calhoun.
And
unless Johnny went on his bender again and we haven't seen him for a while. But other than that,
Oh god.
you
Hopefully
you
he's not
mentioned there
there.
was also problems with the graveyard.
oh yeah, someone at the church posted a quest to the guild hall, but there hasn't been many people to fulfill quests recently. The guild has kind of been hit on a hard time, if you haven't noticed.
My guy my guy would think back to the board. Would he have remembered seeing anything?
Yes, he would actually have remembered the one that was marked for silver adventurers. Yes, it was posted by a nun from the church.
Oh god, I just realized how menacing my character basically fucking looks.
Yeah, people keep shooting you looks. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten.
Yeah, especially with my eyes.
So
My character would like to ask Calhoun about the church and the healing. Is there anybody particularly that we would go to see to ask any questions about the rat?
you
fighting
probably want
it?
to talk to the Holy Maiden. She's kind of the head of the church over there. She used to have a cleric that would help with the healing, but unfortunately he took up the adventurer life and he hasn't been back in a long time. He was a nice person. So she's just her and a few nuns and the father.
All right.
But yeah, no, they're always looking for people to help. Let me rephrase that. They're always looking for people that are willing to give handouts. You can tell he's got a little bit of disdain for the church, just a little bit.
Mm.
It was mostly a sneer when he said handouts.
All right. And the weeds and ingredients. Any particular location in the woods for those? Or,
Well, the mushrooms I usually find at the base of trees. The thistle and stuff I usually find along the gates, and the metal fencing for the graveyard. Why would anyone need to put fencing around a graveyard? He starts thinking to himself. He kind of shakes his head and goes, but the flowers are going to be your most difficult ingredient. Those ones you have to go a little bit deeper in the woods to find. I've never seen anything dangerous in the woods necessarily. Matter of fact, it seems like we have more problems here in the slums than in the woods anymore.
Anything on coloration or distinct patterns on these mushrooms and flowers? And weeds?
So the mushrooms you're gonna want to get the standard red cap mushrooms. They're pretty identifiable by their red caps, quite frankly. Any that have spots on them would be the wrong ones. Those are poisonous. But any of the thistle obviously is going to be very easy to find. The thistle's no problem. It's little with the little pink flowers that are coming off it. And make sure to wear gloves as they have barbs. But the flowers being the purple and pink flowers that are further in the woods, those are going to be the hardest to find, as we are currently in the rainy season and they tend to be closed. But I do need the buds, so the non-opened flowers are what I need currently. Some rich lady on the other side of town wants a bouquet of them for some reason or another. I don't know why she'd want those at our dining table. The petals are poisonous.
Oh.
You guys, does anyone have? Does anyone have nature?
I do.
So do me a favor, make a roll for nature.
Let me check. I got 2 for nature as well.
Oh, nice.
Um,
So when
what,
you guys
D20?
want to do like a check like that, so basically your check is
Yeah.
the equivalent of you trying to recall information in your head.
Oh shit. Okay.
No.
Angel, feel free to also roll.
Yep.
I got D20.
You got a natural 20?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I got an 18.
18. You both know exactly the herbs he's talking about. The thistle's obvious. It's common everyday thistle. Matter of fact, he said he collects it around the graveyard. And you guys know that you probably would have better luck just walking amongst the town trying to find it. It throws everywhere. Literally, it's a weed. But you also know that it is used in several alchemical formulas as a type of additive. You guys know the red cap mushroom is used in cooking quite regularly. They're fully fine to eat. They actually have a meaty flavor to them. And they're used quite commonly by people that are on hard times, like those people in the slums, as a substitute for meat. And you guys know exactly the flowers he's talking about. He's actually talking about nightshade, which you know likes wet, dark places. Which is why you'd find it deeper in the forest, like he said.
Makes sense.
Oh, all right. I believe, Mr. Calhoun, that's most likely all of the questions, at least I have. Not sure if any of you guys have anything else to ask.
I just shake
I'm
my head
good.
no.
I got none.
No, not at the moment.
I'd like to walk over and shake his hand again, thank him.
Oh, thank you, sir. That's very kind of you. Please do watch your heads, some of you tall individuals. Please try not to break my door. I will, next time you guys come, I will unboard the back door. You guys can come in a little easier that way.
We appreciate it.
He's pointing
Even though I
down.
don't
He's
hit
pointing
my
down
hands.
what appears to be just like almost like a small hallway that's only a few feet long, and you guys can clearly tell there is what used to be a door there, but it is covered in boards, essentially. And there is a small room to the one side that is much smaller than this room. But yeah, you guys can also tell that there's very little light in here. Most of them windows are covered in quilts. Funnily enough, Tib, they are the quilts that the lady was selling in the fish head markets. They look very similar to her quilts. Matter of fact, you can
Oh,
see
God.
that not only is are the windows covered with those quilts, on every single bed is a cut down chunk of those same quilts on every single bed in here. There's even one draped over the back of his main chair.
Hmm. My guy would just be looking at them, just like nodding, just like
Not
these
bad.
are nice.
Nice.
So, but yeah, you notice that it's very dark in here. Matter of fact, it makes you feel at home, Tibbers.
Yeah, my guy can see perfectly fine.
Most of you can. Most of you have dark vision.
Yeah.
Kobolds
Yep.
also have dark vision. Funnily enough, you guys know that.
I can't see fucking shit.
You can see very little. There is a little bit of light, but not much. It is very obvious that, which is explains why you bump into a few things as you're walking around trying to get back to the door, which you guys did leave open.
At least I can somewhat see.
I'd imagine some of the Cobalt kids were peeking in.
Oh yeah, no, you guys turn around and you see little fingers and eyes poking around the corner of the door, wondering what's going on, as they don't get many people that are as well dressed as you guys are here in the slums. Most people are in tattered rags. Matter of fact, you notice most of the kobold kids aren't wearing anything at all. Matter of fact, you guys now notice that that Calhoun wearing clothes is very strange for a kobold.
I also take it that my armor being made of scales isn't helping.
And it's just like leather plates on top of each other. It's not actual scales.
Oh, okay.
So,
Let me know my fucking eyes.
no, they didn't even notice. Well, the kobold's eyes all glow as well with a slight orange hue. Almost like how a cat's eyes glow in the dark.
Khajiit.
Well, they're little dragons, essentially.
Yeah.
So basically, the contrast to my green ones.
Yes, they're all just kind of like, as you guys are leaving, all the kids are all kind of standing there in the front yard, all looking at you, kind of quizzically, as they watch you with quite a bit of amusement, try to make your way out of the small door, and then they bust out in a clear laughter as the gnome walks through, completely fine. So
My guy.
you guys
my
have
guy
about
would-
you guys have about 12 to 15 kobold children laughing at you currently. Not
My
laughing
guy-
at you, but just laughing in general because they find it quite humorous.
My guy would push Angel out the door.
It's just shove
like
him
I
out the
said-
door.
Yeah, assist him by pushing him.
Oh,
Which
Much appreciated.
the kids are now all giggling, and you can tell that a few of them are rocking back and they're currently supporting themselves on their tails, laughing. And it's just all you hear is the snicker of little kobolds having what appears to be a great time.
I need a drink.
I need a
Well,
drink.
Well, at least the little ones seem to be having a good time.
They all seem to be kind of gathering around you guys. Like, matter of fact, one of them reaches up to try to grab one of your hands. They actually try to grab Pro's hand because you're about the same height as them. Almost like they're beckoning you to come play.
Jim?
Jim?
You know.
I think we lost Jim.
Uh-oh.
Right, I'm gonna push to talk.
Oh. Little cobalt children are pulling on your hand by the fingers, like, come on. Of course, they're not saying anything because, well, they are saying things just in Draconic.
Just shake my head no, and let's all move towards the church. Find out more information on the rats.
I'd like to scurry away towards the church while
Yeah.
waving to the kids.
I would.
Okay,
Me
well,
being the last one out, I would close the door.
Close the door. You guys don't have to specify that every time. I just thought it was humorous to think that you guys left the door open. But as you guys make your way, you could tell the little kobold kids are kind of like following behind you, and you've almost got a train of kobolds currently behind you. And then you hear Calhoun come yell out the door in Draconic something. And they all kind of stop abruptly and turn around with a look on their face and then start walking back towards the house. You guys can assume that it was probably something like, "Hey, get back here!" But they turn around and they start waving to you.
Don't follow the Terminator.
But you guys make your way actually to the west towards the Church of Moradin.
Oh, I read it as Moradesh.
Moradesh. Yes, you guys make your way towards the Church of Moradin. It's a lot bigger than every other house, and it's a very nice stone building, whereas a lot of other houses around are made of wood. And it looks like it's been standing here for a very long time. It has beautiful panes of stained glass depicting some of the gods that you guys know. Matter of fact, does anyone have a religion check?
I do.
I don't think. Nope, I don't.
Nope.
I do.
I would surprise me if Pro doesn't have it.
Yeah.
I don't have a...
Okay, you're gonna accuse me
I'm
of
only at
cheating,
+3.
but the D&D dice roller website just gave me another nat 20.
Jesus. You don't have to roll that high every time.
Got a 15 with +3.
Honestly,
And
it was a DC.
I have,
it was
I
a
have
D.
plus,
It was a
I have
DC
plus
12.
4 with religion, so
It was a DC 12. So you guys.
oh, it's a
fucking...
12. Let me roll a 12.
Well, you don't need to. No. It was a D20.
No, you need
you
to
just had to
roll a
roll
12.
higher than a 12.
Oh, okay, never
Or
mind.
you just had to be higher than a 12 once you add everything. That's what a DC is. A DC is a check, essentially.
Okay.
I think it's a dice check or discipline check, is what it's called.
Okay.
So you guys notice that there is the god of luck and the god of goodwill on the front of the church, in a very obvious arch of stained glass. You guys notice that it's not correct, though. It's obviously been pieced back together and patched, and there's weird cracks on things, just lending to just how old this church is. It's a big, beautiful wooden door. There's all the stained glass around this, but like I said, it is a large stone building, with multiple smaller outhouse buildings. Probably where certain people associated with the church live.
Okay. My guy, would be would just take note of how it's been damaged and everything, and just my train of thought just got lost. I failed my own DC.
You lost your own train of thought. What's up?
I rolled a nat 1 in my brain.
That's fine. I kind of assumed that with you guys. That's the thing that you guys will learn with D&D. It's like almost like a second sense that you'll pick up on, or a sixth sense that you'll pick up on in D&D. And it's the inferring of you guys explaining what you're gonna do, what next thing you're gonna do, this, that, the other. All I can do is set up stuff. I can't railroad you guys too hard, or it takes a lot of the fun out of it.
My guy would mutter some like insulting things in Elvish under his breath.
I think a couple of you know Elvish.
I don't.
Tiger knows
I
Elvish.
do.
I know the only person I know is Tiger.
Yes. So, Tiger, you notice he muttering under his breath. He's muttering just a standard, what would be the equivalent of kulva in Elvish. He's essentially cussing himself out as he's kind of drawing a blank in his own head, which piques your interest a little bit, but probably aren't going to push the subject.
I'm just gonna make a mental note of it and just leave it for now.
Oh, it's one of those things that a lot of elves do. It's the equivalent of in another language, kind of cursing yourself out a little bit, like when you stub your toe or something like that. It's a very common trait.
No, I wasn't cursing myself out.
No?
No, I was because of the whole me being a noble drow and everything. Just I have my own religion and everything, and I don't follow those gods.
Ah,
so
so it's more of a disapproval atheist viewpoint. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of what you're getting at with it.
Yeah.
So you can hear the disapproving voice of Tibber's character.
Just making a mental note of it. Just gonna leave it for now.
Just gonna leave it for now.
Before. Yeah.
Well,
not gonna pry too deep.
You guys notice the very nice wooden doors in front of you that are currently shut. Although there is a normal sized man door in each of them for entry, easy entry. There's no, obviously you're not going to want to move the 25-foot tall door. There's obviously just small man doors that are for walking in. Although you assume that the big doors probably are open during services.
Yeah,
shuts the door.
You're just going to walk up to the door and open it?
Angel beat me to it.
Yeah.
It opens. It opens without. As a matter of fact, it opens very smoothly. You notice it's been well oiled and taken care of.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just the door the thing just opens right up, no problem. As you, I'm assuming, are gonna walk in.
Yep, my guy would walk in.
Yep.
So as you guys
walk in with them.
As you guys walk your way in, you see all of these benches where people would be sitting during services. There is a large stone effigy on the wall that's, all nicely ornate and stuff like that. Many candles lit. It is a very warm and inviting place. There is a pulpit off to the one corner. There is all kinds of stuff. As a matter of fact, you see some young women walking around. Not all human.
I'd like to walk up to one of them and get their attention and just ask them a question.
So as you're walking in, as you kind of walk in, you don't even need to attempt to get their attention. They kind of all look in your direction and go, "Oh, hello, you must be the adventurers."
How do they know?
You guys are all dressed in adventurer armor from the guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I'd like to just ask them. Hi, we're with the guild, and we're wondering where the leader of your group is. We had some questions to ask about rats.
Oh, you guys are doing stuff. You guys are helping out with the rat problem in the slums. That is all very unfortunate. We have many people here that actually have been bit by rats, and we are currently contending with issues associated with rat bites. The usual stuff, nothing too crazy. Actually, you want to go out this door. She points at a much smaller door off to the one side. And it will be the building on your right is our infirmary. And in there you will find Head Lady Jezebel and Father Filligan. They will be the ones that you want to talk to. You notice that you are talking to a human woman right now, but off in the corner you notice an elvish woman, a half-elf woman, in nun's garments. So they're apparently very diverse flock here, which is not uncommon for elves to also believe
No.
in the same gods.
I'd like to thank her and move on to the building she described.
Okay.
My guy would also thank her with a bow and everything.
So
Being a noble.
you actually catch her off guard. So she is kind of looking at the group, and she notices a distinct difference. She goes, "Honey, are you a drow?"
Yes, I am.
Oh, we haven't had many drow around here. You must come back. I would love to. I hear that the drow have differing religions to a lot of us. I would love to have some theological debates with you one of these beautiful days.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, obviously being a venturer and all, you are obviously a very busy man. But just know that doors are always welcome if you believe or not. You can tell she's got a sincere smile on her face.
Okay. My guy would thank her, and I would turn to follow Tiger to the infirmary.
Yep, she kind of bows to all of you and ushers you towards that side door, which you walk out and you see two equally as old stone buildings. One is obviously a lot smaller than the other. The other one's actually not a small building by any means. And the door to that building is wide open. And that is the building that she was obviously directing you towards, the infirmary building, which you can clearly get the smell of the sick and infirm out of.
Oh, God. What is that stench?
That
What stench? I
is
don't feel any.
definitely.
Did you say that out loud? Did you say that out loud, Angel?
Yeah, what is that stench?
As Angel says that, not attempting to muffle his voice by any means, you hear a elderly man say, "That is the smell of bile and excrement, sir."
Oh,
Normal hospital shit.
Yeah, he's not
No.
amused.
What?
My
what
guy-
do
my guy
they
would
not
look-
have a sense of smell.
My guy would look disappointingly at Angel.
I'd like to see, like, do we see or recognize anything on the guy? Like,
Oh no, you guys are
like,
still standing outside. You just heard his voice from inside. So him being an older gentleman, as you guys have been able to probably put together, being the title of father, he apparently still has impeccable hearing.
apparently.
My
like
guy
to walk.
would
Go ahead.
my guy would like to enter the building after looking at Angel disapprovingly.
I'd
Yeah,
like to
after
walk in.
after you look
as
at
well.
Angel with a putting down stare, you guys walk towards the front of the building, and you do get hit with the smell of bile and excrement, full fucking force. Essentially, and not only that, but there is a slight smell of rotting and decaying flesh. It is rank.
Yummy. But yeah.
So-
back
So,
to when-
Angel, you've been drinking for the last few hours at the guild, right?
Yeah, he's about
Do
to throw up.
do a Constitution saving throw.
Is that a D20 or?
D20,
Yep. All right.
and then add your Constitution modifier.
So,
Matter of fact, everyone do a Constitution saving throw.
I got a 12.
So, Angel, I'm actually gonna make you roll it with. I'm gonna make Angel roll it with disadvantage. You got to roll another one. Choose your lowest number.
16 plus 2, that makes 18.
It's
I
gonna
got-
be the nat one I rolled.
Oh no, this is not good.
I got a 13.
I
I
got,
get a
got a-
3
yeah.
total.
Oh god.
Also, Hex, After Engel's character said, what a stench, I just slightly fucking smile and just think, yep, that's my friend now.
Well, you don't even notice. You do not have a sense of smell, Ghost. Matter of fact, you don't have to do a Constitution saving throw.
I still did it.
Okay.
I got plus the modifier is a little circle, right?
Yes.
So I got 13 total.
Okay. What did you roll, Angel?
4.
That's with your modifier?
Yes.
Okay. What did you roll,
You got
Tiger?
that one.
I have a 13.
This is not gonna go well. I just know it.
And Tibbers?
Puking.
13 with modifier.
Okay, so upon walking up to the door, Pro is violently ill off to the side, followed shortly thereafter by Angel rushing over to the side to also be sick. Violently.
I am puked.
Tibbers and Tiger, you both managed to swallow your watering mouths, and you managed to not throw up. And Ghost, you are looking at them all in utter confusion.
Yeah. Just unfucking phased.
Absolutely unfazed. Yeah.
Like, you think this is bad?
You guys, so Angel, you have thrown up almost the entire contents of your stomach, making you stone sober. You're probably the most sober one here now. Pro, you are also just... all the food that you ate is now splayed out in front of you on the ground. Matter of fact, you can clearly see food that you ate on the ship on your way here. So,
I'd like to see, like, do I see where the father is?
you see he's probably in the building. But
He's
you guys
probably
haven't
in
been...
the building?
well, you guys haven't entered the building yet. You guys are still standing outside.
Oh, then yeah, I'd like to walk in and see if I can find the father.
As you, like I said, swallow your still watering mouth, you see him clearly wrapping bandages around a young woman's leg. You see him tending to children. You see him tending to everyone in there, as well as one other older woman in there. And they clearly have what you would consider like a bandana or a mask on their face. As he turns around and looks at you, he just kind of goes, "Oh, hello!" He's an older human gentleman, and the older elven woman kind of perks her head up, looks at you guys, nods her head, and then goes back to taking care of the sick and infirm in here. As you can see her walking towards you with buckets of God knows what. You guys swiftly get out of the way as she walks out the door, and all of you... Angel, thankfully, he's thinking to himself that he's already thrown up the entire contents of his stomach because he would soon be sick again from what had just walked past them. And Pro is barely able to hold on to the remainder of yesterday's dinner.
Do I need to do a check or anything to do something with my inventory?
No, just do whatever you want with your inventory.
My guy would, before entering the building, since Tiger's the only one that entered, my guy would take one of his crossbow bolts,
Okay.
and he would break it and stick it up his nose to block the smell.
So you just cram a couple pieces of wood. You don't even have to...
Wood.
You just grab a stick or something like that. You don't have to waste a crossbow bolt. But you kind of plug your nose with a pair of short sticks.
Before entering the
As
building.
Yes, as you do this and you're fumbling with them, trying to get them properly seated in your nose, the older woman walks out carrying bottles of buckets of, like, I assume God knows what, and she looks at you quizzically for a second before walking away to what is apparently a large patch where they have been emptying these buckets.
I'd like to cover my, like, use my my robe sleeve to cover my nose
That
and my
makes
mouth,
sense.
kind of.
So everyone
And,
is slowly trying to cover their faces and trying to
I'd like-
stifle the, quite frankly, appalling smell that you guys have run into.
I give Engel 1 day worth of my rations. There you go, buddy. You will need it.
You just slyly hand him. Angel, upon him taking rations out of the wrapper and starting to hand it to you, you are violently ill again.
Oh no. They weren't like taken out of the wrapper. I mean, just the whole fucking packet.
Just hand,
It's like,
just
there you
you're
go, eat it
trying to
later.
hand him it. You're still trying to hand him it as he's being sick again. But he's not really being sick. He's more just dry retching with the full arch back and everything.
Yeah.
He is not doing well.
Here, you know what? You guys just go inside. I'll just.
I'm just going back to the outside towards the church to get away from the smell.
Just quickly. So now it's just
Scatter.
just skitter scatter, run away. So now it's Ghost, Tiger, and Tivers all in this building. It's a decent sized building. It's a thatch roof. But the father is standing there now, turned around, looking at you guys. And he goes, "Oh, hello. How can I help you?" You can hear with a clearly muffled voice.
Hi, Father. We had some questions about the rat problem that's been going on.
Oh my gosh, that you guys from the guild? I take it.
Yes.
Yes.
He's like, well, let us get. We'll go go to the church so not to disturb those that are currently ill. They need their rest after all. Many people here have been bitten by those rats, and as you can tell, the wounds have a tendency to go gangrenous. And he kind of shoos you guys out the door, followed shortly behind you. As he's talking to, off to the side, he talks to the older woman, who you assume is the head mother of the nuns. He kind of just whispers, tells her, you could clearly hear it, he's not trying to be stealthy or anything. Can you watch after everyone, make sure to change a couple of their bandages? I want to talk to these people, they're from the guild. And as soon as he said guild, her ears perk up, which you can clearly see, being an elvish woman. As she swiftly goes inside and shuts the door, giving you guys some reprieve from the awful stench, but not much, quite frankly. The spot that you can clearly tell now, the wind of foulness is no longer coming from the building. It is coming from where she had just dumped buckets along the stone wall.
So, Father, what can you tell us about the rats? Any idea where they came from? What they're doing here?
Unfortunately not. Some people, unfortunately, they tend to attack. They seem to be attacking mostly at night and in the late evenings around the markets. It seems almost everyone who's come to us from being injured seems to have been injured over by the markets. Matter of fact, 2 of poor Ella's youngsters have been bitten recently, and it's not looking great for them. If they don't get some help soon, they probably will not make it, unfortunately. But we're doing all we can. We have used up the last of our potion supply trying to help. but it doesn't seem to be working.
Are these just regular potions? You don't have any healers?
No, unfortunately. Our one, we used to have one cleric that worked here at the monastery, but he went off to become a guild member, an adventurer like you guys, and he hasn't come back since. I assume that either things took him away or he, unfortunately, that was 10 years ago, so there's a chance that he may have lost his life. But
I do offer my condolences.
You offer your condolences.
Yeah.
Well, with the Holy Mother's light, thankfully, we will triumph.
Do you perhaps think that it could be they're attracted to the smells in the market, particularly the fish?
It is definitely possible. It did get its name, Fish Head Market, for a reason. There's a few fishermen that have talked about having problems with their storages of fish and salted goods going missing as of late.
I'm guessing that takes place in the evening.
They say that they put their goods away and they're gone the next day. So, yeah, I assume it probably happened in the evening. But hey, I don't know. I haven't been able to talk to them. Fishermen like the waves. They don't like people much. But you can talk to their wives. They're usually cattier than can be. Matter of fact, one of them actually sells quilts.
I believe I've run into her before.
Did she chat your ear off? You can tell he's already looking a little hangdog.
My guy just does the disappointing. Yeah.
She is a nice lady, but she's all about quilts. I think the dyes have driven her a little mad.
Another quick question. It's a little unrelated, but we also ran into another gentleman there. He's dressed kind of nicer than you would expect, selling various kinds of potions.
You can tell the father instantly gets a disapproving sneer. Not like a holy man, as he goes, "Oh, that man! He sold me some fucking elixir that said it would help me with the sick and infirm, and all it was a deconcoction of fucking steel shavings in water. If I get my hands on that man, I swear." He starts trying to calm himself down. You can tell he's very upset.
Yeah, he seemed like quite the character.
He gives you another disapproving sneer. Character, my ass. You can tell the father has a bite to him you wouldn't expect from a holy man.
Oh, I see it's not just Cahoon that had a problem with him.
No. Thankfully, Calhoun seems to be giving us all he can when it comes to potions and elixirs. Matter of fact, I heard he recently put in a request with the guild.
My guy would show the paper. Yeah, we're ingredient list.
Okay. I wonder why he's looking for Nightshade. But, definitely need more of the mushrooms here. That's pretty much the only thing they can keep down currently. The mushrooms have a natural anti-inflammatory in them. that helps with the swelling and also helps with digestion. As you can smell, that digestion is one of the first things to go when sepsis is inevitable.
Yeah.
Kind of shakes some God knows what off of his boot as he says it.
Well, so you don't really know too much though about the rats in the area, just that multiple people have been getting attacked then.
Yes, we know very much about the attacks themselves, but we do not know, unfortunately, about the rats themselves. You could try the granary if you would like over at Jen Smith Manor. They may have had problems with rats as well. Although I haven't seen hide nor hair of them, even at services. But with them being the largest granary producer here in town, it wouldn't assume that they would also be having problems with the rats.
All right.
They all. You guys look new around here. I'll explain where they're located. They're on the eastern side of town, just north of the guild hall. You can't miss them by the large windmill that they have attached to their house, as well as several outbuildings for the people working the fields.
Thank you for the information.
Sure thing. You can go, if you don't want to go through the church, you can go out the back way, but do mind your step. That is where we have been emptying the, let me just say what it is. The shit and vomit buckets. As we cannot properly dispose of them into the sewers out of fear that we may get others sick.
Yeah, fair worry.
They make great compost, though.
We'll be sure to
I'd
use
imagine.
the front door. Thank you.
Well, you sure? The side gate's right there. Just be careful.
Has anyone recovered that might have more answers for us we could talk to?
You asking the father, I'm guessing?
Yep.
He starts scratching his chin for a minute as he says, "We did have a younger fellow that got lucky enough to have had a potion or an antidote of some. We don't know what it was actually. But he got it from the potion seller over on the other side of town, over in Fishhead Markets. He seemed to have made a very speedy recovery, actually. You might go find him, although I do not know his name."
We will definitely try and look into that.
Please do. Please do. I do hope that you guys can figure out the problems that we're having with these rats. It is becoming an issue. Many children may not make it the week if we do not figure out what's causing this illness.
Well, thank you for the information once again. My guy would thank him with a bow.
Oop. Well, I do thank you guys wholeheartedly for helping with these. As you lower to a bow, he sticks his hand out to offer you it, to shake his hand. Although you notice he does have gloves on.
Are the gloves dirty?
Very so.
My guy would just continue with the bow.
As you continue through the bow, he looks down at his own hand and goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and takes one of his gloves off and offers his hand.
My guy would shake the clean hand.
Okay. He brings a smile to the older man's face. He kind of nods his head a little bit. He goes, "You're quite well mannered for a drow."
I try my best.
Nah.
In my head, I say that.
You say that in your head. Okay. I'm gonna assume you just put out a slight smile.
Yeah.
And my character just fucking smirks.
And I want to be mischievous.
What's up, Pro?
Oh, I kind of want to get him a shower.
To give him a shower?
Yeah, clean him off a little.
Meanwhile, I'm just
Dumping
casually
water on
cleaning
people's heads
outside.
tend to not be a.
Oh, I was thinking of casting create water.
It's clean,
No.
drinkable water, right?
Yeah.
But you do see a lot of empty buckets and barrels off to the side.
We're not going to cause problems.
Don't cause problems. It's probably for the better.
No, but
Really tempting though.
filling their buckets would definitely be useful.
Yeah, we only have 2 spell casts before we sleep, so.
And it's currently about noon. Little after noon, probably about 2:30 or so.
And we're going to be taking on some rats.
True.
There are cantrips.
Yeah, mine aren't cantrips, sadly.
Yeah, if you casted the water, I would have probably used Ray of Frost.
My guy would
Just
go
freeze the priest.
back through the church and leave out the front door.
Okay.
You're of no help.
So as it's going to be a lot of fighting your mischievous behaviors, isn't it? Just remember, everything has equal and opposite reactions.
Especially since I am lawfully evil.
You're lawfully evil, so you wouldn't be taking it out on any innocent people.
No. But
yeah, remember your alignments.
You have rules.
Yeah, there's just not always the rules, so to speak.
How about we go to the woods and pick these herbs and then go camp the fish market for these rats?
That sounds a great idea.
We could do that, but I have a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really figured out what your names are, guys. I'm sorry.
I haven't said mine yet.
I'm guilty.
You guys are out front of the church. You guys all walk out the front door as Tiger's character is currently stepping back from everyone, and he's kind of up on a higher step than you guys, and he just kind of announces to you guys, I don't even know your guys' name, and yet we're doing this together.
My guy would say my name is Nafeen as I was pulling the sticks out of my nose.
My name is
You guys all notice he is having considerable issues, still having the lingering smell of death, essentially, in his nose.
And can taste it.
And can taste it, yes.
I mean, if you want to wash anyone off, I would cast water on Angel.
Yeah.
To my nose.
Oh.
Can I cast it his lungs?
Yeah.
No. You don't want to kill him.
What is that, fucking fish?
They are containers.
Oh god. I have a feeling like we'll get in so much fucking trouble because of Pro.
So
you're all currently introducing
names?
yourselves.
My name is Bran. That's all you need to know. I'm gonna go by that tree over there.
You guys notice him quickly kind of waddle off near the large oak tree that's growing in the front of the church as he is once again violently ill.
well, it just leaves 2 of you now.
Just introduce myself as they call me Shusher.
Name's TX.
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 Yes.
Okay, Shusher. Interesting names.
And my guy asks, and you are?
I'm Gelt. That's what I go by.
Well, now that you all have a proper introduction, surprising it took you that long.
I mean, that's basically how we fucking met each other as well. So
I was like literally like going through this, and I'm like, not at one point. I was like, I'm gonna wait and see, because I was like, normally this should have happened back at the guild hall, but
Yeah.
then we just kept going and going. And I was like, nobody's saying anything, and then
in my
everybody just kept
defense,
like,
in
you're a
my
character.
in my defense, I did say my character's name when talking back with Cahoon.
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
that is true.
I also think Angel brought up his name in the session 0.
I think I did once.
I think you introduced yourself to the centaur woman.
Yeah.
the gift
My
I just
character's
sent is
quiet
just
and
perfect
reserved
for us.
still.
Your character is got the charisma of a fence post, so that makes sense.
So do I.
I mean,
You
it's
don't wanna-
0.
Which is funny because
You don't want to
Timbers-
look at my.
Timbers is the one that's been introducing everyone and shaking hands, and I figure he had the highest charisma.
You don't want to look at my character sheet, or
Mine's-
you might want to and show the stream just because.
be like,
What?
wow.
Yeah, my lowest stat is charisma.
I think that's everyone's lowest.
Mine's not.
That's
No.
not my lowest.
My charisma's -1.
It's the same as Pro's.
No, mine's 0.
Yours is 0. Oh, so Pro's is actually
Yeah.
better. Okay, so Pro has the
I should stop introducing people to
No.
introducing. them.
You're a social butterfly because of your lower charisma. You don't realize the negative implications of some things you say, making you more open. It's actually a good character flaw.
Like being a drow.
Hearts and minds, people. Hearts and minds.
Hearts and minds, people. Yeah, hearts and
I'm correcting them.
Like
Everyone
my
knows
guy
a
doesn't
fucking
realize how
Terminator.
bad it is being a drow.
Yeah, like he's kind of oblivious to it.
It's socially
Fucking
awkward.
quote unquote hearts and minds people, and then just the fucking local Terminator just staring at you.
Okay, so
Hearts
do
and
we
minds,
split
I have
up
both of
and
them
go
in
get
my
these
bag.
herbs and gather intel
Uh,
on the rats, or should we all stick together?
are you
Well, we
asking
have-
me as a DM, or are you asking?
No, I'm asking everybody else if
people.
we should split up and a couple guys go get herbs and everybody else try to figure out this fish market situation.
All right. Well,
I
let me
find
just ask.
If we split up, I'm going with the fucking puking guy behind the fucking tree.
Do,
Wait
uh,
a minute.
You're good.
I believe we would have time if we all do the herbs first, since the rats only come out it seems at night.
Yeah, just know we want to get a little more intel first for the market.
What time? What time is it right now? Is it like widely known? Where's the sun?
Yeah, it's about 2:30, 3 o'clock.
2:30. Okay.
Let's just go to the forest.
Yeah, I'd agree. We just have red caps, thistle, and the purple pink flower.
The nightshade.
Yeah, Nightshade. That's
All right.
Yeah, you guys can clearly see the forest that they were pointing to the north.
Well, that don't look menacing at fucking all.
If we don't
Bro.
get anything,
Yeah,
if
oh,
later
no.
on we don't once we're done with gathering and we come back to the fish market, if we don't catch any rats, nothing really spicy happens. We should definitely go and check out the granary, see what they know.
It wouldn't hurt.
Well,
Did
you
anybody
guys-
catch where a forest is?
Yeah, it's just to the north. You guys can clearly see it from the
Okay.
front door of the
it's
church.
north. Well, northeast, past the graveyard.
Yeah, you guys are gonna slowly make your way over past the slums,
Yes, giving the graveyard a wide berth because
giving
of
the
the unknown
graveyard
problems.
a wide berth. So you guys walk back through the slums and north, making sure to stay clear of the graveyard since you keep hearing rumblings of stuff going on over there. You see a large forest. Matter of fact, it's really large. Like, this forest has been here for a very long time. Matter of fact, you can tell that it's a large oak forest and other types of trees that seems like most of the houses around here are actually made out of.
Huh.
Matter of fact, you can see a few stumps here and there. Obviously, they've been cutting down trees, building things. And you can see the wrought iron fence, that it's a little rusted, of the large graveyard off to your west. You can just see the bits of it. It's all, you can even already see some thistle growing along the fence line there. Well, Pro notices the thistle.
Let's get together and gather extra. We shall need our own supplies.
Well, he is calling for 2 pounds of thistle. He is calling
How
for
much is it needed to make a potion?
far less than
Oh.
that. So
I'm
he
sure.
either has
I'm sure-
a large potion brewing stuff going, or someone is buying it by the pound.
I'm sure this grocery list isn't for just one singular potion.
No, I was just wondering how much we should gather extra for ourselves.
Well, it's
Good
used
idea.
in a lot of potion making. Thistle is a pretty common ingredient. But
Yeah.
2 pounds is an alarming amount of thistle.
So gathering an extra pound would be overkill?
No, definitely not. It grows everywhere. Like, you probably have already walked past some of it in the slums and such.
You have a drink?
I gave him a Powerade.
So X,
What's up?
I have perception as a 4, and then I have nature 2, or no, nature 3. So like, would I notice these things?
So
as
what is
well?
your passive perception?
Passive perception, just
Mine is a 4.
not with like a modifier, right? Not like the X circle. Is that what
Okay.
you're saying?
Yeah,
That's the 4.
that's the 4. So your passive wisdom is a +4.
Passive wisdom.
Your passive
It's
perception.
down up below the skills thing.
Down below
Passive
skills
wisdom
and
and
everything.
perception. We had to do
Oh.
math to figure that out.
Yeah, passive wisdom. Yeah, 14.
14.
Yeah.
Pros is much higher than yours, so yeah,
You can't get much higher.
Yeah, you would pretty much instantly see the thistle that they were talking about. There's a large amount of it. You
Just get
guys,
2.5 pounds.
2.5
It's so common. We
pounds.
can get more later.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Like I said, you guys turn around and look at the slums, and you see it growing alongside buildings, and you see it in smaller amounts. It almost looks like someone has been planting thistle here because of how much there is. You can also see it inside the graveyard. You can see some of it growing along the mausoleums and along the tombstones. It's everywhere.
So my guy would begin to harvest the thistle closest to him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you wearing gloves, Tibbers?
No.
Okay, so you instantly reach down and start grabbing the thistle. And after you grab a few handfuls, you notice your hands are stinging. Like thousands of tiny little daggers poking you in the palms of your hands.
Ow.
Supposed to wear gloves, dumbass.
Tibbers, you take 1 point of damage. I specifically, and you remember back, Calhoun did talk about wearing gloves.
Yeah.
But we're all idiots. I don't think you guys have gloves.
Can I approach like one of the flowers and just gently rub my finger against the barbs to see how fucking sharp they are?
So you instantly start kind of rubbing the plant, and you notice that they are very like tiny microscopic hairs that are. I'm going to use a real life example. Almost like little pieces of fiberglass as they get stuck in your synthetic skin.
Ah.
Am I seeing that? Am I seeing
Ghost inspecting them.
TX doing that?
Yes, you all notice as he starts rubbing them in the palms of his hands, inspecting them, and all of you are kind of like, he did just see that happen, right?
I'd like to ask, hey, TX, that
Yeah.
doesn't hurt?
Sure did.
It does not hurt, Ghost.
How about you just pick all of this for us, alright?
I just give a simple thumbs up.
He gives you a thumbs up as you notice the little microscopic hairs sticking out of his thumb because it was the same hand that he was just rubbing the plant with.
TX, just do me a favor while you're doing that. Please don't shake my hand or anybody else's until you've managed to get that out.
Well, I won't shake it with that fucking hand.
So are you
that's
gonna...
my right hand. I shake people's hands with my left.
He has a dedicated hand for
Yes.
So are you gonna start picking the plants, Ghost?
Yes.
You guys notice
specifically my right hand.
You guys notice that he basically has his left hand protected behind his back as he's grabbing with his other hand. He's got like an armful almost of thistle at this point. And he has cleared almost a swath in pretty quick time, you all notice. And he's just kind of got it all bundled under his arm, almost like a big bushel.
My guy would he have a bag to hold all the ingredients in?
I believe most of you guys have a bag.
I would hold my bag out in a like a protecting my hands, just like
roll the lip out kind of thing.
I very carefully put it into Tibur's bag.
As he puts it in, he kind of stuffs it in your bag, quite frankly. But you notice it's quite a bit. You don't know if it's 2 pounds quite, but you do know it's quite a bit.
While this is going on, can I see anything else around the area?
You gotta start looking around for other stuff
just
needed together.
Nearby.
Yeah.
You notice there's some mushrooms growing by one of the one of the decaying tree stumps. You notice
and investigate it.
These aren't quite the mushrooms you're looking for. These are white, just like standard, almost puffball mushrooms. Okay. Do you have nature by any chance?
Me, it's not X'd out for the circle, but I have nature 3.
You can roll if you want, if you guys want to inspect.
Yeah, I might as well inspect them.
I have nature 2. What is it, D20?
Yeah, if you guys are looking around the woods, you might want to start trying to roll for some of that stuff.
I don't have nature.
I rolled an 11.
You rolled an 11, then plus your number?
No, I rolled with it. That's the roll and the +3.
Angel?
Yeah, same with me.
I rolled a 19.
A 19.
Plus
so Tibbers
plus 2 nature, so 21.
Wow. So Tibbers kind of looks as Tiger walks over towards the big white puffball mushroom. A second.
Do we eat the mushrooms?
So they are you know. So you did roll at least high enough to know that these aren't poisonous.
Yeah.
But Tibbers knows, if you want to fill them in, Tibbers, and what I sent you.
They are good to eat.
Yes, they have they're not quite as good as red caps. They have not as heavy a flavor, but they do taste like normal mushrooms that you would have on many dishes that are quite common, including there's places that just serve these mushrooms cut clean with a cream sauce. Like, these are pretty common mushrooms that almost everyone eats. Matter of fact, remembering back to the slums, it was probably in that kobold's potato stew, more than likely. These are fairly common.
Oh, those are some good mushrooms.
You do not want to eat them raw.
Yeah.
So, and there's quite a few of them. There's a few of them that are about the size of Pro's head.
Well, that's not very big.
That's not very big.
The size of a small soccer ball.
Okay, that's better.
That's
They're way bigger than my head.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. There's probably 10.
Do I need gloves to pick these?
No, these are perfectly fine.
No.
You can just pull them right up. They easily.
My guy would pick them.
Okay, you're gonna pick some of them or all of them, or
Don't put them in the same bag.
No, I'm gonna ask someone to see if they have a bag I can put them in.
I don't have a bag of anything except this small bag of sand, so that won't work.
I don't have any fucking bags.
most of you have a bag. I thought.
I don't have one.
Yeah,
I got tools, but no bag.
Everyone has a backpack, I thought.
No, I don't have one.
Yeah, that's news to me. If
I
anything,
need to buy one.
Oh boy, maybe they had them back at the market.
Yep.
Yeah, too bad we only talked to this one lady who sold quilts.
Quilts and other
now-
things, probably.
For now, I put as many as I can in my pocket.
You start picking them. The larger ones you leave because they obviously won't fit in your pockets. But the smaller ones that are about the size of, say, a tennis ball, those ones you're picking, and you put like 4 or 5 of them in your pockets before your pockets are full. So if you want, write on your character sheet 5 puffball mushrooms.
I'm just gonna shake my head and say, let's stay on task.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on.
X.
What's up?
Do I send things in DMs or in my?
Send them in DMs. Yeah.
Okay.
Just an FYI, the entire time you guys have been picking puffball mushrooms, TX is still over there, still picking thistle.
Who has the bag of thistle?
My guy offers the rest of the bag to put the rest of the thistle in.
Well, you see, he's got like essentially another armful, and you probably have about 3 pounds of thistle now in your inventory.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, TX, you can stop harvesting.
Good thing you said that, because I was going to say, as soon as he puts the thistle back in your bag, he instantly goes back to picking more thistle. Why? Because I know Ghost. Ghost would actually be doing that. He would just be on task.
Picking shit.
He's also, don't forget, his robot's essentially autistic.
Yeah. Plot twist, it's literally just Ghost. There is no robot.
Yes, that's essentially what he said. That's essentially what he said. That's essentially what he said when he made his character, is that his character is just him.
Yeah, basically.
That explains everything.
Okay, so I turn and tell the TX to stop harvesting. We have enough.
Okay. Just thumbs up.
With the same right hand that you've been picking the thistle
Yes.
is now noticeably more covered in small barbs. Like
I want
his
to
hand.
inspect his arm to find out why it's not hurting him.
Okay. So Pro says he's gonna inspect your arm to see why it's not hurting you. So Pro, you walk up. You walk up to TX, and kind of grab his arm, so to say, and you know it doesn't feel like skin.
Real quick, Hex.
What's up?
Should I put actual 3 pounds of thistle in my
Yes,
equipment?
write that in your stuff. So you walk up to him, Pro, and you kind of grab his arm a little bit, and you notice it doesn't feel like skin. It's like cold to the touch. He feels almost like a corpse.
Anything I can roll to find out more about it here?
Let's see. What could you roll? Give me a minute. Let me go back to my character sheet real quick.
Like insight, maybe?
Yeah, you can roll an insight check. You can also roll medical.
I mean, medical and insight are the same for me, so.
Okay. You could roll medicine. You could roll insight. Yeah. Really?
Do medicine. I got a 10 plus my 7, so I got 17.
17. He doesn't feel human. Like you. Matter of fact, you give it like a slight squeeze, and you can tell it doesn't feel like bone under there either. You don't roll high enough to be able to figure out what it is. But you know that he's not quite human like you assumed. I mean, the glowing eyes kind of gave it away as well, but there's many mages that you know that are well in tuned with magic that have glowing eyes, so that didn't mean much.
I mean, mine technically, or me technically, but I think my eyes are slightly
your eyes, yeah, Dibber's eyes also glow red.
Can I just cast something on it to see what happens?
Sure.
I want to cast mending.
You want to cast mending?
Yep.
So as you're holding onto his hand, Ghost, you see this as well. You see him kind of mutter something slightly as you see all of the small barbs and quills quickly just fall out of his hand, essentially, almost like they're being pushed out, and all the tiny microscopic holes quickly start to heal up in a rapid sense. Matter of fact, the abrasions and stuff like that are on his hand from pulling those thistles out all quickly heal over.
I just make the comment that'll be useful.
Ghost, you notice it as well, that all the abrasions and quills that were stuck in your hand and all that stuff are all completely gone now, and your skin is in pristine condition. Yeah, and your skin is in pristine condition.
I just look at my hand and I'm like, well, guess I can shake your hand now.
You instantly, while he's still partially kind of holding on to your hand, you kind of gesture to shake his hand awkwardly with that exact same hand.
I accept the shake.
My guy just looks at his hand that is still got thorns in it, just like, man.
Damn it.
I'm just looking at it, just kind of going, wow.
Yeah, you not being super accustomed to magic, you would be instantly enamored by that.
It's like, wow.
But
let's get back to finding these
mushrooms, the red caps.
Yeah.
Well,
is that all we have left?
The red caps and nightshade that's further in the woods.
Yep.
So you guys are walking around probably in the woods for a good hour and a half or so. You guys are looking around. You guys find other mushrooms, actually. You guys find the red ones with the white dots on them.
Oh.
You guys actually find these ones that almost have like a weird, like misshapen yellow cap on them. You guys find a purple mushroom with these dark red stripes on it. But you guys haven't found any of the red caps.
Yeah, we haven't found any of them. Found the one with the dots with
My
Nice.
guy
Good.
does the nature check on the other mushrooms around.
Okay, so the ones that are the yellow ones, none of those are safe to eat. The yellow one is occasionally used in alchemy, although you cannot remember what they're used for. But the other one, the purple one, you notice that instantly. That is a classic, just straight up poisonous toadstool. That are extremely toxic. But thankfully they only have a paralytic effect, so they will just paralyze someone essentially.
Is it only by touch or ingestion?
Ingestion. It takes anywhere from 6 hours, up to 6 hours to paralyze someone. The red ones are toxic and will instantly induce vomiting if eaten.
Oh.
Do I have? I do have an alchemy kit on me. My guy will take the puffballs out of his pocket, and I'm gonna pick the purple ones, the poisonous ones.
Okay.
Red and white dots probably be better. The short term, anyways.
You take them. You could. I mean,
Take them both. I have a bag.
I take.
Pro's
I
got
take
a bag?
White caps in it. I didn't want to put white caps in it.
Yeah, I take.
Pro-
I take them both.
So, Pro, you're gonna grab the white caps from Tibbers and put them in your bag, or you're gonna grab
No,
the
the
puff
other
balls?
mushrooms.
The puff balls from
the-
Tibbers.
No, the red with white dots and the purples.
You're gonna grab them. Start grabbing the poisonous mushrooms.
We're gonna grab a little of each.
And put them in there.
Okay, so since I'm putting them in Jim's bag, I'm going to keep the puffballs
In your pocket. Try to keep them
in
separated.
my pocket. Yeah.
Damn right.
Probably a good idea.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to be putting poisonous stuff in with a bag of your food.
How many are we picking here? How many are there?
Well, I'm gonna actually tell you real quick. So you find 3 of the purple ones, and you find 9 of the red ones with white dots.
Damn.
If you want to write all that down. And then Tibbers still has 5 of the puffball mushrooms in his pockets. Matter of fact, you found a few more of them walking around as well.
Of the puffball.
Of the
And I'm just
puffballs.
standing there fucking staring at everything.
Does,
Just trying to learn more human movements.
Does my robes, my wizard robes, have pockets?
Yes, they do. Matter of fact, your grimoire's currently in one of your pockets.
Right.
You actually have
Can I
pretty
take-
deep pockets. Robes have fairly deep, wide
I still have.
pockets.
So
Can
I have a
take some of
question.
the puffballs and put them in my pocket.
Sure.
So I have a question now that I'm missing a health point. How do I get that back?
Drink a potion. You
Sleep,
can get.
potion, or cure.
There's many ways. Even eating will give you 1 point back.
Okay.
X.
But 1 point's not enough. That you kind of feel your hand stinging a little bit, but it's just annoying. Really, it's not like
Yeah.
you're not like in searing pain or anything.
So it's like stubbing your toe.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of stubbing your toe. It hurts for a few hours and eventually it goes away.
Yeah.
Uh,
I just watch them from the back, just trying to learn more smooth human movements.
As you're
How
watching
long
them,
till
you
sunset?
you do see you do see Nafim like rubbing the palm of his hand. That seems to be very irritated. What'd you say, bro?
How long till sunset?
Probably another 4 hours, 5 hours.
I just don't want to be in the woods at dark right now.
So,
We gotta find this crap.
are you guys making your ways deeper into the woods, or are you guys just kind of still? I assume that you guys were still kind of in the clearing area up near the fronts of the woods. Like you haven't gone too deep in yet. You're kind of just meandering around the woods looking for stuff.
Up to you guys.
I would say
I'm
we're
just
like,
kind of
I
meandering.
am
a
not
little
going
bit.
deeper in.
Ghost
Just a bad
reflect.
feeling.
freaking everywhere. What I'd like to ask, anybody know like where we're gonna find the nightshade?
No idea.
What you remember
In the shade at night.
in the shade at night.
Yeah.
So you remember what Tibbers was saying earlier about the fact that the nightshade grows in darker and damper places, but usually in like swamps or deep in forests and stuff like
So
that.
I remember that.
You remember that because he did say it.
Oh, okay. All right. So like we gotta go in and find a darker spot that's more damp and everything. Mafine was talking about that. I can't imagine we're gonna find anything here in the front of the forest.
And that's probably why you I'm assuming you could probably make this make a simple wisdom check, Tiger.
A wisdom check.
Yeah, just a straight wisdom check.
I got a 4.
Never mind. You don't put 2 and 2 together yet.
Yeah,
But yeah, you guys are
apparently.
noticing that pretty much none of the red cap mushrooms are here in the more open part of the forest that has been cut, and stuff like that.
So yeah, I would I would put my vote in of going deeper into the forest.
Yeah.
If
we're
anyone
gonna
else
need
wants
to
to,
go
they're more than
deeper.
welcome to do a wisdom check because I think most people could probably put 2 and 2 together here.
I'll do a wisdom check.
Yeah.
I should have
what-
been able to.
What is,
You're
what does it
just kind of
say?
in awe at the forest. You're not really paying a whole lot of attention. You're looking at the mushrooms. Your mouth's watering a little bit, thinking about cooking some of them up and eating them. Like you're just kind of.
Jeez.
I'm
Um,
thinking about selling some of them. I just
Yeah,
want to go
heck-
and get an idea.
What'd you do, Tibbers?
Stop me from rolling any more dice.
I rolled a 20 as well.
Oh, you both
I
rolled.
got-
Well, you both are able
I
to
got
put
a-
2 and 2 together. Of the reason this is so clear cut and there's no red cap mushrooms here is probably because the people from the slums have been wandering over here, not wanting to go deeper in the forest and gathering edible mushrooms.
Not to mention, Cahoon did say that he was harvesting these mushrooms here earlier.
Yep, spot on, spot on.
That is true.
Although you guys do find it weird that they haven't been harvesting the puffballs, because you guys know that they're not toxic and they're perfectly fine to eat.
Yeah.
But
Although-
do they?
Although you guys do know they don't have a lot of flavor. They're more just raw sustenance.
They're the you won't starve.
Yeah, they're essentially
They're
they're
bland and
essentially
alive.
yeah, they're essentially a ration biscuit in mushroom form.
Hortak
One can't
hard
be.
tag.
One can't
or Sukhoi 1.
let the potato go because the potato has no flavor.
Well, the potato
One
it
must
probably
be.
has the same amount of flavor as a potato.
Okay,
Ah,
Hex.
flesh of the
Actually,
forest.
all of y'all.
Potato of the forest.
Try Polish military ration crackers.
No, I don't
Engel
want to
knows
break
what I'm
any
fucking
teeth.
talking about. Yes, Engel knows
don't
what
wanna
I'm
break-
talking about.
I've seen people
Engel
eat
knows.
them. They're fucking. It's like eating a shingle.
It's like eating a fucking piece of concrete, for fuck's sake. That I
Yes,
will say.
You're supposed to stick it in the teeth.
That's essentially
a-
that's essentially what your guys' rations are. By the way, is the
There's a-
classic
Oh.
ration biscuits.
So there is a joke going around the fucking Polish military that you could sharpen up one of those fucking crackers and use it as a fucking knife.
You could probably do that with.
Man!
You could probably do that with one of your guys' rations as well. They're a little flakier. They're more like a biscuit, but they're still like you could drop it on the
Hard as
cobblestone.
shit.
You could still drop it on the cobblestone, and it'd be perfectly fine.
Ah, so I could knock a motherfucker out of it.
You could put a couple in a sock, and you can use it as a melee weapon. Yes,
That's fucked up.
That's a war crime.
that's what a ration biscuit is.
Oh
That's
god.
what it is. It's a
Yeah,
war
you could hit someone with a biscuit in a sock.
Oh god, if you taped some around the stick of dynamite, would that be technically a fucking frag grenade?
It'd be shrapnel. It'd be a shrapnel grenade. Yes.
Okay,
Um,
I'm gonna be the first to say it now. I need a restroom break.
yeah,
Yeah,
you guys.
I need to make myself some
yeah,
fucking
we
tea.
need a restroom break.
Yeah, well,
All right, we can take 10 minutes and
Well,
hey,
there's a
fast.
tree over
Thank you.
there, and there's a bush over that way. Everybody just go and find one.
yeah, matter of fact, I
And
probably
you know my fucking character is just banging his head against the fucking tree. Like not enough to fucking hurt himself, but just enough to fucking shake it.
I'll be back.
Like a fucking cuckoo fucking
It better
bird.
be a small tree.
There are no small trees, motherfucker.
If you're hitting your head hard up to shake it and not hurt yourself, it better be a small tree.
Alright, I'll be back.
I'm not gonna lie. My wireless headsets. I've been out of the room and everything for a good time.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
think
a
your
couple times.
camera's frozen.
mine.
Oh, never mind. You just literally are barely moving. Do you move your
Yeah.
lips when you talk?
Yeah, why?
Because it doesn't look like it on camera half the time.
Sorry, I'm focused on a few things.
What we
Doing-
don't know is Hex moonlights as a ventriloquist.
I can see you moving stuff around, by the way, Pro.
Well, I would hope so.
Are you just putting moving
Thank you.
rats?
I'll trade it. Good. Yep. Yeah,
It's been
like
bothering me.
in the middle of this,
Oh, the
I've
fact
been
that
running.
the fact that I just created a pile.
Yeah,
Yes.
in the middle of this, I literally just I've been out to the kitchen to grab dinner and everything while talking.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's the beauty of doing this all on. That's the beauty of doing all this on the. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I see you just rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, my brain just kind of froze there for a second.
I'm serious though. Like I had one bad roll so far. Everything else has been high.
That will happen. There's sometimes when you are playing D&D where you can go an entire session without ever rolling lower than like a 16, and then the very next session you can't roll anything higher than a 7.
I haven't
Like,
rolled higher
there was
than 12 so far.
the one roll I did that was bad. I re-rolled without telling you, just so you didn't think I was cheating.
No, I'm gonna assume that
I was like,
I
"There's
don't
no."
think I trust everyone here enough to be like, I don't think people would.
Oh, I did find a thing where we can all create accounts, and the roles will go into like a lobby, and we can all see everybody's roles
Okay,
instead of being individualized. If we want to do
that's
something
kind
like
of cool.
that,
That'd be kind of cool, actually.
I just think it's funny how Tib told you what he did there. He rolled twice, and you're going like, I don't think anybody would cheat here. And it's like, you did hear what Tib said, right?
Yeah, he
He tried
cheated.
to roll
to
worse.
prove he wasn't cheating, and
Yeah.
it didn't work. He wasn't even trying
I
to
rolled.
cheat to be
Well, I
better.
mean,
He
I
was
rolled a
cheating to be
20.
worse.
I rolled a 20. I couldn't get any better.
No, I know, but
You were just checking to make sure it wasn't broken.
Yeah.
I've done that before as well. I've rolled really good and then rolled again to make sure it wasn't broken. I've done that more than once myself.
Yeah, I was literally like 20, 20, 19, 20.
By
I'm
the
just
way,
like,
every one of your guys' mushrooms that I've rolled, I rolled on a d20 and I haven't rolled higher than a 10. So
So as a little side note, when TX is fucking looking at someone, I imagine it like is a fucking soul piercing fucking stare, like nothing in there. Like motherfucker looks like he's about to eat someone.
How many mushrooms did I grab? Did you roll for that? Because if not, then
yeah, I already did.
Okay, how many?
Yeah, you grabbed 9 of the red ones and 4 of the purple ones.
No, that was me.
No,
He
yeah,
grabbed
I
the
grabbed
others
puffballs.
You grabbed more puff balls.
after
Okay.
Tivers did.
I didn't roll for that. I will roll right now. Well, that's my first one where I've rolled higher than a. So as many as you feel like you could put in your pockets. Mind you, you've got a book in one of your pockets, essentially, like a decent-sized book.
I just wanted to grab like 3.
Okay, you grabbed 3. I rolled a 17. So,
oh my god,
you found plenty.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just grab
What's up,
3.
Jim?
You said they're like the size of a tennis ball.
Oh,
So
I
it's
said the
already
wrong
pretty
thing.
big.
Well, there's some that are the size of a tennis ball. There's some that are even smaller than that. There's like the size of a golf ball. There's some that are the size of like a full-size soccer ball.
I'll say I grabbed like 3 tennis ball sized ones and I just stuffed them into a pocket.
Oh,
Okay.
Chrono for Life wants to open a URL.
Oh, I purchased my first ever Dungeons and Dragons player's handbook, by the way.
Oh, fun! You have your own player's handbook now.
Yeah, it's ordered. Is it on the way? No. It's
I-
Amazon.
I do like how you have all these rats and zombies out because you figure we're going to find something and we're fumbling into looking for it.
Hey, you want to know something funny?
Yeah, we're all just.
I want to kill rats.
Just an FYI, all of those rats and other stuff that are down there are red herring.
Mm-hmm. Sure they are. They're at least fucking organized now.
Keep organizing the rats.
Yeah. We find out it's all been a ruse. Townspeople aren't real. The fucking father is a demon. The mother is like an archdemon, and they're just watching us be idiots throughout the town,
Just be
laughing.
That's a
idiots.
great. I'm writing that down for a later quest.
Oh my god, I seen a thing that a DM did to his players because they kept making overpowered characters. So instead, he took all of their character sheets and made them play monsters against their characters.
Oh,
God.
that's mean.
That's a dick move.
So, I didn't think you guys. I thought you guys would probably instantly go in for like any sort of combat or anything like that. So I did do all the stuff for like the combat and everything. I didn't do anything in my pre-prep for the woods. So I've been making maps for the woods while I've been leading you guys on.
Going out into the woods really made me realize I was like, we should have probably checked around the markets more. I was focused on the whole we gotta grow and grab this stuff, but it's like no one has gloves, nobody has bags. Like we're all just
I thought you guys would do that. I thought you guys would be like, oh, there's a market and we have some money. Let's look around. But you guys like went right past it. And that's why I was trying to be like, get other people at the market to talk to you guys. But you guys just oblivious.
It's like,
Dude.
nope, we're out of here. Fuck that shit. Because once we got to the woods,
My
I'm
natural wisdom, or my small bubble wisdom's a 2. I'm not that smart.
Dude, I gotta stay
my wisdom
on
was
mission,
pretty high,
man.
But I acted pretty stupid.
We're like in an escape room right now, trying to figure out the clue. And that lady, I don't need anything. I don't need anything from you. I don't need a quilt. That guy,
Nope.
I don't need a watered down
Give me
hand me
my
down
fish
potion.
back.
I was trying to figure out how to lock
Hey,
all
what
these
about-
together.
Yeah.
So
Just have a way to
what
do
I
it.
said just now, fucking just to visualize it a bit. Fucking, you know the stare that VTuber models make when they're
They're idle.
when they're idle, when they're fucking idle? That fucking stare.
Oh, from
Like,
your
it-
character
that-
when he's looking at people.
Yes.
Most of the ones that I know have like they all look like they're sleeping. Their eyelids are closed, so
Oh, the ones I know, they just fucking stare into your fucking soul. That's horrifying. Like, just eyes wide fucking open, just fucking full on stare. Also, I have tea.
I have beer.
Because I am a fancy bitch, it's loose leaf green tea.
Ooh, not bad.
Africana. I'm
That's
surprised the
fair.
British didn't come here yet.
That you know of.
they've kind of failed at their conquest on shit recently.
Yeah, it kind of pulled out
Also-
a reverse card.
Also, Hex.
What's up?
They're in conquest now.
Yeah, they're like
Uh,
conquested them.
What's up?
That one YouTube short you sent me earlier today, I agree. That is a good D&D weapon.
Meanwhile,
That'd be a
just
good
want
weapon
gun.
for Angel, being a bard.
I just want a gun. Just get me a flintlock, and I'm good. I'm happy.
I mean, I told you that they do exist in this world. They're
Yeah,
rare,
they
though.
do. It's just I don't want to find out how much one costs.
The ye old pistol.
You've already met someone. You've already met someone who would know.
That is true.
Hmm?
That is
Calhoun.
true. Yeah. Because that's even something I'm keeping back of my D&D mind of this character. It's like, where's the fucking guns? I had one on my farm. It broke. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, I just gonna reiterate this. It's a good point now to just say it in case it hasn't been said.
Where's the
Make
guns?
sure you have like a pen and paper or
Oh,
typing
trust
stuff
me.
down.
Trust me, I've got shit.
What is pen and paper?
Well, as long as you're taking some sort of notes, usually that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I've got notes for my D&D shit. Trust me, I'm observant.
I did like that you failed your save for not throwing up all over the place.
Yeah.
I was like,
kinda
I was
Oh.
like, yes, the guy who failed, the guy I was hoping would fail it, failed it.
He failed miserably.
And Jim failed even worse with the one.
Yeah, we both failed pretty fucking bad.
Oh, what? Huh?
Oh, when me and Jim were puking at the church.
Oh, yeah.
How coincidence.
Amino TX just fucking chilling.
And you're just over there just like, what are you guys doing? That
Yeah,
looks kinda fun. Meanwhile, my guy...
I like the fact that one character just fucking straight up dropped.
Guys just
Oh, yeah,
casually
fucking-
dry heaving outside.
I mean, no, my character trying to hand yours a fucking ration because mine doesn't need them.
And it's like, hey, I don't need this anymore. Meanwhile, me, it's like, oh, I approve.
Yeah.
Ooh. I like that model.
It's a cool model, isn't it? There's some really cool models in
I
here.
can't. I was
guessing-
trying to summon objects and I can't.
I'm guessing that Pro is kind of like looking at how shit looks. Ah, yes, fucking OCD.
I could really set his off.
And Jim just goes over, just casually starts holding
He just threw them all on the floor.
Just goes, nope. Yeet.
I could really throw him off. I could
You're
flip the
lucky
table.
you have flipping the table turned off.
You guys like that I've been using one of your dudes for... By the way, I need to choose colors for all of your dudes.
Green.
I've been using one that's green for...
Is there
Dibs
like
on
a
green.
Is there like a
I put all of our
variant
party together on the square,
that- Shut the
He
fuck
did.
up.
and then you fucked it up. All you had to do was drag all of them, and they'd all move perfectly the way they were to any square. You can drag
Yeah,
and select
yeah,
and move them all at
alright,
once.
OCDC.
Yeah, that one's snapping, and these guys will just be around him all the time.
Some people
You
were
have to drag
merely...
select.
Some people were touched by autism. You were fucking molested by it.
Oh, that's kind of useful. Did you change the size of them?
Wait,
Yeah, so they all fit on the square, and I'm the smallest one. See how tight I am?
Actually, I know what car.
And
I
go
know
to the
what,
biggest one.
I know what color like to choose.
I'm
Cool.
going to use those ones for. That's perfect for like on this map, for instance. Get to
I
the
just
larger
realized-
maps. I'm gonna have to.
I have tabletop sim and I didn't realize it.
I don't. But,
Hey, Hex, you know what
What's up?
time it is?
6:20.
Let's say 5:19.
Seek
let me guess, it's time for
H2O
fucking
input.
cheese.
He's about to blow out his ass because of the fucking pizza that he
Yeah,
ate
fucking-
earlier today.
Yeah, fucking Mississippi, fucking
He's trying to make some Mississippi mud out of his ass.
Mississippi
Oh
mud.
god, that's so gross.
Hell, if someone
See,
fucking
we've
buried
got-
him in a fucking, if someone buried him in a swamp, there would be no fucking difference.
Okay, wait, guys.
Yes.
So, how many people do we have that are melee characters, knights, stuff like that? We have a cleric. We have a mage.
I'm a ranger.
Yeah, Tibbers is basically a fighter, you know, a glorified fighter.
I am also a fighter.
You're also a fighter. So we have 3 of those. We have a mage and a ranger, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what color do you want yours to be, Tiger?
We're sorry. Oh, there it is.
Let us go. Purple.
Technically, I'm ranged too with the crossbow.
That's true.
Purple.
Purple? Good old royal purple.
Kurwa.
Okay. Next. We're gonna do... What color do you want, Angel?
Black.
Straight black.
Just straight black.
Noir black. Black.
Oh, black is clear. Here.
Oh. How about like a dark blue or something?
Oh wait, I got it. Alright. Is that the color you want, Pro? The light blue?
I was just messing with colors.
Oh. What color do you want, Ghost? This is just so I can color code you guys.
Doesn't hurt eyeballs.
Is there like a very dark green?
I can do dark
There's every
green.
color.
It's literally an RGB, you know, like a...
The RGBT.
There's a dark green for you.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Tibbers.
I thought I called green.
I got another
Do-
green
do
on
like-
here.
Yeah,
got a
there's,
lighter
there's
green.
dark green, light green.
I'll take light green.
You know what? Here.
Which green are you?
Which green are you?
Diarrhea.
And Pro, you can be the last one. Which color do you want, Pro?
You a
I'll
house
just set one.
green or a field
Huh?
green?
There you go. You got
Pink.
pink.
Fabulous.
Neon.
Neon pink.
Fabulous. Homo.
All right, there we go. That's for... I'll keep these ones. These ones are good up here for moving around town.
I'm
I like
fucking
that.
vibing over here.
Yeah.
Fucking listening to Afro Man in the background. Fucking
Oh,
mint.
God.
I finally told Ghost what Colt 45 was.
Oh boy.
I was gonna
Who was
be
it?
in
Who
my
was it
room,
made by?
but then I got high.
high.
Then I got
Gotta
high.
get up and grab the broom, but then I got
Bye,
high.
Now I'm thinking about it. There's probably some mushrooms in the woods that you guys could fucking meet God if you wanted to.
Oh, well, in that case.
Then I am very unlucky.
So, you guys, everyone's back, right? Everyone's gone to the bathroom that they needed to,
Yeah,
and
I'm good.
oh, by the way, just a little
Glad to
useful thing if anyone's gonna buy actual dice. These are the worst things. You think Legos are the worst thing to step on at night? No, a D4 is the worst thing to step on at night.
I know one worse.
Ah!
Hex,
I
I know
got
one
so
thing
many
worse.
of those.
What's that?
A landmine.
If you have one of those sitting around your house, though, you're asking for it.
I'm EOD.
That doesn't mean they should be laying around in your house.
I'm a very fucking stupid EOD, okay?
That doesn't include much confidence.
The danger plate.
Ah,
You set it
Matter of
down
fact-
hard enough and it fucking explodes.
we're gonna go.
I mean, hey, it cleans itself.
Oh, also, how do I join you guys on fucking?
I can send you an invite,
because-
but pretty much everything is just a white screen. You can't see much because I haven't set up the actual mod list. That was my bad. That was my bad.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just watch you through.
So
this.
pros just flipping over stuff and playing with
I
things.
organized.
He did organize.
He's organized.
Do you like that? Do you like that they're all animated?
That is actually cool.
You can make them not animated.
I know.
I can't wait to actually get all.
What
Oh
the
no, I can't make them
wing
not
things?
animated.
What's the wing things?
Those are beholders.
Oh, that only stops. Okay.
I'm just surprised we haven't came across
Hex,
my
look in the
fucking
DMs.
common enemy yet.
Look at DMs.
Did you know you could do that?
What's up?
If you place it upside down, and you can do.
Oh god.
Oh, what was it now?
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that.
It doesn't stay upside down though.
Oh, it just rolls.
Damn, so you could totally play 40K's fucking Space Hulk with this.
You
Just
could.
like a blip
There's
coming up.
actually a full mod that you can download that's just all the tiles and stuff like that for it.
Fucking give me
What's
that,
coming
Riz.
down the corridor? I see something's on the auspex. I don't know. And coming around the corner, it's just a horde of gene stealers. Brother, prepare yourself. Overwatch.
Oh, it's $20? Fuck that.
Oh, tabletop.
Yeah, I picked it up. I picked it up when it was
Yeah.
really cheap.
There we go. I got it to stay. But dear God, that was hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to right click on it and use the flip and then quickly toggle to locked.
Okay.
So it would stop doing physics calculations on it.
There's probably hotkeys that you could set up too for.
I
all
imagine.
of that.
I am sleepy.
No falling asleep, Tibbers. You have
Don't
plenty to do.
fall asleep.
Yeah.
Don't make me get the whip.
You guys,
I
you can see the thing out in front, right? Pro. The decal.
What thing?
The
Like the white map is there, but that's it.
okay.
It's a white grid.
Let's see if
Here.
doing this will.
That's quite a view.
That's Hawaii.
I need to lock my chair so that way I can't recline.
That might be a good idea. I will keep you awake, motherfucker.
Okay, there we go. I added everything I needed to add. Okay, everyone's back, right?
Yep, I'm
we're
here.
all good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, where we just left off a minute ago, is you guys are currently in just the edge, the outer edge. You guys can actually see it on screen here. You guys are just in like the outer edge of the forest, so to speak. So you guys were talking about possibly going further into the forest to try to find these red cap mushrooms. And hopefully find the nightshade you also need. Tibbers already has carrying the 3 pounds, actually an extra pound of thistle that you need for
Yes,
the quest.
I got the thistle.
And so you guys are going to have to go probably further in because you guys did kind of put 2 and 2 together and figure out people from the slums have been gathering the edible mushrooms on the edge of the forest. So you guys can tell me what you need to do.
1 second.
I want to move further in. I want to go find stuff.
Same. I want to go and find some dark, damp areas.
I just want to go find the fucking red cap mushrooms without spots.
Oh no, those aren't even red cap mushrooms. Those are like just straight up poisonous mushrooms.
Yeah.
They look like red caps because they're trying to get people to eat them.
Yeah.
Because the world of D&D is kind of like that of Australia. Everything wants to kill you.
Yes.
As Tibber found out when he didn't use gloves to pick up the thistles.
Once,
But with cooler creatures.
I think though for like the red caps, it would go the opposite way. They were also red caps, but then grew like the white speckles because things kept mistaking them for the edible ones. So they started becoming poisonous to try and deter things from eating them.
Oh, that's usually how evolution works.
That's the same way with morel mushrooms. There's a false one that looks exactly like it. The only
Except
way
for the
you find
cap
it
is loose.
Yep, that is
Yep.
true.
My dad he was like, wow, look at all these morels. And he grabbed like 3 of them. I'm like, Dad, those are poisonous. He goes, what? I'm like, yeah, the morels, the cap is like connected to the base.
what?
He's like, oh shit, you're right. And he fucking made sure to fucking yeet them into the forest further.
Yeah, eat him as hard as he could.
Yeah, I'm like, he's like, yeah, thanks for telling me that, or we would have gotten very sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Maybe
that
not.
was.
Maybe just in God.
No, they give you the shits.
Yeah, that's the only thing about him.
You just gotta cook them right.
Cooking them is what makes you sick.
Ah,
So, yeah, you guys are gonna go further in the forest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Green tiger.
Who is the quote unquote leader of this merry band?
I don't think we really have one.
I don't think we really have one right now.
This is a good time to kind of be like, it doesn't have to be the leader, but it's kind of like the one that you guys tend to follow. Usually
Bye.
I've
it's
just been kind of following Tibbers.
And I'm usually following the fucking drunkard.
kind of a
And I'm usually following Tiger or
And
Jim.
it's probably Tiger, honestly.
Our mage.
the mage is the front man.
That's a bad idea.
It's like Tibbers in Mech Warrior, and the flea. Follow me.
Don't follow.
Like a
Or
fucking
don't run
autistic ape.
off.
He's only asking because we're gonna hit combat,
Huh?
so we need to put someone with armor up front.
Usually, like in a typical band, someone like a. It's not like it's a set in stone who you're following. It's just who you would kind of vote to be the one that you kind of follow naturally. Obviously it can change from person to person. Right now, I'm just asking who's kind of leading the band into the forest.
I'd say Tiger.
Inside the forest, I guess I'll be the leader since I seem to have rolled the highest nature check.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah, you were second.
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna have. So you guys are going further into the forest, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Tibbers, I want you to roll a d20 real quick.
A D20.
We're screwed.
Do I add anything to it for a
Nope,
check?
this
or
is just a straight d20.
Roll.
This is initiative.
A 10.
It's a 10. Okay, as you guys are wandering further into the forest, you guys start to kind of hear some stuff. You guys kind of start hearing a little bit of like gurgling and grumbling, and who's got a nature check that nature check that they want to do.
I'll do a nature check, so it'll be a D20 plus the 2 for my nature.
Nine.
Roll 22.
You instantly realize what it is, and you're hearing the sounds of a few wolves. It doesn't. It's not very
Oh.
You need to
loud.
find a few.
A few, as in 2 to 3.
Yeah,
That's
these
a
are
normal Daisy spawn ratio.
these are
I have my
wolves
armor on
up ahead.
already, right?
Yeah, you naturally. Yeah, you have it on.
These are wolves up ahead.
That's great.
Murder time!
I pull out my scimitar just in case.
Be prepared, people. I'm saying this like not in character, but be prepared. Initiative will be brought up.
My guy gets ready his crossbow, and because Hexel seems to love deliberateness or whatever, I check to make sure there's a bolt in it.
Yeah, there's not currently one in it. You've been just walking around with the unloaded crossbow because you're in town. There's no reason for you to.
I load it.
Okay, you preload it because you realize that you're starting to possibly get into some sort of combat.
I preload it. Yeah.
Okay. As you guys are kind of like readying yourselves, because you did pass the check to see what you could find, what you are hearing. You guys are coming across into a deeper part of the forest. It's still not that deep. Like you could still hear the hustle and bustle of town faintly in the distance, echoing through the trees. Matter of fact, Angel, you're not sure if you're actually smelling this or if this is subconscious for you. You can still smell the smells of the infirmary. You swear you catch it occasionally, notes on the wind.
Must have been the wind.
And now,
Hey, Hexel.
what's up?
Question for you on mage armor.
Yes.
In my armor class without mage armor, I don't remember if I had it set up right. You said something I think yesterday about it. Without mage armor, what is the armor class?
I believe it's an 8 plus your dexterity.
8 plus the dexterity.
Yes.
So that'd be a 9.
Yes.
And then with mage armor,
It'd be
What am I
13
looking
plus your dexterity.
okay, so 14. All right. I'm gonna put a /14 in the armor class. 9/14,
Yeah.
just so I don't forget. Can I precast
Everyone is going to get one free turn essentially because you guys, the wolves, have just barely noticed you, and you guys instantly knew what they were. So
Okay.
you'd think I could find wolves in the monster menu. You figure I would have done this beforehand. On the beholder, we could throw a beholder at you and see how you do.
No, thank you.
I'd rather not.
I don't have any fine bags of flour or spark yet.
You could create an explosion. Fucking powder
Yeah.
explosion.
Just gonna straight up Goblin Slayer the fuck out of that thing.
There's multiple ways to make that backfire.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to prevent that from backfiring.
Actually,
Maybe a tug of war with fine powder in the air. A pushing contest.
Oh yeah.
would it be known like how difficult these wolves are like how much health?
Nope. You would have no idea. Nope, that's a hellhound. That is not a wolf.
I mean, we can use the model and just say it's a wolf.
No. I actually am looking for.
Yeah, I could have grabbed mine and helped you look.
But you decided not to.
Yeah, I mean it's already kind of too late. He's scrolling through it. He'll find it.
Yeah, you figure I would have
Eventually.
bookmarked it, but I didn't because I failed as a DM.
I found dire wolves.
They should be nearby.
There's no wolf in the book. That's the only one.
He's
monster
automatically
manual?
thrown.
Oh no, I'm in the other book.
Okay.
What the fuck is that? It sounded like
La
somebody was
Poo.
dying.
I found one in D&D Beyond. Oh, it's a medium beast.
That's a little big for what I was. Found it.
Say hit points is 11 with 2d8s plus 2.
Yeah. I found the wolf, so you're good. Everyone's good.
Is it a weak wolf?
Medium beast.
Oh, so it's the one I found.
Probably not the same one, but. But yeah. So I. Give me 1 minute.
I'm just
So,
fucking progressively sipping louder and louder on my tea until my fucking mic detects it.
All right. So everyone, I need you all to roll initiative.
A
20?
D20 or
D20
Yes, D20.
plus 0 because this is an initiative. Roll.
Oh,
17.
Same. 17.
Okay.
19.
18, 19, 2 17s. Okay, the two that rolled 17s,
8.
roll again. Make sure you keep that number up.
10.
16.
Okay, so it's gonna go. Angel, Tibbers. So who was next? Two 17s.
I got the 18, and then Ghost got the 19.
So
Ghost, Tiger, Angel, Tibbers, me.
What did you roll?
I rolled
8.
horribly.
Oh.
So it's
Jim rolled an
actually
8.
Yeah, I might be last.
yes. No, actually, you're not.
Wow. Oh, you have to roll for every wolf, though.
Yep. Okay. So it goes Ghost, Tiger, Angel, Tib, Wolf 1, Pro, Wolf 4, Wolf 2, Wolf 3. I rolled a 13, an 8, a 4, and a 4 for their initiative. So
Oh. Oh.
that's okay.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so if everyone is ready,
Uh,
Oh,
uh,
here we go.
yeah.
Stubber's just straight up fucking oblivious.
so each square is 5 feet, guys.
I don't remember what the range is on a mace.
You basically have to be bonking into the person. It's 5 foot. So it's you get literally can only attack the thing next to you. What's the range of a crossbow? Let's see if Tibbers knows that one.
Yeah. Probably the thing you have so
You might have to look through your book. Or Google.
I'm googling it right now. Light crossbow has a range of 80 to 320 feet.
That's pretty fucking
Damn.
far. So if they're under 80, you're going to take disadvantage. And you're out front currently. Everyone else is behind you.
Shit.
So you guys do notice in this large clearing there is a couple of large trees around. There's also body of pretty clean water nearby. And
Is anybody moving or
Ghost.
firing something?
Ghost is first. So Ghost, begin initiative.
Wait, what?
Make your move.
So you can move 30 feet, you can attack, you can... It's basically all of your actions.
I basically stand on guard, like, just ready in case one of them fuckers jumps on me.
They are really far away currently.
Yeah, still better safe than sorry.
Okay, you are going to...
Yeah,
You're
like
just going to stand
70 feet.
So each square is 5 feet?
guard. Yeah, each one's
Yeah.
5 feet.
1, 2, 3, 3.
Just the fucking slow turn is what does it for me.
Yeah, they're
11
all
times
backwards.
5 is 55. So I'm at
Like-
disadvantage even at this range.
Really?
Because
Well, each diagonal is 7 feet.
Yeah, each one's
each
7.
diagonal is 7.
Yeah,
A
you
diagonal is
technically, yeah, you go up and then over 1. That's 7 feet at a diagonal.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
They're about 70.
Yeah.
11,
You're next.
77.
So I'm going to say you're probably not at a disadvantage. They're far enough away. Plus, you're proficient with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not at a disadvantage until they're under 40 feet, I believe. for
Oh, okay.
Proficiency. Yeah, you could fire at them, no problem, if wanted.
Okay.
You've already loaded your crossbow too, because I gave you the free turn.
Yep, I loaded the crossbow.
So, yes, and I believe after Ghost is Tibbers. So,
No, I thought it was Tiger.
It is Tiger. Sorry. Yes, Tiger, you are up.
I cast Firebolt. No,
Um,
actually, I cast Ray of Frost probably.
so for spell slots, if you use a spell, does that mean you lose a slot?
Yes, you
Or-
lose one slot until long rest.
So
Don't you have
every
any
use
damaging
of a
cantrips?
spell is like that happens.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cantrips
Okay.
are free to use.
Right. Hold up. Load pages, load. No. No. I'm just going to just basically wait and see what happens. I've
Jesus, everybody.
You're gonna wait ready.
yeah. I'm like in Overwatch.
Why does everything have to be on me?
What are you talking
No, now
about?
the dog has to go out.
Oh boy.
I think after Tiger, it's Angel and then me.
I did write it down. It is Angel and then Timbers. Angel, your go.
Can I just say my turn so I can walk the dog?
Sure, I'll hold yours in reserve.
And then you, since I'm in range, I would fire at the top left.
Top left.
That would be the 77 range one.
Okay. Do you want to roll for that real quick?
Yeah, what do I it says I roll on my character sheet a hit dice. Is that what I do? No. What do I roll?
That's based on the weapon.
Yeah, it's based on the weapon. You should have wrote that down.
Oh no, 1d8 plus 2 piercing.
Yes, so it's D8 plus 2.
Roll. Woo! 3.
3. Fun.
Oh, nat one?
You do have to roll.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1.
Roll a D20. See if you hit.
And a d20.
Yes.
Roll. 17.
You did hit. So
Okay. I'll be back.
Make that dog run.
Damn shit. Run, motherfucker!
all right. Next
Ah,
is
yes.
Angel.
I'm totally useless. I don't have any weapons.
You don't have any weapons?
I got tools. That's it.
You're gonna have to use your fists.
I know. So
Mike
I'm just gonna move up. I'm gonna move up to where
Does
Timbers
anyone
is
have an
at.
extra weapon they could toss Angel?
No, you
not
took
unless-
away the daggers.
Oh, that's true. I did limit your stuff that you had. No one
Yeah,
Give
thought
him a
you
bundle
didn't
of firewood
think,
or a lamp.
That's why
I mean, you're in a forest and you have simple weapons.
Pick up a
you
stick.
know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna grab a big ass rock.
You grab a rock and take that in your hand.
Yes.
Now I have to argue with what fucking dice you're gonna roll for hitting a wolf with a rock.
At least I'm using my survival skill. At least.
That's
Fucking
true.
full on
What is
Urgadurga.
your survival skill? What's the positive for your survival skill?
It's under wisdom, which is 9 plus 2.
So I'm gonna say you're gonna roll a D4, standalone plus 1. If you have to hit something with that.
Basically a club.
Yeah, basically you're using a small club.
5.
Well, you're not within range. I mean, you can always
You're getting
throw
close.
it too.
You know what? That's essentially what I'm doing. I'm yeeting the rock.
You
Like,
can't throw
come
rock
here,
that
I
far.
motherfucker.
don't think you could throw
70
something
feet.
I don't think you could throw something 70 feet. You might want to hold on to it.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to the rock. Fuck it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have let you hold on to it. You said you threw it, and I should have made you throw it, and it just clunks harmlessly into one of the branches of the trees.
Just goes, this bitch is empty. Yeet.
But you still have the rock in your hand. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I
Okay.
have the rock.
Next is
My turn.
Wolf 1.
Oh, a wolf
Ooh.
gets to go first.
Yes, because Tibbers already went.
Yeah,
The wolves
Tibbers
are ahead
went.
of me. Damn, my 8 sucks.
Wow, you suck.
That's 30 feet, and
Oh,
it's
that's
going to
Wolf 1?
charge. They're pretty much all going to move up.
I'm gonna bash this fucker's brains in.
All right, Pro, what's next?
So the wolf that Tibber shot, is it within
It'd be that
60
lead
feet?
wolf.
It's 60 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Toll of the Dead, my cantrip.
What does that do exactly?
Well, it's hurt already, so it'd be a D12.
Okay. Do we D12 damage?
Yeah, it takes 1d12 necrotic damage
Okay, roll a
if it
D12.
has any hit points missing.
Roll a D12 and also, well, roll a D20 first. You gotta see if you hit it.
Do I get to add anything to the D20 for
You're
spellcasting
casting a
ability?
spell, so your spell casting
So
ability.
my 7, so I had a 17 total.
Okay, you definitely hit it. Roll a D12.
And then I rolled a 10 on the D12.
Well, okay, well, you watch as this fucking wolf gets instantly bathed in a thing of like a grayish green light, and it just fucking keels over.
Why did I
Instantly.
just imagine? Okay, Hex, why
It's
did I fucking
dead.
imagine the wolf like running at us and then just turning into a fucking skeleton and just fucking?
It more is rushing at you. You see as Pro is kind of like making an arcanic wave with his medallion that you've seen around his neck. And next thing you know, this thing is just bathed in this sickly light and just fucking mid sprint nosedives into the ground and just lays there motionless.
So basically, just fuck you. I cast Demon Core.
Fuck you, you're dead. Yeah, it was that fast. Like you guys didn't even
Microwave.
really have enough time to notice.
Like, oh hey,
And then
there's
we
more.
go back to the top. Ghost,
looking.
your turn.
Are the
Did
wolves
Tibbers reload
within
his
like my
crossbow,
range?
by the way?
Wait, what'd
Are
you
the
say?
Isn't
wolves
that a
within-
secondary action?
Your cast?
Isn't a secondary action reloading the crossbow?
Yes. I
So
assume
Tibbers would have
Tibbers
reloaded as well.
Yeah, he
Okay.
would have reloaded it.
I'm just asking.
Are the wolves within my brain? Within my sight?
Yeah.
They are within sight. Yes, you can see them coming at you. The only one that you might have trouble with is the one behind the tree over here. All the rest of them you can see pretty clearly.
So I still stand guard, but I watch the movements.
You don't want to advance at all?
No, it's better to stand guard.
Advance and protect the mage.
It's the fucking mage.
I love how cautious you're all being in
I
your
am back.
first. Welcome
I'm
back.
really
look
not
back.
We assumed
Killed
you would have
something.
at a secondary action you would have instantly reloaded the crossbow, so you have a bolt in. And one's
I
dead
don't?
already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Yeah, Pro
Okay.
fucking microwaved it.
essentially.
So I do have a bolt loaded.
You have a bolt loaded. It's Ghost. Ghost said you're just gonna stand still and kind of watch.
Yes.
Okay. So he is firmly in the cuck chair. Tiger, you are next.
I am next.
Like I said, you have clean view of these two over here. The only one that's obstructed is the one behind the tree.
All right, then. Hold on.
Don't you have a bow, Tiger?
I'd like to cast.
Oh, no, you're the mage. Never mind.
I'd like to cast Ray of Frost.
How far is that?
60 feet.
I don't think Ray of Frost would reach.
You said
one
each
dead?
of these tiles are
5
feet, right?
Yes.
And can you point to the one that I'm at?
You're right here.
Right.
You're the guy with the staff. You can move and cast.
7 times 5 is 35.
Oh, 60 feet?
Yeah, 60 feet, dude. They're all within
Oh.
range.
Okay, yeah. It's not. It's a ray, not a cone, correct?
This is doesn't. I mean, it says ray of frost.
So I assume it's like a straight
instantaneous,
line.
A components of yes. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, it's a beam. A
It's a
frigid
beam. Okay. Yeah, it's a ray. It's a beam. It's a straight line, and just as long as nothing in the way of you, you're fine. So any that you have clear sight of.
I have on a hit D8. So
You have to roll a
What am I
d20.
rolling?
Roll a d20 to see if you hit. Add your spell proficiency.
18.
Okay, you definitely hit. And now roll your d8 for damage. Roll the damage for it. If it's d8 plus whatever or whatever it is.
D8 plus the spell attack bonus.
Yes.
I do roll that for a cantrip, right?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
only for your attack, though. It doesn't count for damage.
It's only for the attack?
It just says on hit takes 1d8 cold damage and speed is reduced by 10 feet until start of your next turn.
Okay, yeah, so it reduced speed. So Moose can only move 15 instead of 30.
The spell attack bonus. What are you talking about?
That's your proficiency.
add- Does it add damage, though?
I don't think so.
We have spell casting ability, and then we have spell attack bonus.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
What is
yeah.
the bonus for?
That's for your
think it's-
attack.
Oh, it is.
Which
Okay.
would be for the damage.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay. So it's a 7. 7 damage.
7 damage. Which one do you hit?
Yeah.
Which one are you hitting?
I was gonna go for the clearest one.
So this one right here, probably.
Yeah. And this is cold damage as well. Its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of the next turn.
Yeah, I got it.
Of my next turn.
Your next turn, okay. So reduced by
Yeah.
10 feet. Okay. Wolf one is dead
Yeah.
already, so he's not gonna go.
Sniffing the fucking-
So Pro
sniffing
is
you.
the next one.
Oh, I get attack again?
Yeah, it's
Wait.
your turn.
Wait, do
Okay,
I get
is it-
an extra action or anything?
Oh wait,
Is that
Tiger,
my turn?
I skipped Angel in Tibbers. That's my bad.
Yeah,
Bad
I was
DM. Bad
I was
DM.
like, what the fuck?
Sorry, Angel, you're next. You have a rock.
Wait,
Yes.
How far can you throw a rock?
Oh wait,
And,
Tiger.
how many
Tiger wants
how
his
many
secondary.
actions? Yeah, how many actions do I get?
You get one action and a bonus action.
Okay. Then for my bonus action, can I
What do I do?
can I also do cast Blade Ward?
Nope, that's only an action you can cast.
Ah.
Unless it specifically
Alright.
says as a bonus action.
Okay, then never mind. I'm
So
unless I could like walk back one.
you can. Yeah, I can move
Okay,
back one.
then yeah, I'd like to walk back one.
Walk back 5 feet.
Yeah, but diagonally closer to the rest of the guys so that I can get them in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. You're
Oh,
gonna-
yeah.
You want to
of
be
course.
you want to be directly behind Ghost?
Yeah,
That'd
I'm
be
gonna
a good
bring the
idea.
fight to you.
Oh yeah,
motherfucker.
use the fucking
Okay.
Terminator as your
As-
fucking cover.
So
That's
after you
literally
see
what
him,
you're there for.
after you see him cast a beam of ice that smacks this wolf in the gob, you then see him slowly walk backwards, walk over, and just kind of put his hand on the back of Ghost, and like, I'm right here, buddy, kind of thing, like, kind of almost hiding behind Ghost.
Go forward and attack.
He's being very
Please
cautious.
use sharp stick.
Yeah, well, Angel Angel doesn't even have a weapon. He only has a rock
I
that he
have a
picked up.
rock.
So basically, just active fucking cover.
Yeah, you are active cover.
Yes.
You also have the most health of anyone here, so that makes sense.
Wait, really?
I think so.
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
think
taken
there's-
any damage so far. So.
All right, Angel, you are next.
I'd like to move up by 2.
Just straightforward.
I'd like to. Yep, just
That's only 10
straightforward.
feet. You can still move further if you want.
That's pretty good for me right now. I only
Okay.
have a rock.
All right.
The shiny rock. Can you polish the rock?
If he keeps it
I
with
mean-
him.
I'm not gonna lie, I might keep the rock.
Yeah, keep fucking rubbing it and a genie might pop out.
Will it give me mead?
It's his like worry stone.
Yeah, there you go. Just like
Dirty bucket.
just like rubs it in his fingers.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Yeah, like
assume
a
this
huge
rock's probably about the size of your hand because you said large rock. So I'm gonna
It's a
assume this
large
rock's
rock.
probably this rock's probably like a couple pounds. It's probably like one of those ones that you would throw off a bridge into the
Yeah.
water. Like it's probably about the
Right.
size of my coffee cup.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking as. Something about as big as a coffee cup. It's a big fucking
A
rock.
little bit bigger, about the size of a softball. Just a little
Yeah.
more awkwardly
Whoa.
shaped. Okay, that's what you got in your hand.
Yep, that's what I've got.
All right, what are you gonna do? That's the question.
I'm just gonna stand here with a thumb jammed up my ass because I don't know what the fuck to do.
Okay,
Pray to the rock.
protect me, Rock.
Rock
He's
and
like,
stone.
protect me when they get closer, damn it.
All right, next is Pro.
Next
about
is
Tibbers?
me.
Fire,
Next is
fire,
Tibbers.
fire. Rock,
Yeah,
rock.
sorry, I keep going out of order.
Did you actually write our names down for initiative? Or?
In fairness, Tibbs is above. It's like wedged in between the wolf that I scratched out and Angels. It's like awkwardly placed, so I keep going in a straight line. And his is like over to the one side. I just drew a line there, like, "Hey, look over here, dumbass."
It's like, hey, you need to look
it's
over
packed
here.
away, but it's a little like a tree. That's I hang everyone's names on usually. I don't have that.
So maybe we should print one.
Probably. That's actually what it is.
Good
It's printed.
idea.
It's printed.
Anyways,
Alright.
Tibbers, what are you doing?
Tibbs years ago.
Which wolf is still alive? Like which is
All
dead? Which...
3. There's one laying
Three
down.
of them.
and the
There's
front
one
is
that's
dead.
laying down here in the front. That's dead.
That's
It's
dead.
hard to see on stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk backwards 1 square,
Okay.
and I'm gonna shoot at the same wolf, the top left.
You're gonna shoot.
one.
You're gonna shoot across where Angel is. Just an FYI.
That's
Diag-
crossfire,
di-
motherfucker.
He's not in the right diagonal path.
Hey, Dust.
Still, like you gotta still shoot past
You guys,
him.
what the fuck,
Yeah.
bro?
Don't do that.
I mean, to be fair, it could be worse.
In fairness, he rolls well
Not
enough.
by
He
much.
doesn't have to worry about it.
Sure, until there's an arrow in the back of
Asshole!
Angel's head.
How much luck does he have left, though?
That's the question. So, if
And
you
now
want
we-
to, go for it. If not, if you want to move again, you only moved 5 feet, so you still have 25 feet to move.
Oh my god, this is gonna be like yesterday, where Tib just shoots like a PPC across the bow.
Whoa!
I saw those
Staticky.
arc.
I could count the angry pixies. All right,
Oh, it's gonna be
Tibbers,
bad.
you can continue your turn.
I like to move. If I move left, like to where I'm in front of Ghost.
You're still shooting basically across Angel.
What the fuck?
Move
guess
forward
yeah,
5
move-
feet, take your shot, and then move
forward.
where you want.
I'll move back forward.
Okay, I'm gonna say you moved 0, so you didn't move at all.
Okay,
That's stuff that you need to
Um,
worry about, by the way, is shooting across friends.
That's what I was wondering.
I'm
It's
gonna
like,
shoot that same wolf as last time.
Crossfire.
Oh,
bitch.
that wolf's already dead.
That one's
Yeah.
dead.
No,
So-
the
You should-
one on the back, the left front, the left top. The one
Okay,
with...
that is. Yeah, that one is already.
That one's been Ray of Frosted.
That one's already been Ray of Frosted. So that one's got a little bit of ice crystals on its snout and stuff like that. So
It's cold.
It's a
Yes.
little crispy.
It's a little.
if you want to shoot it, go for it. It's D20.
I got a 7.
You did not hit. As you pull the trigger on your crossbow, the bolt goes wide and just kind of sticks. Just you hear it rustle through the leaves and stuff like that of the tree next to it. But you missed.
Oh fuck!
Investigate that area later. See if there's an adventurer who got shot in the knee.
So yeah, as you pull the trigger, you see the bolt fly and clearly miss and rustle through the trees and continue on to God knows where.
Okay. My guy would reload the bow or the crossbow,
Yep.
and I would walk to the left 2 squares.
Okay. God, you guys kind of just left Angel with his dick in the wind out there.
Yep.
Oh, really
With a
appreciate
rock.
it, assholes.
He's standing there
I'm
confidently
just
with a
like,
rock.
wow.
Like, come on!
I'm just
Come on,
surprised the
motherfuckers!
guy who has nothing is just out there in general. The fucking
ranged.
big ass.
I can't
robot.
do shit up close.
Is it my
I
turn?
know.
It is your
There's
turn
the
now,
fucking
Pro.
Robot. This is like I'm scared.
Okay, Pro
I'm
has
gonna
advanced.
stand here.
And I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead again towards the injured wolf.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
You're gonna cast Toll of the Dead again? Okay, roll a
Yep.
d20 and add your modifiers.
Initiative is. Oh, I gotta pull that back up. Too many pages. All right, so my D20 roll is a 19. Pretty sure
It
I
hit.
And then my attack is 5 plus spellcast of 7. So pretty sure it's dead.
Yeah, that is. So you guys see as he waves his same sigil and kind of the same pattern, and you see this wolf get engulfed by this necrotic, just almost like mist, and it just instantly fucking
Guys.
croaks again as it's standing there, kind of brushing the ice off of its nose, and then it just stops moving, gets this look in its eyes, and goes thump and falls over.
I almost want
Man's gonna microwave every single fucking wolf.
Yeah, you just microwaved another one.
Like a fucking hamster.
Okay, now it's the another wolf. They're gonna move.
I better get ready to roll some defense.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa!
Close.
And that's why I moved back.
I have armor.
Well, Jim, I've got a rock.
These
A
guys are
big-ass
actually
rock.
they're gonna take more turn.
Uh-oh.
Why did they get 2 turns?
That's their action and bonus action, both used up in movement.
Oh, so they didn't get an attack.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat a motherfucker to death with a rock.
I
Well,
just see the
it's-
hand tapping to turn.
It's
This is gonna hurt.
literally breathing. In your
mean-
face.
Yeah, they've literally run up to you and you can smell their breath. Back to
Like-
Ghost.
Hi.
Please come
can I-
club it with something.
Kurva. I'm doing things, okay? I have a plan.
Oh God. What the hell's he gonna do?
Dutch.
Can I go up to the wolf behind the gym and attack it?
Yes, you can. That is within 30 feet.
Roll a d20, I guess.
Roll a d20.
You have to see if I fucking hit first. Wait. 15.
You hit. So roll your
And,
damage now, whatever it is.
1d6 of slashing.
1d6 slashing. Is that you don't get to add anything to it?
No.
You should be able to add like your dexterity or your strength to it.
Both are 0 for action.
Oh, that's why you can't edit. Okay. Alrighty. So roll your
5.
d6. That's 5. Okay, that's 5 damage. You swing your sword and you feel it catch in the fur of the wolf, and you carry that through with your weight. As you hear it kind of yelp, and now it's not happy at you.
Well, at least it ain't gonna attack fucking Jim.
I've got
See?
an armor. That's why I came up front.
I think he does too. Oh.
So
How much armor do you have?
Next
Jim?
is
17.
I have 12.
next is Tiger.
All right,
Um,
Tiger, get in the fight.
so I think if I went to attack the wolf that is right next to, or that's attacking fucking Ghost, I'd probably end up hitting Ghost, right?
So-
Beam.
So if it's a beam, you got to make sure to have clear line of sight, just like an arrow or something like that. That's a flying projectile, essentially. But a
Will
lot
that
of
be able to
magic
move?
is just inflicting straight damage on whatever it is, and you can do it even if you're hiding behind someone.
Okay, so then yeah, I'm just gonna attack the wolf with Ray of Frost.
That's
Uh,
it's a beam.
that is a beam, so
No, okay, then I'll move to the side. 5, right? No, diagonally. No, back
down
one.
here.
Right, yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's clear.
That's-
That'd be clear.
Yeah, and then cast Ray of Frost. That's fine, right?
Yeah, it'd be fine. You're not going to hit Ghost, or unless you
Awesome.
are way wide or something like that.
Okay.
Although
and-
spells tend to fizzle if they don't activate properly. So
Yeah, so we rolled a 4 here. It just kind
No
of
spell cast.
frosted. I made like
your
Did you have your
hands are
spellcasting
cold.
ability?
Your hands are now cold.
You made it snow lightly.
You made it lightly snow in front of you.
Yeah.
that
Did
was
you-
cool. That is my casting ability. Yes, it was a
Oh.
1. I
Oh,
rolled
nat
that
1.
sucks.
Oh, and
Oh,
nat
boy.
1's different.
Well, it's
Oh,
a
boy.
1 plus the casting
No,
ability.
no,
so
no,
it
no,
goes
no.
to
A
a
nat
4.
1 is a failure.
Okay.
Yeah, every time.
I mean,
Nat 1 not only is a failure, but that also can cause spells to backfire. So I need you to roll
Okay.
your damage.
Oh boy.
my damage
Yeah.
for the hit dice.
Actually, no, roll another d20.
Okay. 2.
Okay. You're lucky. So you go to cast this spell, trying to remember back the words and everything that you need to do properly, and for some reason you all of a sudden just remembered your old teacher's boobs. Yeah, they just cause you to completely lose concentration, and there's just a light dusting of snow comes out from where you were focusing your magic. That's
They
it.
were very massive for an
That's
elf.
still better than. Okay, that's
Good
still better than
discipline.
getting my mechanical joints fucking like frozen.
Yeah, that's true. Better than you being hit by a ray of frost.
Fucking jellified oil.
So, just an FYI, if it would have been a 15, if it would have been anywhere from a 10 to a 15, Ghost would have been hit. If it would have been a 15 or higher, it backfire on you. I do that
Oh,
with
so those are
misses with
opposite.
weapons, too. With nat ones. They're
Alright,
called
whose turn is it
critical.
next?
They're called critical
Oh,
failures.
ours. There's Angel running
Angel,
away. Or Tiger Moo running away, I mean.
Tiger.
Yes. Oh.
What?
Are you staying there or you
That's
done?
the end of your turn.
Yeah, I'm staying there.
Okay. So,
No reason to
Angel, your go.
I'm gonna bash the fucker's head in with this rock.
Okay, what did we say? It was D4 plus
A
strength.
D4,
Yeah, D4 plus 1.
Plus strength. No, it's plus strength.
Oh, plus strength.
Yes.
For me, it's okay. 3. So I got a 9.
How is that possible with D4
Wait,
plus?
hold on.
It's
Anyways,
just your
you gotta-
small bubble.
You got to
on
roll a
strength.
D20 to see
Yeah.
if you even hit the thing.
Yeah.
Roll a D20.
All right. Switch. 1.
That's a
Oh,
critical
wow.
failure. So you go to swing this pretty heavy rock, actually, and you swing down with all of your force towards this wolf. Roll a d20.
Okay. 19.
You actually managed to club yourself in the shin with it.
That sounds about right.
Roll a d4.
1.
You take 1 point of damage, and now your shin really hurts.
Ah, fuck! God fucking damn it!
And you can swear you hear the wolf laugh at you.
Ah, fuck!
What is the fucking hyena?
Next is Pro. Yeah.
Again?
Angel's currently jumping around in a circle, holding his
Hello.
Oh yeah, Timbers.
what about
Sorry, Timbers.
I'm just gonna take a nap if you keep forgetting me.
Sorry.
I go down 2. And I'm gonna make the poor choice of trying to thread the needle between.
No, you can hit that.
Oh,
You can hit. You can hit that. You can hit that.
It's possible. It
Roll-
is
all right.
possible.
Fire.
Don't
So you're gonna
hit
shoot at the
me.
one that's in front of Angel.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, oh.
All right. Roll a d20.
Boy.
A 6.
Yeah.
Oh no!
6.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This is like watching
It's-
a fucking Ford fall apart.
So it would have been a 2. It would be +2 because of your proficiency. So it's an 8.
Yeah.
So no one's really been like close. Like people have like just critically failed pretty much every time.
Yeah.
So you load that crossbow and you fire, and it goes whoop, right over top of that. Thankfully, you miss everyone else, but you do go right over top of the wolf, and once again, you hear it clatter into the brush beyond. And
How the fucking
Okay.
I guess I need to cast again, huh?
Tibbers?
you've
if
got
you're
a
in
big,
the fucking-
heavy piece of metal in your hand too.
Yeah, but I told the dead better. Are you done, Tibbers?
For my bonus move, I'm going to move. No, I'm gonna stay there. I'm gonna go into my bag,
Okay.
and I'm going to pull out one of my vials of blood,
Okay.
and I'm going to. Let me see. I think I'm able to like enchant my next bolt. I think.
Yeah, you could do that as a bonus action. You could grab a bolt and enchant it. You're not going to be able to load it though. This turn. You'd have to load it and fire in the next turn.
Yeah. I'm going to enchant I'm going to dip it in the blood, and I'm going to enchant this next bolt.
Okay.
Tibbers?
Hmm?
All I'm gonna say is, if you were in a certain place in a certain year, Kennedy would have become president again.
All I have to say
Well,
is you guys kind of just notice Tibbers grab a red vial out of his bag real quick, uncork it, and dip an arrow in the arrow tip in it, and then recork the bottle and put it back. And now he's got this arrow in his hand that seems to have like a red liquid on it.
I was just about to ask that. Does that use the whole bottle, or is it?
No.
point-
I would say each bottle you could use probably like 8 or 9
Okay, so
arrows
I'm-
on it. They're not very big bottles. They're
I'm gonna say I have 1.85 left.
that works.
Yeah, 0.15 per arrow.
That works fine.
Okay, my turn's over.
So it's my turn finally.
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess again, let's cast Toll the Dead, but I'm only doing a D8 because I'm casting on the one north of me.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20.
Okay. You hit what's called a critical. So you actually rolled double your damage.
Yeah, it's a critical success.
So I rolled
Oh,
2d8s?
fuck.
2 d8s for damage on this one.
7 and a 5, but then my spellcasting ability is also a 7 for damage.
So
I'm pretty sure
you
it's dead.
did.
Jesus.
You have
You did
microwave
almost
that wall.
20. You did almost 20 damage to the one right in front of Angel. So Angel, you watch as this wolf that's right in front of you gets bathed with this dense fog, and you just see Pro
You just
with
get
this amulet
turned.
out with almost his eyes glowing in like a holy light. As not only does this wolf die on the spot, but it dies and makes one of the most awful sounds you've ever heard.
Ugh. Ugh. Remind me
And
not
then
to
I'm turning
piss
around.
you
I'm done my
off.
turn.
I saw you just turned yourself around. I thought
And
that was
then
funny.
Engel smells the infirmary again.
Yeah, you smell. You get a quick whiff of that necrotic smell. That almost makes you vomit again.
We're just gonna bully Engel with that.
I can't attack with my mace as a bonus action, can I?
No, you cannot.
Damn it.
There are skills you
I
can pick
wanna
up later
finish the
that you
fight.
can do that. There are ones later on you can do that. So believe it or not, this wolf is now going to. It's going to attack Ghost. That's right there, because Ghost hit
Good
it.
It's pissed.
It rolled an 11, one below your fucking. So it bites. It instantly. You could feel it like tear at your leather quickly as you kind of pull your leg away before it can really sink its teeth in. And it's going to. Actually, it's going to try to get away from you because it notices that the rest of its pack mates are dead. So it's going to try to run away, which is what wolves would realistically do.
After watching through the
I
fucking
was just
microwave.
about to roll for intimidation as well.
So as it goes to run, you, Pro, and you, Ghost, both get an attack of opportunity. So both of you roll a d20.
Does it have to be my mace, or can it be my
It
spell
has
again?
to be your mace.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay.
So
Fucking
both
20.
you rolled a 20?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh God.
Oh,
Pro,
no.
I get a D6. Rolled an 8.
you rolled an
So,
8.
Hex, before,
Plus your provision, that's a
before we
10,
fucking
so
say
you would have
anything.
missed.
By the way, my character would have had a
Well-
fucking psychotic smile on that fucking occasion.
Alright, and now roll your damage.
Okay, and now. What was it? 1d6.
So you're going to roll 2 d6s.
A fucking 6.
You rolled a 6? Okay, roll it again.
And a 4.
Okay, so you did 12 damage. So you have a scimitar, right?
Yes.
So as the wolf goes to run away, you see the flash of steel as the mace from Pro is coming down, and you realize, and you do just this like nice backhand swing with your scimitar, catching this wolf right across its side, opening it up like a
Like a turkey.
like a tauntaun. As this mace misses and slams into the dirt with full force, enough that it might have cracked a few of the small stones on the ground. You just swing and open this wolf up like a well-roasted turkey, as it just gets about 3 steps away and just dies on the spot, bleeding everywhere.
Damn.
And that's combat, guys. You guys just managed to kill four wolves, no problem. No one even took damage.
I
it's-
did, but that was self-inflicted.
That was self-inflicted stupidity, yes. Which I expect nothing less than that. So only you and Tibbers are currently hurt.
But also Tibbers got fucking damage inflicted to him because he touched flowers.
He's like, I'm gonna fuck up these trees.
But there you go. That's 4 dead wolves
That's
and
combat.
some not so damaged adventurers.
Can
I
I
shake my head at everybody.
I fucking killed one of them.
I smashed my fucking shin.
Can I slice the head off of one of the wolves? Well, the
I
one
want to
killed?
skin them all.
You want to skin them?
Yeah.
You
we
want
need
to
the
collect
pelts.
a war trophy? You want to collect a head?
We need the pelts. I don't care
Um,
about the work.
so, believe it or not, you actually managed to do me a favor and roll 4 d20s.
Oh.
Can I do a move while Jim rolls?
Sure.
I go off in the distance to try and find my bolts.
That makes sense. You actually managed to find both of the ones that you. I'm going to say you managed to find one of them. One of them is stuck in the branch of the tree, about 20 feet up. The other one, you have no fucking idea where that one went. That was right near the beginning of combat. But you did manage to get. Did manage to walk up to the one that you hit and pull your bolt out of it. So you managed to find 2 of
I
your
got
3.
2 out of. So now I have 19 left. But
Well,
I don't know
you
what else
grabbed the
went.
one. The other one is still 20 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Hex.
My guy would
Am
start
I
to
adding
climb the
anything to
tree.
this?
Or attempt to
No, you're not adding it. Nature or animal handling.
I want to add animal handling of 5 to all of these.
Okay.
So without adding 5, it's 16, 17, 3, 16.
Kurwa, leave a head for
You
me,
managed to get 3 of them. The one that you don't, you notice Ghost walk over to and using his scimitar start sawing the head off one of them.
With a
Wouldn't that
fucking
be
smile.
survival?
What'd you say?
Wouldn't
With a
that be
smile.
survival, not animal handling, since they're
Well,
already fucking dead?
No,
My survival's 5 anyways, so it's the
it's
same.
yeah. I was gonna say it's probably the same.
It doesn't matter.
So
To skin something alive?
I mean, he could skin something alive. They're basically alive. They're freshly dead. They're gonna have
I mean, skin them dead. Like they're. I don't
So-
know. I'm just thinking like hunting skills would be like skill.
It'd probably be
like
survival,
survival.
realistically. Realistically, it'd
My
probably
guy-
be survival.
It's still
Yeah,
my-
it'd be survival skill.
My guy would be attempting to climb the tree to get his arrow.
Give me an athletics check. Roll a d20, add
Oh
your athletics.
great! I'm gonna have to fucking heal Tibbers when he breaks his leg.
Yeah.
Oh god.
An athletic plus, or a d20 plus athletic.
Yes.
So a d20.
Yes. A d20 plus your athletics
0.
check.
Plus nothing.
Okay.
Pro.
A 3.
you get about
No!
you get about 3 or 4 branches up, and you grab this branch, and it just goes snap. And there's a comical moment of you kind of just looking at the snapped branch, and you going, and you don't fall very far. You only fall like 5 feet at the most, and you land flat on your ass. You don't take any damage from it. You weren't high enough to, but it's still comical, and everyone notices.
My guy would just start cursing in Elvish.
Way to go, dumbass!
So, Pro, add 3 pelts. Three fresh wolf pelts to your inventory. You have a bag to put these in, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to assume that you just kind of roll them up nice and tight and stick them in the bag.
Strap him to the bag.
Yeah. Or they are over the bag, like bloody side to bloody side, so you don't mess up the bag.
Yep.
So yeah, you got a few pelts. And Ghost, do you have a bag to stick that head in, or are you just going to be carrying it around like a trophy?
Carrying that motherfucker.
Just... Does anyone have a hook?
No.
No.
Shame. I can
We're-
just technically put it in my fucking backpack.
We're about a bunch of wolves. Make a hook out of the bone.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
shit.
there's plenty of meat and stuff.
Yeah, we should
I
probably
mean-
collect some meat. but-
Yeah.
What's
that
the fun
wouldn't
of
be a
Yeah,
bad idea,
I could
get some meat.
technically make a fucking hook out of the bone. Like
So
out of the
anybody-
fucking spine or something.
Does anybody want to like help me out with this and carve them up? a
I'll
little
carve.
so I can get the meat because I still don't have a dagger anymore. So
Buy
Oh, I
one
only
in
have a
town.
mace.
They're really
Scimitar.
cheap.
I have a fucking.
Yeah, I
crowbar.
could have had one
was-
from the start. You took
You have
away a
tools
lot
and
of
stuff like that
survival
too, bro.
tools.
I
Tiger, I can
assume you
help
need
you.
the knife out of your tool bag.
I don't
I
really
was
want
about to say
to.
I got a tool that I can use for my carpentry. I could use.
I don't
so
want the
So
scimitar
I have-
cutting them.
I have I marked down in my bag that I have 18 bolts left.
Okay.
you know what? I'll help you, Tiger.
Yes, I can't get.
With, oh yeah, you said you have a carpentry kit, so you probably got chisels
Yeah, I got a
and all kinds
carpentry
of stuff
kit.
in
Yeah,
there.
so I can help.
You guys are so
we go.
unprepared. You guys,
We
I
are,
put you
but we
in the
still
middle of
have
a
to-
market to buy anything you thought you might need, and you guys just totally
just-
fucking.
No.
Okay,
just
to
gonna go
be
in the
fair
woods.
though, to be fair, a lot of us had some type of like small knife or whatever originally that just miraculously disappeared.
No, they
Because-
just you didn't get it
well-
when you requisitioned from the guild.
No, that knife was from my father from over 400
You
years
should
ago.
have wrote it in your backstory.
I
I
didn't come with
Anyways.
that.
So
So-
I'm gonna assume you get 8 pieces of meat.
8 pieces.
Good-
Well,
you
I got
did
a lot of
pieces of
fucking
meat.
stuff in my pockets.
You didn't- You didn't write it down, so
he told me
the
not to.
the Cajon people took it from you.
Calhoun people
Yeah.
took it from you.
the
The
thieves.
guilds, the guild. So no, the guild. So the way it worked is you all got here in kind of just your basic clothing, you know, and stuff like that. You had some stuff from your backstory still, and then you got all of your equipment and stuff like that from the guild, as well as the 15 gold to buy anything that you think you might need.
Yeah, we fucked up.
Nah, you fucked up.
No, we have
You
wolf
didn't-
pelts now. We didn't fuck up shit.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
true.
now.
I mean,
You
we
now
came
you
out
do
on top still.
you do have 3 wolf pelts, 8 pieces of meat, and
And a
1
head.
severed head.
And some mushrooms.
And some
Yeah,
mushrooms.
have some-
Actually, you have all the
Yeah.
makings of a good wolf stew.
Well,
Let's use the purple
fuck,
ones.
Party it
There's
up.
even water over there.
Plus
Let's
a
put
really really good fucking intimidation tool.
Put some of the poison stuff, just like a little scraping of it. It makes it spicy. A little tingle on your
Spicy.
tongue.
Probably the only one that would survive that would be the drow.
And the machine.
Yeah,
It
and
would
the
all
sheep.
survive.
Yeah,
Use the purple
What would I
mushrooms.
survive?
What'd you say, Tibbers?
What would I survive?
Yeah, if you guys ate poisonous mushrooms, you'd probably be the only one to survive. Because the drow have immunity to that kind of stuff. Or not immunity, but resistance to that kind of stuff.
I was gonna ask, are we actually
Also-
hungry to make a stew?
It's only been a few hours, but you haven't eaten anything since before noon when you were at the guild.
I'm pretty sure my guy's probably fucking starving by now.
Well, yeah, both Jim
Yeah.
and you would be hungry because you threw up everything.
yeah, I
Yeah,
threw
you guys
up
could
everything.
you guys could take a short rest and make something
Yeah,
to
let's
eat
take a
real
fucking
quick.
rest.
What would I see here in my thing? I see alchemist supplies.
Yeah,
What would I have?
that'd be like needles, small vials. It would just
Would
be
I have
bun-
a mortar and pestle?
Yeah, you'd have a mortar and pestle in there. A small one, though.
Okay.
I'm just gonna eat one of my ration.
Well, you guys,
No, let's short rest. Make a wolf stew.
short rest, make a wolf stew. Does anyone have any way of starting a fire
I do.
and
I
a cooking
can.
pot?
I
don't have
can
any of that.
cast prestidigitation or whatever, and I can make some sort of fire, and then I can get rid of it and cast something to make a bowl.
Okay, but you would need to make a fire and make a bowl.
Oh, I can't light the fire and then make the bowl afterwards.
You're in the fucking woods. I'm assuming you could probably find. You could probably get plenty of firewood
steel.
gathered around.
I have firewood in my bag.
Oh, that's true. You gathered it in town, didn't you?
I mean, I technically could just beat the shit out of a fucking metal plate.
But yeah. So I'm assuming you guys probably walk over closer to the water and
Yeah.
start making something to eat real quick.
Yeah.
My guy
Also,
would ask who has the purple mushrooms? Would it be Jim?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would get one of the purple mushrooms back from
Just ask him
Jim.
for it.
Yeah, I would ask him, and I would put it in my mortar and pestle and start grinding it up.
Okay, I only have 2 purple mushrooms left. You has one.
There's a fire right there. So you put some. Are you going to use the firewood out of your inventory, or are you going to grab some
Yeah,
from the
might as
surrounding
well just-
area?
I mean, heck, might as well do surrounding area and keep firewood. I don't know if we're gonna need it.
Yeah, you guys, you run around real quick, Pro, and you gather some twigs and some sticks and a couple bigger things. One that you swear looks like a bolt. And you put it all in the center of this thing, and you just quickly cast your prestidigitation, and boom, it's on fire. Now you got a small campfire, not very big. It's big enough to cook something on.
We just cook the meat on sticks and eat it.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah.
We don't gotta worry about a
roast
bowl.
Fucking wolf. Why not?
Have steak.
So all of you guys are realizing, oh yeah, we probably could eat something. So you guys all walk away, and you guys all grab sticks, and you guys all come back, and you guys are putting meat on stick. I assume you guys are putting the meat on the sticks. Ghost is kind of looking at you guys like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was.
He's just
I was
happily
gonna
looking.
Say, like,
He's just happily looking at the wolf's head, kind of like making it talk by bouncing it up and down.
I was just gonna say, fucking, my character would full on walk up to the water, fucking wash the head, and just fucking come back with fucking the wet ass fucking wolf head.
Now you distinctly, all of you, smell the slight smell of wet dog.
Oh, what the hell?
It's very
that's good.
slight.
What is that?
Yeah, he's got a
So-
freshly washed head of one of the wolves.
Do I get spell slots back during a short rest or only longs?
No, only longs. Longs are 6 hours though, so
So I would take the mushroom that I got from Jim and grind it up in a mortar and pestle.
now you have like this mush of purplish coloring in this mortar and pestle that you just you add a little bit of water to it to make it easier, and you got like a paste almost of this necrotic, like this what would you call it, this paralyzing mushroom.
I would put it on. I would put it next to the fire to try and dry it out.
You're all sitting here looking at this fire, and it just goes "Phoop," and goes out.
What the hell?
What just happened?
Huh?
I use. Oh fuck! Where is it? I forget which spell it is.
I would take a stick and rub it against it, trying to relight it.
I'm just casually blowing on it, hoping that it just goes.
I just look at the fucking wolf head like, you saw that motherfucker?
Bro, you saw what I sent you?
Yeah, I replied.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, so after your fire went out, you're like, that shouldn't happen. And you look at the only other spellcaster in the group.
Tiger.
With
Who's Tiger?
just you're like being inquisitive kind of thing, like, huh.
It's like, huh.
I'm scared.
What's going on, guys?
Her fire went out.
Yeah, we gonna get
What'd
it
you
back?
do, Angel or Tiger?
Who's Tiger?
He's playing dumb.
Well, okay, whatever. I have it written down. It's just in a different notebook. I don't remember names.
Oh
Ooh.
no.
Now.
You mean gelt?
Gelt. There we go.
Gelt.
Any ideas?
Very little.
So
We should probably just
Is
get
it windy?
back up.
Yeah, there's a slight wind. You are next to the water, so there's a little bit of breeze coming over the water. Not super strong, but there is a little bit of a breeze.
But not
Tibbers,
strong
you
enough
said
for a fire
Tibbers,
to
you
instantly go thump.
Tibbers, you said you were rubbing a couple sticks together trying to get the fire started again.
Yeah, like a fire drill.
Yeah. With a little bit of work, while you guys are kind of looking at each other, he manages to get the fire started again. There was some embers in the bottom, so it wasn't too difficult, but he did get it started again.
I'm scared of why it went out in the first place.
Well, it's going again, so
That doesn't mean yite.
So
You're mischievous.
did I successfully dry the paste out?
yeah, you start drying it out. You like spread it on the inside of a bottle, you know, and it's you kind of got this like almost like a crusty residue of the paralytic mushroom. You got a nice like a fine, almost like a powder in there now, which is how
Hey,
you
guys.
properly dry it out.
Should we?
I would
Should we cut up some of the puffball mushrooms and stick those on the stick?
Oh, you guys are gonna
with
make some shish kebabs?
Yeah, might as well, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Fuck it.
So remove 4 steaks of the wolf and 4 puffball mushrooms, and you guys make yourselves some shish kebabs. Actually, you're gonna cook some shish
How many
kebabs.
puffballs do you have?
He's got like 5 of them.
I've got 3. That's
So
it.
you have 3.
3?
Oh,
Yeah.
So
that's all we need.
I also offer 1 puffball, so I have 4 left.
No, we need 4. Yeah.
Yeah, we have
I don't
4.
have any mushrooms.
No, it's good.
but I got
You guys are kind of just sharing it around. You guys are a group. You guys know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you mind adding 1 more from your pile so I can have just 1 left in the inventory?
Yep, I'll add 1 more, so I have 3 left.
All right. Gotta see what the villagers know of those.
So
Do you guys think I should cast detect magic?
Oh, you already know that magic put out the fire.
Hmm.
Because it's really the only way your prestidigitation would have been put out like that.
Screw it, I'm doing it. Cast detect magic.
I mean, you noticed the magic that was used. It was the same one that
Yeah,
earlier.
but so
It was the same one earlier that cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
So after I
So-
get the
No,
Go ahead.
let Tivers go.
after I get the powder, I add I fill the bottle with water to try and make like a
Yeah, you get like it's like a
poisonous
little
liquid.
like a slurry solution made out of the
Yeah.
puff. Yeah, no, that's it. You have
And,
a vial, a small vial of paralytic paste.
I would start dipping my arrows in it so that way they are poisoned.
Okay, so you probably have enough in there for like 4 or 5 arrows.
I do it to as many as I can.
Yeah, you do it to 4 arrows. So
So,
subtract 4 from your bolts and put 4 paralytic arrows, and then write
4
D6 next to it.
paralytic bolt plus D6. So I do the D8 damage plus D6.
No. The D6 is going to be how strong the paralyzing effect is.
Oh, okay. So I have to roll a D6. D6 roll. I have a 3. So it would be 4 paralytic bolts plus 3. So when I attack with it, it'll be the D8 plus 3.
Huh?
Yep.
It'd be your normal attack, and then you're gonna roll a d6, and I'm gonna choose how strong
Okay.
that it is.
Okay.
For
I
every
thought-
attack, or
I just rolled. I just rolled it now, and it came out with a 3. So I was like, oh, so it's like my attack plus 3, or
No.
okay, so ignore that then. So plus d6. Okay. See, I have 4 poisonous arrows now, and
Probably
one
gave you more information than I should have, but I did.
and one that's still dripping in blood.
Yeah, one that's still. Matter of fact, that probably would have already dried by now, so that one probably put in your.
I would
normal
I would
pool again.
yeah, I would wash it in the river to clean the dried blood off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Except
magic would have
for
already
question in
waned
the
from
end.
it.
well, I'm just gonna glare at Tiger then.
No, Ghost, it wouldn't.
Ah, okay.
You're just gonna glare at him.
Glare at guilt, I guess. Technically.
He's figured it out, Tiger. Makes sense. They would have figured it out by now.
Oh yeah.
Lights
But,
on.
Okay. There's a lot of typing.
Here's the real question: what time is it right now in game?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna assume it takes you about an hour to cook the meat and stuff like that. It's about 5 now. The sun is starting to get a little lower. It's probably about 5, 6 o'clock, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Weren't we gonna like collect fucking red caps
Well, we were hoping
and
to.
nightshades?
We were hoping.
Yeah, you guys haven't
Yeah.
looked.
My
You were
guy,
attacked by wolves.
my guy starts. My guy remembers the list and will start looking around the. campfire.
You actually managed to find within range. You actually managed to find 3 red caps,
Hey.
and they're bright. Like they're pretty bright red. They're almost
And
closer to an orange, and you're wondering if
many-
the person that named them were slightly colorblind.
How
we
many
called
does the shopping list call for? On
Does
the
anyone
paper.
remember how many I said?
My guy is.
I don't remember
looking
if you
at the
said a
paper.
number.
For what?
For the red caps,
red
how many they
caps.
were looking for?
Yeah,
I remember a number for Thistle, but that was it.
Yeah, you didn't say anything about numbers or
they were-
anything
they
until
were
we got to
looking-
the thistle.
Yeah, they were looking for 8 large red cap mushrooms
So I got 3 out of 8.
and
so we need
2
5
2 buds of nightshade.
Okay, so we need.
If I didn't
5
say,
more
I thought
red
I could have sworn. I have it written down here. I could have sworn that I said how many they were looking for.
You got to saying that they're looking for that stuff. I asked questions about any distinctive features for those,
Okay.
and
I probably was gonna tell you guys that, and then kind of got in. Just my brain
Wait.
kind of forgot. That's my bad.
Yeah.
We
I'm gonna
need
say my bad on that.
5 red cap mushrooms.
Yeah, you need 3
Need it.
more. And you notice the red caps are pretty big. They're probably about a little bit bigger than the rock that Angel still has in his hand.
This is my rock. There are many like it, but this one's fucking mine.
Are you gonna wash your rock?
I
You
might
gonna
wash
name
it.
your rock?
this is my rock. These are my
buddy.
pebbles. This one is fighting. this is for fighting.
This is for fun. Two unhinged fucking idiots.
So Angel, do you want to write one decent sized rock and then write D4 next to it for your current weapon?
It's funny that you say that because I already have in my inventory one large dumbass rock.
I just,
You guys see him in the corner. He's got a piece of the charcoal. He's drawing a face on it.
Kex, I just noticed.
Oh God,
Wilson! Me and Engel are not that fucking different. He carries around a fucking rock. I carry around a fucking wolf head.
I have a rock.
You know, with the fucking jaw, with the lower fucking jaw just fucking swinging.
He's just making it talk over in the corner.
Like fucking nuts in the wind.
You're going rah 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 rah.
With a robotic
Yeah.
fucking filter over it.
You
If
know,
we,
when freaking
My
when
guy-
Angel went and was
my-
like, I have a rock, it made me think like, I have an apple, I have a pen.
I have a
Pen.
Apple
I-
pen.
My guy would continue looking around on the ground and seeing if he finds anything else.
You
Yeah,
find
is
some
there
more
any
puff
nightshade under
balls.
the trees?
You find some more
More
puff
puff
balls. You find a couple more of those purple mushrooms. I'm gonna say you find 2 more of those. Are you searching the whole area, or are you just searching around the
The whole,
campfire?
like the
The
whole,
whole area. I'm gonna say you find a shitload underneath one of the larger trees. You find a shitload of the white, like, puffball mushrooms of all different sizes. You find about 16 of them in total. You find probably, let's say, another 6 of the red ones with the white dots on it. And you find another, like I said, 3 of the purple mushrooms. But you
Okay,
don't find
my
any
guy-
nightshade. But you do find more thistle that interests you.
No,
No.
You don't wanna touch it?
no. My guy
Lick
would
it?
pick. My guy would pick more of the white puff.
What,
And
you
just-
pick some more of them?
Yeah, and I just carry it back to the fire in my arms and be like, okay, everyone.
So you got about, I'd say you probably have about 8 of them, a couple big ones in your arms, and you kind of carry them back like, look what I found!
I replace the 2 that I put in my pocket, and then
Okay, so you're offering 6 towards anyone else that
Yeah.
wants any.
I'm good.
It might not be a bad idea when next time you're in town to try to find yourselves a couple bags.
Yeah, I need a
Wow.
bag bad.
That's not the only thing I'm going to be looking for.
I need a
I was
weapon.
thinking like water, some kind of water canteen or whatever.
A couple of you have water skins.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I already
fair.
have one.
The one guy that doesn't need to eat or drink has a water skin.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
a water skin.
You have a water skin as well?
I have holy water.
Yeah.
Well, you could drink holy water. I mean, it's just holified. You could make holy water yourself, bro, over the course of a long rest.
Can I use that if I don't drink? If I drink less than 50%, any water I add becomes holy water.
You would have to focus on it. You'd have to use a divine blessing,
Oh.
essentially.
Because in real life, if you combine any amount of water that's less than half non-holy water with holy water, it's considered holy water. Like that's a legit church thing.
Yeah, no,
What
he
the
is right. That
heck?
is, they do refill like the fonts and stuff like that with just normal like Dasani.
Yeah, they don't have to re-bless it every time as long as it's less than 50% that they add.
The fuck?
I will be back in a couple of
Couple seconds.
yeah, I need to go to the go to the Little Reaper's room.
It's not a bad idea.
A good moment as well.
So you guys are gonna take a few minutes probably just to rest up, eat your food that you have. Tibbers and Angel, your 1 health point because you've eaten. Your 1 health point come back.
Did we get any XP for murdering the wolves?
I don't do XP.
So how do we level up?
Yeah. What the hell?
I decide when you do that. So realistically, you guys would have gotten about 200 XP divided up amongst the people that actually killed it.
So
So
mainly me.
150 to Jim and 50 to Bill.
Yeah, I didn't get shit.
But anyone who hit would have gotten some XP. So
I
that's
ran
why
faster.
that's why I don't do XP, because dividing it up always leaves people kind of, some people are further ahead than others. You know what I mean? So I
deserve to be ahead.
So I more do like, I feel like you all would have learned enough to have gotten another level. And then I can award it also for like quests and other stuff that normally you wouldn't get XP for.
Yeah, but I'm the cleric and I took charge of the front. What's up with that?
You can write 100 XP up top if you want.
I'm just being smartest.
I know you are. Well, I was being sarcastic back at you.
I'll write any number I want up there.
Yeah, you can write 1,000 up there. It don't mean fucking hill of beans.
I'm level 50 now.
You are still level 1. I'm gonna pee real quick. He goes, "Ugh, I'll be right back. I'm going to pee." I figured you guys would be talking amongst each other.
No. Huh?
You guys are all like afraid to be talking or something like that.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I want to leave. I want to go back to town. Let's do
I,
that. I'm joking. I have
I
what else to
went
sell.
to the bathroom, and I kind of agree. I feel like we're hitting a bunch of nothing, and we're very unprepared.
We must scamper away.
You guys want to head back to town and see if you can get some more gear?
Yeah,
On the way, I want
I-
to watch for what herbs we need.
I
Okay.
agree, and I agree with going back to town.
Okay.
Is this map going away?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah, I was gonna move everything. Oh, you already got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna help if I just need to know that it's happening.
Well, I'm back after people are trying to pester me.
You just got a fucking idea.
Well,
Uh-oh.
while
I just got an idea for how my wolf head might sound.
oh boy.
Has anyone here ever watched Flapjack?
Oh no!
So
That's chowder.
That's chowder, yeah.
Shout?
when we
Yeah, fucking yeah.
It's chowder, and that's schnitzel. Or schnitzel.
Schnitzel.
Rada.
Okay.
The same fucking art style.
So as a same person, I think. So as you guys were around the campfire, you all kind of realized we're a little unprepared. We don't have really any knives. We had to use chisels and stuff like that out of the carpentry kit to carve up the meat, stuff like that. So you guys all kind of took a vote real quick to quickly head back to town. It's still about 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. Sun's kind of starting to get a little darker. Starting to head, sun's starting to go down. So you guys decided to kind of head back to the fish head markets and see if you can't get anything useful there.
as we are walking back into town,
Yeah.
I would stop at Callahan's.
Calhoun's.
Yeah, Calhoun's, and give him the trestle so that way I can have room in my bag.
Okay, makes sense.
Oh yeah, the fucking 2 bushes worth of fucking
3
flowers.
pounds.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we
so,
giving him all 3 pounds? We're gonna give him 2 pounds. All right, that's all he
The
wanted.
whole ass fucking tree.
so as you guys are coming,
Pound.
as you guys are walking back, you kind of remembered, like, hey, in Tiber's character brings, Nafim brings up, hey, can we drop this thistle off so that way I can get a little bit of room back? as you guys are walking back, so you guys can see Calhoun's house. Funnily enough, the door is open again. But you remember he said that you guys could just come in the back door, which is more of a normal sized
Or
door.
the best door.
I just want to keep going past and go straight to the market.
Well, you guys can.
That's what-
The rest of you can go if Tibbers wants to drop it
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
I'll
that's what
drop
I
it off
kinda wanna
myself.
do, just
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of go to the market.
I think someone fell over.
I want to haggle.
Okay, so you guys all continue on to the Fishhead Market, and Tibbers walks up, and you go to the
I
back
would
door or the
knock
front door?
on. I would knock on the door.
Front door or back door?
The back door.
Okay, you knock on the back door, and you hear the noise of what you can only describe as the small pitter-patter of feet trying to jump up to open the door.
I would open the door.
Just open the door a little bit.
Yeah.
As you open the door, you see Calhoun standing there. Oh, and he goes, "Ah, hello, friend. How's it going?"
Going pretty good. I got your thistle for you.
Oh, awesome! He goes, "Give me a minute," and he walks into the small room, which you now that you're standing in the doorway of, you can see is like a small bedroom, with a, I'd say probably a 5-foot little thing off the side of like padded down straw and stuff like that, and you can clearly see a handful of eggs in there. But you see him go to a dresser. He opens it. And you see him come back, and he's got thick leather gloves on. By thick leather gloves, but they have holes in the ends of each of the fingers, where his nails pop through.
Yeah. My guy, seeing the gloves, looks down at his hand.
Which doesn't hurt anymore, thankfully.
Yeah.
But it's still a little red.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume you probably offer your bag out to him that's full of the
Yep.
stuff. He looks in it and he goes,
Yep.
"There's considerably more here than I need. Do you want me to take it all?"
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I always appreciate people giving, going above and beyond. So he takes it all out, and he, kind of is judging the weight. He said, "There's probably about an extra, maybe half pound here." And he walks over, and you can see he just kind of goes over and ties a string around it nice and tight and sets it over on the corner. And he goes, "I can give you a little extra because of that. Thank you very much." And he goes into a little coin purse, and he takes out 5 silver and hand it to you. He's like, "Thank you very much for the extra." It's always appreciated. Yep. It'll mean I don't have to do any business with the guild for a little longer. Thank you very much, sir.
We're still looking for the other stuff, but
Oh, have you guys had any luck? The red caps have been getting harder and harder to find because people have found out that they're actually very good to eat.
yeah, I got 3 of them out of the 8.
Oh, nice. Well, let me, whenever you get the rest of them, let me know. I can take the 3 right now if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, you just hand him the three, and he just kind of goes, "My kids are going to love these. My kids love red cap mushrooms. Meat's kind of hard to get in the slums, unfortunately, and, well, these kind of taste like meat, so it's not a big deal." He sets those over, like, next to the thistle, kind of on a little end table sort of thing in the hallway.
Yep.
So, let me know if you guys find anything else that's good out in there that you might be interested in trying to get rid of.
Will do.
So, you guys, hopefully you guys take it easy. Are you guys staying here in town? Are you guys going to be staying at the guild house? And
Most likely. The rest of my gang is over by the markets doing some shopping, so I need to catch up with them.
Fun. There's a couple of small shops over there that I highly recommend.
What would those be?
There is Gribb's Anomalies. It's just outside of the Fishhead markets. He's always got some oddities. He's kind of an odd guy. But I've had good luck with some of the stuff that he sells. Do be careful. He has stuff in there that can be a little dangerous. And then there's a nice fella that's a blacksmith that lives just outside the just on the edge of the fish head markets, and he usually is selling horseshoes, any small knickknacks, cutlery. He sells some small, like some swords, stuff like that, just like the standard stuff you'd think that a blacksmith would make. Axes. He's a pretty good guy. He usually he deals pretty well with me. He usually gives me a discount. He kind of gives you a wink when he says that. He goes, he's a friend. He's a friend of our family here, our little family.
Okay.
Oh, and make sure to pick up one of the nice ladies' quilts. They are very nice.
Will do.
Well, you have a great rest of your day, and I can't wait for you to bring the rest of the stuff back. Be careful with the nightshade. Its pollen is incredibly poisonous.
I will keep that in mind.
Oh, and he looks at the palm of your hand. He goes, "Did you remember to bring gloves?"
No, I did not.
He kind of has a little chuckle to his voice. He says, "Well, taught you. Maybe you should pick some of those up as well. There is a leather worker in the fish head markets. I mean, you don't even need leather gloves. You can also get like knitted gloves and stuff like that. I think the lady that does the quilts also has knitted gloves."
I'll have to ask her about that.
Either way, I'm gonna go and spend some time with the family. 12 kids. It really takes a lot of time.
I do believe that.
As you look down the hallway, you see the heads of all these small kobold children kind of peeking around the corner, smiling at you.
Like I would wave.
You wave as you walk out the door. All the kids are waving back. And he says, "I can't wait to see you again. Have a good day. Be careful out there. Watch for the rats."
Have a good. We'll keep an eye out for them.
And I'm assuming you're going to head to the fish head markets with everyone else.
And I will go to the fish head markets and catch up with everyone.
Okay. And now you're all joined back together. You see all of them walking around, and it appears that Ghost is being accosted by the lady selling quilts now. Everyone is walking around the market looking for stuff they might need. This is where you guys role play.
Yep.
I just stare blankly at the fucking lady, just learning movements.
So since I didn't get any notes on all that stuff, you said there's a blacksmith.
There is a
here?
blacksmith. You could smell the smell of charcoal and the tinging of metal off to the eastern side.
I'd like to go over there and see what he has for sale.
Yeah, same.
Okay,
Yeah, Eagle needs a weapon.
so Angel and oops, I moved the wrong one. So Angel and Tiger go off. It's kind of like a corner almost. And this guy has a small charcoal forge, hand bellows, and he's banging away. You can see these are pretty crude weapons. They're not, they're not high quality by any means, but I mean, they'd puncture someone's liver if necessary. You see he's got some stuff arrayed there. He's got some axes, some like carpenter axes with the head on the other side, good and flat for hammering nails. He's got some daggers strewn out. He's got a few short swords, just like your standard, short swords that you'd find. He's got like a bag of arrowheads that he's been making. He's got some horseshoes. He's just got all kinds of odds and ends. He's got a lot of cutlery. He's got some forks and spoons, and one that you swear is some sort of weird combination between a fork and a spoon.
That's
So weird looking forks.
Does he have any kind of leather work?
He has almost no leather work. He has some like sheaths and stuff like that, but they're obviously not his. Someone else must have traded them to him.
Does he have any knives?
Yes, he has a whole table full of
knives
He has a whole table full of different knives, including ones for like the kitchen, and he's got some that are like more dull for spreading butter, and he's got this and that, but he's got a few like standard daggers that you would find. None of them have hilts, surprisingly. They're all more like kitchen knives.
I'd
No
like
hunting
to
knives?
ask. Yeah, hunting knives.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that have that shape of a hunting knife, a skinning knife. They're actually some of the higher quality knives that he's got on his table. Yeah, he obviously makes a lot of stuff for the slums here. He obviously makes a lot of cutleries, and he makes a lot of, he makes horseshoes, but they're not very high quality. He makes nails and other stuff. He's just like what you would consider a blacksmith in the slums would be.
I'd like to ask him for a basic hunting knife, and if he knows anybody around who has any leather work.
Okay. He's in the middle of wringing out a small piece of steel or iron on the thing. As you speak up and go, excuse me. He kind of stops and looks up, and he takes his tongs and stuff like that, his hammer, and he sets it next to the forge, and he puts his hammer down on the anvil that you hear it ting 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 as he kind of brushes his hands off on his leather apron, getting all the charcoal dust and soot off as he walks up to the backside of the tables. He goes, "Hey, customers, how can I help you guys? Usually my wife's out here helping me, but she's kind of sick right now. What can I do for you guys?"
Do you happen to have some hunting knives?
Oh, I
Since
got
you
all
know
kinds.
where-
I've got all kinds of knives. I got all kinds of knives. I got axes. I got whatever you need here. And if I don't have it on the table, I can make it for you and have it ready in a day's time.
I just need a basic hunting knife and some information on if you know anybody who makes leather gloves, any kind of bags.
Oh, yeah, no, there's a guy, he's pointing like straight across, essentially, at a small house that you can see has a needle and thread hanging above the door. He has a lot of leather work that he does. He usually gets it from the horse stables to the north when their horses pass away. He tends to get a lot of their leather and stuff like that. He's always doing leather working and stuff like that. As he's talking, you guys kind of turn around and you get the whiff of the chemicals used in preparing leather, and you see a few like hides stretched out on makeshift boards in front of his house. Matter of fact, you're wondering how you could have missed it earlier. He's pointing. He's like, "Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy. Go in there. Just do yourselves a favor and don't mention the issues in the slums. He lost his daughter not too long ago to the rats that we've been dealing with."
All right. How much for the knife?
Oh, would 6 silver be okay with you? That's usually what I would charge for something like this to adventurers.
As long as you've got change.
I can make change. You see him pull out this rough, like super rough knitted. It's not leather like a lot of yours are. It's knitted. As he pulls it open with his thumbs and he starts counting out copper pieces. How much you gonna need change for?
I've got a gold piece.
Oh wow, we don't get many gold pieces here in the slums. So I assume that you guys are newer adventurers. It's always good to see the young ones take up the trade. I used to be an adventurer as well, and then I got injured on a expedition through a dungeon. Always watch your step. As you hand him the gold piece, he hands you back 40 pieces of copper. It's a nice stack of these rough copper pieces that he hands you. And he gives you, it's actually a very nice small hunting knife that would be great for skinning and, if necessary, sliding between someone's ribs.
Hmm.
You said 40 copper pieces, right?
40 copper pieces.
My
Okay.
guy.
Xylophone.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your
My
patronage.
My guy being in the center, just getting to the market, would look around and I would notice the leather house.
You notice where the
And,
leather and stuff are.
Yeah, and I would go over there to and get the shopkeep's attention.
So as you walk over, you see everyone over at the blacksmith currently, getting kind of the lowdown from Calhoun where things are located here. You walk over to the leather shop, and there is some, stretched things of hide over to the one side. You can see the sign hanging there, and the door is actually propped open with a barrel that seems to be some sort of salt or something like that. So we're assuming that you can just walk inside. So as you walk inside, you see a dude kind of sitting in the corner with a big bench block of wood and a couple chisels as he's using a wooden dowel. Basically, it's like a hammer, but all made out of wood as he's working a piece of leather. And you don't quite notice what he's making. But he's got all kinds of stuff set out right now. And as you walk through the door and darken his doorstep, he kind of turns and looks and he goes, "Oh, hello, a customer." As he brushes his hands on his leather apron, you can see that they are worn, quite worn from his hands. He stands up from his stool and walks over to the side of the counter and kind of props his arms on it and goes, "How can I help you today, sir?"
I'd be looking for a set of leather gloves.
Oh, I got all kinds of leather gloves here. Take your pick. He actually kind of like slides some stuff aside and he kind of lays out what was like a stack of gloves. You can tell they're rough. They're pretty rough, like almost like baseball mitt, sturdy leather. Yeah, he's like, take your pick.
My guy would take a look at them and I would see which ones would best fit my hands.
As you start kind of tentatively trying them on, they are very stiff, you notice. And he kind of goes, "Oh, they're going to be very stiff, obviously. They are, horse leather. That's not the best quality leather, but it works for what I need to do here most often. And you find a pair that get on your hands pretty well, and they fit pretty good, and they're working great for what you need." 1 second, guys. My headphones just shut off.
No problem.
Should we have more than one hunting knife? Well, he's not here.
No.
Okay, I'm back.
I
What's
don't
up?
think it's worth it.
Okay, we didn't talk bad about you at all.
Oh, fun.
Nope.
Well, the stream can still hear you guys if I can't.
I know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we know. We're just being assholes.
Okay.
How much
Cost
for
you
these
more.
gloves?
Well, considering you were just an asshole to the DM, I'm gonna say. No, I'm kidding. So, he said for the gloves, I could do 45 copper.
I'm doing mental math in my head right now.
Yeah,
Oh wait, no. Because I now have. That's right. I have the 5 silver from
from
Callahan.
Calhoun.
Or from Cahoon. I don't know why I keep saying Callahan.
I don't know why you keep saying it either.
I got silver. How much?
So 1 silver is 10
silver
copper.
is 10 copper.
1 gold
yeah.
is 100 copper.
So I would give him the 4 silver coins.
You're still a little light here, friend.
Sure.
Wait, 40.
45.
Oh, my guy would hand the 5th silver coin over.
You sheepishly put the 5th one in his hand, and he kind of gives you a side eye as he starts counting out of also a knitted pouch. It's not leather. You'd assume a leather worker would also have a leather pouch. But it is a nice woven sack of, and he counts out 5 copper and puts them on top of the gloves. And he said, "Is there anything else I could do to help you?"
Not at this time, and I do apologize about the miscount.
Oh, it's fine. I have trouble with math sometimes. It's not a big deal. I always make sure. I always have to double count just to make sure.
Yep.
The Dres'dain College doesn't teach very good math. He chuckles to himself.
Yes.
All right, so
thank you for the gloves.
Jump back to everyone else that's at the blacksmith.
I like to walk over towards the leather worker.
Okay, so Tibbers.
While these guys do what they need to do.
So Tibbers, as you are in the leather worker shop, you notice a familiar face walk through. You notice as your mage friend, Gelt, walks through the... Gelt's the wrong one. No, it's the right one. As Gelt walks through the door, kind of looking keenly at this nice rough hunting knife that he had just bought, as he walks through the door. And the leather worker looks up with a gleam in his eye and goes, "Oh, another customer! Must be my lucky day."
Ooh. Hello, sir. Hello, Nafine.
Oh, you two know each other.
Yes, we just came out of the forest looking for
some
stuff for a fellow named Calhoun.
Oh, that lovely kobold! Yes, he managed to actually talk the stables into giving me their dead horse hides, believe it or not, which is what a lot of this stuff is made out of. That was very nice of him. I don't know what strings he had to pull to get me that kind of a deal, but he has really been a boon to my workload.
I see. I'm glad that that aids you so well. I was talking with the blacksmith across the way. He said that you have some good leather working and other such things.
Oh, the blacksmith. Most of the tools in here, the chisels and stuff like that, I have to take to him weekly to sharpen. He never even charges me for them. He's such a good person. We all look out for each other here.
It definitely seems like a very good part of the town.
Yeah, if we could just get rid of the fucking rats, we would be doing great. And you could tell he's starting to get a little irritated now that he's mentioned it.
Heard about that.
Oh, you did you? Yeah,
yes,
just waiting for someone to hopefully take care of them. They've been a problem for a while now. We don't even know where they came from. They just appear in the square at night, it seems, and we have to make sure to lock our doors. The worst part is I have to make sure to move that heavy barrel of salt. We never used to have to lock our doors here, and now we constantly have problems with the rich side of town, and now rats.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, we could, I think me and Nafine, if he's willing, could help you move the barrel in. We're looking into the rats as well. We're just waiting for the night to set in.
Oh,
We've got
they do.
A few others with us.
They do. Oh, you guys have. Oh, you must be an adventurer party. As he looks at the embroidered logo on your guys' clothing. Oh, you guys are with the Adventurers Guild. I knew they were going to send someone to help us. That's so great. The Adventurers Guild is always willing to help out us here in the slums, and they give us very good prices.
Well, I'm hoping that we can be of service to you and solve this plague.
Now, I do notice one thing about the rats. I've watched them a few times. They just seem to, like I said, appear in the center of town. It's very strange.
Just no specific spot, no sewer access. What about the well?
They do tend to show up near the well.
Noticed before the cord to it. It's cut off. There's no bucket near it. And
I don't know when that would have happened, unfortunately. I not quite aware, we have to walk across town, which we really should. That well is not fit for consumption. We have to walk across town to one of the larger wells. Usually the one over by the church can help quite a bit, but the stench around there, quite frankly, is driving a lot of people away.
Yeah, definitely a very pungent smell over there.
I've lost my lunch more than once.
Yeah, a couple members of our party has also lost their lunch.
He starts laughing. He like full belly laughs. As he is laughing at the fact that even hardened adventurers can occasionally lose their stomach.
Would you mind showing me what kind of bags and if you've got any gloves that you have?
I do have some. I do have some smaller bags, and I have some larger ones as well. He kind of starts rummaging around underneath his desk there, and he pulls up a decent sized. Actually, it's like a decent sized leather bags with 2 exterior pouches on the sides and some straps over the top. He's talking about. He's like, "Oh, I made this one about half a year ago. A poor filly had died. I used almost the entirety of his hide on a single bag. And you notice it's got like a little bit of fur on the inside, which is clearly like horse fur on the inside. And it looks like a quite frankly high quality bag compared to what you've seen of everything else that he's got. He's also now he's rummaging around below, and he pulls out a few smaller, like probably about the size of maybe about the size of I'm trying to think of a good like analogy. Probably about the size of like a large sandwich bag. And they're like a puffed out square box essentially made out of leather with a strap for fastening it to a belt or something like that. He's got like 3 or 4 of those that he set aside. Also, all obviously horse, fur on the inside. Different colored horse fur, frankly. So they're obviously not all from the same horse, and they're obviously made over the course of, a few months a piece. They're decent quality.
How much are for the small bags, and how much for that larger one?
For these ones, I'd probably take a gold piece for each one. They are quite intensive. There's a lot of work that goes into making one of these bags. But for the large one, I'd probably want about 5 gold. Which is why it's sat around so long. Not many adventurers come in here. Most of them shop on the posher side of town. You could say he kind of got a sneer across his face when he said that. Not many come over here, and obviously not many people here in the slums have the money to spend on higher quality goods. But I do like making some higher quality things.
Well, I'd love to take that and one of your small pouches off your hands for you.
Oh, if you're willing to take both, your friend here was very generous with buying some gloves. I could do them both for, say, 5 gold, 5 silver. I'll give you a little bit of a discount.
Okay, hold on. Gold or copper to silver.
So it's 10 copper for 1 silver.
Okay, hold on. Let me type this into the player info.
A little fucking cheat sheet.
Yeah, because I feel like we're all going to keep asking. So I don't know why it's hard.
It's just adding zeros.
Okay. So 10 copper to 1 silver, and then
10 silver to 1 gold. And 10 gold to 1 platinum. Or no, 100 gold to 1 platinum.
100 gold.
to 1 platinum.
And then anything higher than
Nope, platinum is the highest.
Okay, so copper, silver, gold, and platinum.
What about
Yeah.
Ethereum?
I don't use Ethereum. I hate the
Aw.
idea of Ethereum.
Say it's 2 silver. It's weird.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a 25-cent piece. I don't use it. So I usually exit out on people's sheets so they don't put it in there by accident. Ethereum is more one of those things that it's kind of not used in D&D, and when it is used, it throws people for a fucking loop.
We use real currencies, damn it.
But
So I'll give
The
him
money is penny, dimes, dollars, Benjamins.
basically,
I'll give him the 6 gold pieces.
oh,
So I need the
yeah, he
change for that.
funnily enough, he still has Tibber's money in his hand as he just puts 5 silver back on the table, and he just kind of looks at Tibbers and goes, "Easy come, easy go." As he shrugs his shoulders with kind of a smile on his face as he takes your gold from you and says, thank you very much for your patronage. You don't realize how far a gold piece goes in the slums.
Well, thank you for the good quality bags.
Yeah, so right on your character sheet, 1 large adventurer bag and 1 small waist pouch.
And then I'd like to ask you as well, any sort of gloves that you have?
He kind of gets a smile on his face, and he just kind of looks at you guys and goes, and gestures to the gloves that he had already laid out for Tibbers.
What are they in like quality?
They're lower quality. He obviously makes these in like an afternoon. You know, he does not spend nearly as much time on these as, but they don't have any fur on them. They're all like, you know, scraped, and they're not too hard to move in, but they are very like you don't have any feeling in your hand necessarily while you're wearing them. They're like thick,
like regular gardening gloves.
Yeah, like gardening gloves essentially.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I will. How much are these?
Oh well, you've already given me so much. Tell you what, you can just take a pair if you want.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, you don't know how far 1 gold piece goes here in the slums. I'm very well might be the richest man here now that you've given me 5 gold pieces. He says with kind of a laughter. He's like, I could actually might finally be able to afford to bury my daughter in the graveyard. Kind of gets like a somber look on his face.
My guy would step forward. If you don't mind me asking, how much is that?
Usually 2 gold pieces for a spot and a nice headstone. They're pretty good at taking care of us. It's not too bad.
My guy would take out a single gold piece and just hand it over. And,
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Please, if there's anything else that you need, let me know. I don't like taking charity as much as I can. That's why I run a shop.
Not charity.
Well, thank you very much. It's very, very kind of you. And if you guys do manage to take care of those rats, I know many people here in the slums that would give you a heck of a discount and shower you with gifts, quite frankly.
Do you know anybody who sells water skins?
Funnily enough, and he reaches below and he pulls out 2 leather water skins. He just kind of holds them up and he goes, and he just hands them to you guys. They're not full, obviously, he says with a smile on his face. Oh, and don't fill them out of the well in the center of this. Go over to the one at the church.
Well, thank you very much. I definitely can't wait to go on yet another adventure filling this up.
Thank you all very much for your patronage. I cannot thank you guys enough. And you, sir, thank you very much for giving me that extra piece of gold for my daughter's gravestone. Means a lot.
Not a problem.
Well, once
Alright.
once they continue the rites of burial over there, I'll be sure to make sure to get her a proper sized headstone.
Yeah, I'm still needing to buy something.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we can go back over to the blacksmith where everyone else is. Sorry, I got into
Except
a
for
fugue
me.
state of talking my spiels.
Where everyone else is except for me.
You're still talking to the
Well,
woman.
quote unquote talking. I'm just watching the movement.
You're just
You're getting
just-
talked
Shanning.
to.
Yeah, you're getting
Learning.
talked at. You're getting talked at.
Yeah. Just
She's
silence.
probably having a blast.
All right, back over to you guys.
Buy a damn weapon, Angel.
Back over to you guys at the blacksmith. He kind of like waves a hand in front of your face because it seems like you've stalled out. Hello, sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just kind of having slight problems with my shin. I'm looking to buy some stuff, to be completely honest.
Well, if you're having problems with your shin, there's that guy over there that sells healing tonics. I mean, they're not great, but they're better than nothing.
It's nothing major. I hit myself with a rock earlier. It's not a big deal.
Kind of gets
But,
a quizzical look on his face. It kind of turns his head slightly like a dog that's confused. What?
But anyways, I'm kind of needing to buy like a dagger or a short sword of some sort.
Oh, well, here, I do have these. He walks over to like a weapon rack and you see he like pulls up a I would consider it closer to like a machete. Almost. He's like, oh, I got these. The woodcutters tend to really like them for hacking off the limbs and stuff like that. I make quite a few of these and sell quite a few of them, quite frankly. He puts it back and then he grabs what would you consider like a normal dagger, a two-sided dagger that comes to a point. It's about the length of your forearm. He goes, I also sell these. These are more for, well, quite frankly, self-defense. And he puts it down on the table. He says, I also sell these. He starts picking up axes. He starts picking up all kinds of stuff. He actually picks up a long sword and fucking holds it out. And he's like inspecting it, like almost like he's very, very proud of this. He sets that on the table. You've got a pile of weapons here in front of you now at this point.
How much for the axe?
Depends what you want. There's a carpenter's axe, which you can see has a blunt back on it for hammering nails. But it does have a decent-sized crescent blade on the other side, obviously for, like, cutting into logs and stuff like that. And then he also holds up what you would consider just like a standard tree-felling axe. It's like, I got both of these. I make quite a few of these. You'd be surprised how often people have to come and buy a new axe because they break them. He kind of sets those on the counter off to the sides.
How much for the carpenter's axe?
Oh, those I usually get. Usually I get about 7 silver for. I usually get anywhere from 7 to 10 silver for one. I'll tell you what. I'll do you a good deal. I'll do it for 8.
How about a piece of gold for you? Because I don't have any silver.
Oh, I can do change. I know how to do simple math. And so as you hand him the piece of gold, he starts counting out pieces of copper, and then he places a piece of silver down, and then places 10 pieces of copper on top of that.
Alright. I think this is going to be a fine addition for what I'm going to be using this for.
If you need something... If you need a way of storing that, I believe the guy across the way sells scabbards for him, or clasps for him.
I'm gonna need something for this. I need some, well, a little room for something on my back too. Hey, appreciate
Hey, the guy that does the leather across the way is the one you want to talk to.
it. Sounds good. Hey, appreciate it.
So as you start walking away, waving slightly, and you're making your way over towards the leather worker, as you walk through the door, you notice Nafim and Gelt are standing there at the counter talking with the shop owner. As the shop owner looks between both of them and goes, "Another customer!" You can tell he's getting excited now at this point. And he goes, "Today is my lucky day."
So, Hex,
I just got recommended.
Well, that's good. Probably from, let me guess, the blacksmith.
Hey, Hex.
Yeah.
What's up, Tibbers?
If we're doing like a big move or whatever, like leaving town or going somewhere, if it doesn't seem like I'm paying attention, just get my attention.
Yeah,
Jeez.
nothing huge is happening right now.
I just logged into Star Citizen. Squeaks messaged me, and he's trapped on Microtech, and he needs a lift.
Okay, well that's fine.
Oh.
You guys will probably spend the next few minutes here in town. I'm trying to find a appropriate axe to give the amount of damage for that axe.
There's a hand axe.
It's a little bigger than a hand axe. That would have been like the felling axe would have been.
Can I just walk over to the fucking blacksmith?
Yeah, you've been
Well-
blankly staring at this woman that's talking about quilts and the glory of her quilts and other knitted things that she makes. You kind of just start walking away without saying anything to her, and she's like, "Wait, no, come back! Don't you want a quilt?" As you walk over to the blacksmith.
A hand axe is a D6 and a battle axe is a D8. So
I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be a D6. Would probably be closer to.
All right, I'll just put that in my notes.
Okay.
herbalism
Do you need what?
needs to make potions.
You're not gonna find much here. Probably the alchemist that you were talking to earlier with the watered down potions would be your best bet there.
I'll be back in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I was afraid of.
Speaking of which, speaking of stuff,
Does the leather worker could have an alchemy pouch
He has pouches.
or an herbalism pouch? So,
Well, I mean, the pouch is still. It's gonna be very similar to the same pouch.
yeah, okay.
So,
So Tibbers and Tiger, you guys were just getting ready to leave, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you guys start walking outside because it's starting to get kind of cramped in here. As you notice Pro also start walking in. So you guys start walking. You guys walk outside the building, and then Pro and
I'm back.
so as Pro walks through the door as well, he goes, "Oh, you guys are definitely an adventuring party." He's like, "I've never had this many people here at once." He's still got like all the stuff sitting out in front of him. You did just notice Tiger walk out with a nice bag, large bag on his back, and a new pouch on his hip, as well as both of them having a pair of gloves that they were putting in their pack.
I'm just straight to the point. I need a leather skin and 2 pouches, or water skin. Sorry.
A water skin and 2 pouches. 2 pouches, huh? Well, I already have some pouches out here. Let me see if I can find you another water skin. And he starts rummaging. You can hear him clattering, and you can see stuff being kind of like thrown half-assed behind him as he's like scraps of leather or stuff like that. He's here we go, and he sets it up. It's a dark-colored water skin. And he sets it up there, and he kind of slides the 2 pouches, like I said, that are about the size of like a sandwich, like a good-sized sandwich. Would be the best way I describe it. Big square ones with clasps for holding it onto your waist. He's like, would this be what you need?
That would be. And would you be interested in some wolf pelts?
He instantly gets like a look on his face. He goes, "Oh, definitely. How many do you have?"
3.
See, I mostly deal with horse pelt. I don't commonly. A lot of people don't like the idea of skinning animals. I'm thankful of someone that is a fellow lover of leathers. How much would you be realistically looking for each of those wolf pelts?
Make an offer.
Make an offer? Oh, okay. Tell you what, if you would be willing to, I would gladly give you one of the pouches for those 3 wolf pelts. And just a straight exchange.
One and half off of the other. And you got a deal.
I can do one of them and the water skin.
Deal. How much do I owe you for the other pouch?
That would just simply be a single gold piece, my friend.
Okay. Hand over the gold piece.
And the wolf pelts. As you put the wolf pelts on the table, they almost make like an audible squish noise because they are still, kind of not
Fresh.
processed or anything. Yeah, they're fresh. And as he grabs them, he realizes they're still like warm, and he's like, "Where did you get these?"
Off of some wolves in the forest we killed.
In the forest by the graveyard.
Yes, sir.
Oh dear God, we're gonna have to make another request with the. We quite regularly go hunting for mushrooms in those forests. I'm glad that no one from the slums was hurt. Thank you so very much. Was there only 3 of them?
There was 4.
Oh, the other one.
We had a party member have other ideas for the 4th.
He gets a quizzical look and kind of like tilts his head slightly like a confused dog.
And then just fucking behind, like...
He blinks
the
a few
fucking
times and goes,
blacksmith.
"Okay." I mean, if you do the tanning of them, they do make great throw rugs and even blankets. So I guess it makes sense that someone would want to hold on to one of them. He takes the wolf pelts and he puts them below the counter and takes that piece of gold that you were offering. And he kind of like looks at you a little bit and he bites it and then puts it in his pouch, his knitted pouch with all of the other gold and silver and all the other stuff he has. And he says, I do thank you very much. It's very rare I get to work with wolf pelts. Maybe I'll make something cool out of them, and then you have to stop by and check it out. Any recommendations of stuff that you guys might be looking for? Maybe I can turn one into.
I ain't got nothing. I'm just here to buy stuff.
Nope.
Well, he looks at you now, Angel, and he goes, "And you, what can I help you with, sir?"
I need a pouch of some sort to hold some sort of large amount of mead, and I need a large bag to hold stuff.
As he says, you say large amount of mead, he kind of looks at you quizzically, like he just looked at everyone else. He goes, "I've got a large water skin down here." You can see he pulls it up, and it's about twice the size of everyone else's water skin that he's been selling today. He goes, "I think it would hold mead just fine." He sets that up on the thing. What did you say was the other one you were looking for?
Just a medium-sized bag of some sort.
Well, unfortunately, I don't got a lot of bags left. Your friend already bought one of the best ones I've ever made. He turns around and he walks to. You can see it's like a wardrobe in the corner as he opens the door and he starts rummaging through it. He brings. It's almost like a. It almost looks like a drawstring bag. That he seems to have made out of. You don't know what kind of leather it is, but it's much thinner and more supple than the other leathers that he has that are much thicker. As he puts that down on the thing and he goes, "Would this work?" It's really the only other bag I think I have at the moment.
It'll work for now. How much for the price of both of these?
Well, is there anything else that you need?
Someone that can get rid of some of this wolf meat that I've got.
Wolf
I
meat?
don't have I've got some, but I need to get rid of it. And
You might want to head over to the inn. I think the inn might be interested in some of that. Although they tend to have plenty of other meats, but they might be interested in some of it. Are you just carrying it around in your pockets?
Well, I ended up butchering one after one of the other guys did something with a wolf head or something. And the other just took a bunch of wolf pelts and I don't know what the hell they did.
As soon as you said wolf head, he looks concerned and blinks a few times and goes, "Oh, okay. Well, if you want the large water skin and the bag, I could do it for 1.5 gold pieces if you would be interested."
How about a gold piece and how about maybe a bar of silver?
A bar of silver?
I've got 1 silver on me.
One piece of silver.
Piece of silver, not a bar.
Yeah, I've got.
He kind of gives you a look and he goes, "Well, I do need something for my dinner table. So if you could, I'd take a piece of gold. I'd also take the piece of silver and 2 pieces of the wolf meat, so I have something to eat tonight."
All right, sounds good with me.
That sounds fair. As he slides everything towards you, you notice the bag is surprisingly light for what you would assume of a leather bag, and it seems to have an okay amount of room in it. So add a small adventurer's bag. And a large water skin. Everyone else has added what they bought to their character sheet, right?
Yeah, my leather
Yeah.
my leather gloves.
Okay.
I'm still awake, don't worry.
No, you're good. You said you walked over to the blacksmith. What are you doing
Yes.
over there?
Do you have hooks and a Zweihander?
He looks at you confused when you say Zweihander. But he's like, "Do you mean like a meat hook?"
Yes.
He rummages around and he grabs a horseshoe. And you can see he goes over to the forge and kind of heats it up and starts banging away at it for a few minutes. And he has turned this horseshoe into, well, quite frankly, it's a hook with it's a decent sized hook. And then he has bent to the other side at like a 90-degree angle as like a handle. And he just kind of holds it up and goes, "You mean something like this?"
That'll work.
"I'm just going to charge you for the horseshoe then, if that's all right with you." That'd be, he walks over.
Then what is the biggest sword you have?
"Oh, that'd be my pride and joy, quite frankly." He sets the hook down in front of you and he turns around and he walks back to the weapons that are on the wall and he grabs a long sword that you can tell is actually pretty good shape. It's, it doesn't have like a hilt or anything like that, and it looks like a large two-sided blade that's about the full length of your arm plus some. And he sets that down on the table and he goes, "I worked my butt off trying to make this. I never made anything this size before, but it was a challenge from one of the other blacksmiths here in town. It didn't win, but I think I did a good job on it. And you can tell it's actually it's made pretty well. It's straight. It's like a straight, just long sword essentially.
What do you mean by it doesn't have a hilt? Like, is it just bare metal?
No, it's got like a leather wrapped bottom, like what you would consider like the handle, and it has a piece of metal just kind of like sitting across it that is a hand guard. Almost like how a machete would, but it's like a two-sided machete all the way up. It's a flat-ish piece of steel that has obviously been worked into a two-sided blade with a point. It's nothing fancy. It looks very similar to his short swords, which are essentially just machetes. But it looks like he had taken two of them and laid them back to back and then just made it longer. So it's obvious he has a style of weapon he makes.
Could both of my characters' hands fit on one? Like, fit on its hand?
Not quite. But you probably could, realistically. If you wrapped a finger over top, you probably could fit. You know, if you wrapped a finger over top and a finger below, you could probably fit both of your hands on there. It'd be a little uncomfortable, but you could easily do it.
I ask what both would cost.
Oh, boy. Well, I would unfortunately have to have quite a bit for the longsword. It was a long and intensive labor of love. But, I mean, realistically, like I said, I'd probably do 2 silver for the meat hook and, say, 7 gold for the longsword.
I smile and just hand over 7 gold.
No arguing, no nothing. Yeah, no, that sounds great. 7 gold, you know, I obviously would take that. And so now you're gonna add 1 longsword to your thing, which is 1d8 slashing. Plus your strength. The scimitar you can do plus dexterity. This is only strength. It's decently heavy.
Well, I have no bonus in strength.
Okay.
I pick up the longsword and just, like, I guess measure it in my arm.
Yeah,
Like
you can tell
for it.
you can tell it's got some weight to it. So this thing could probably cleave someone pretty easily. It's a decent weight. You could tell it's definitely not expertly made, but it will work. So yeah, it's just your standard metal that you would, assume is many things, like anything would be. It's probably pretty much solid iron. It's not a bad sword, but yeah, it's a long sword.
It will work.
Yes, it would work. So
I then walk over.
Go for it.
I then walk over to the rest of the team and just look at the fucking look at the leather worker with just the fucking with the wolf head on my fucking shoulder.
As you start walking away, we're gonna put the head on the meat hook.
Yes.
Okay.
On my
you start to feed the head onto the meat hook, and the blacksmith is giving you this worried look, like he just sold something dangerous to a dangerous person. As you sling it over your shoulder, and walk away holding your new longsword in your hand, kind of giving it a few quick swings, making sure not to hit anyone, obviously, but you're just kind of feeling for the weight and stuff like that. As you walk over to the group that's outside of the tanners. Who was the last one in the tanners?
That would be
Angel.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
Angel. You just bought the small bag and the large water skin.
Yep, water skin, aka my beer bag. But anyways, Jesus Christ, what the hell are you doing with the head?
You just walk
That's my
outside.
friend.
You walk outside and you see him proudly carrying a head, now essentially on a piece of metal over his shoulder. And you kind of get a worried feeling in the pit of your stomach. Now you're all standing outside of the tanner's hut. The smell of the salts and the stuff that they use to clean is kind of mixing in the air. It's not a terrible smell, but it's not a great smell either.
Not the
Hey.
best, not the worst.
I don't know about you guys, but you want to go to the inn and get ourselves something to wet our whistles a little bit, or what?
I'll buy myself
Oh.
something at the Tanner's first.
I got one more stop to make.
Okay, so
All right.
you say Pro says that he's got one more stop to make, and you notice as Ghost kind of just gingerly walks past you and just walks straight into the Tanner's, no fuss or muss.
I'd like to ask Pro, where exactly are you stopping next?
The guy selling the watered potions.
All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with Bran back to the inn. I have some questions I want to ask.
My guy, knowing with his talk with Cahoon, I got it right this time.
Mm-hmm.
My guy would start looking around for that oddity store, or
You're not going to find it here in Fishhead Market, but you do remember it was down the main road a little bit further.
so yeah, my guy would go and look for that store.
So you walk out to the main road and you walk down a little ways and you see it. It's called
Well-
Gribb's Anomalies.
Yeah, Gribb's Anomaly.
You can tell it is a decent sized store, much bigger than the tanner's shop that you were just looking at. And quite frankly, you can tell there's a couple windows, and you see all kinds of strange things in this window. You see what looks like a petrified hand of some sort of creature in the one window. You see a couple of just weird robes almost on stands. You see just knickknacks. You see little glass figures in the windows. You see all kinds of stuff just from window shopping. It's essentially what you can put together. It's like a knick-knack and general goods sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, at least from the outside.
Yeah, my guy would go in and continue looking around at the stuff on the inside.
Okay, now back to Pro.
Mm-hmm.
You walk up to the guy. The guy obviously recognizes you, and he goes, "Hi, have you come back for some of my potions?"
I ask him if he has a pestle and mortar and any empty vials.
Assembling a little bit of an alchemy kit, I see. He starts rummaging around, and he hands you 4 of they're the same size that you saw Tibbers tinkering with in the woods. But they're not the cleanest. Obviously, there's obviously dregs of potion in the bottom of them, and this, that, the other things, and God knows what else. And he puts 5 of those in front of you, and then he digs through his stuff real quick, and it's a full size. It's about the size of a small soup bowl. Made of stone, and it's got a pestle in it, and it's a full-size mortar and pestle. He sets that next to that.
X.
What's up?
I don't like what they just added in Star Citizen.
No.
What?
I've picked up tweaks, and I went to Tresler to land,
Yeah.
and I am now in a hangar queue.
That's been
I'm
in for a while.
holding pattern.
That's been in a while.
Well, I've never come across it. I guess I've all been in servers.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing you're nearest the pay station.
Need a price.
Because if you're near a space station, then yeah.
Anyways, we're all divided up. So, Pro,
Yeah,
he's got all the stuff in front of you.
Yeah, what's the price?
Oh, he kind of starts scratching his head a little bit, and he goes, "I never really sell empty vials, quite frankly." But the pestles, you can tell he's like thinking hard because he's never really sold this kind of stuff before. I don't know. Would you maybe 1 gold piece for everything? So 1 gold piece probably for it would make me feel right.
You can find another vial. You get a deal.
Well, I don't think I have any more empty vials. He starts walking around and kind of jimmering through things. He goes, "Tell you what, you can make this vial empty." And he grabs one of his watered down health potions and he puts it on the table. It's in a little bit bigger vial, but it's not much bigger. And he sets that next to it and he goes, "How about that? Would that work for you?"
That'll do.
So, assuming you hand over the piece of gold, and he says, "Well, thank you very much for your patronage. I'm always selling potions and elixirs here. If anything can interest you, let me know."
I just walk away towards the inn.
Okay, he tells you, "Well, don't be afraid to come back. Maybe I'll have something else that you need." Okay, back to... Oopsie, knocked you over. Back to Ghost. You're still in the tanner's shop.
Yes.
He kind of looks at you, and you're quite a bit taller, and so he looks at you and goes, "What can I help you with, friend? I assume you're with your friends there. They're quite nice people."
Yes, I am with them. Now, do you have a pretty sizable bag to hold my stuff and a belt?
He kind of looks at you and goes, "I'm sorry, friend. I already sold my bags to your other friend. I do have a belt I can help you with, though." As he walks around, turns around, and he grabs a decent size belt that's got holes punched throughout it for sizing, and what appears to be a metal clasp on it that probably came from the blacksmith you were just at. As he puts that on the table in front of you and kind of smooths it out, and he goes, "Will that be to your liking by any chance?" And then he goes, "Wait a minute, I think I might have something." He goes below and he starts rummaging around. He pulls out another one of the pouches that's about the size of a large sandwich. And he sets that. And he goes, "Would that work by any chance for the bag that you happen to be searching for?"
Could I try the belt on, just to make sure that it fits?
Oh yeah, you instantly pick up the belt and you kind of look at him while fastening it around your waist, and it is considerably larger than necessary. Matter of fact, it looks very similar to the belt that he's wearing, where it's tucked underneath and down. But it is, quite frankly, a leather belt with a decent clasp on it.
How much would that be?
He looks at you as you're putting it on, and he goes, "I'm really supposed to pay for that first, but I assume that you just wanted to try it on." He goes, "Well, if you're interested in that and you're interested in the pouch, I could do 1.5 gold."
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah,
I handle.
hand over 2 gold pieces, and
Yeah.
he starts counting out what specifically looks like other friends' gold, silver, and stuff in his pouch. And he starts counting out copper pieces. So he gives you 2 pieces of silver and 30 pieces of copper in change.
Hold on. Yep. There we go. Added it.
So now you have a leather belt and you have a small satchel.
All right. I put the meat hook on the belt and just wear it like that.
He looks at you worried and he goes, "You're the one that got the wolf's head, huh?"
Yes.
Okay. He just looks a little worried now.
It would have been. It would have. I'm just gonna keep that thought to myself. I was gonna say it would have been really funny if he just shook the head to make the mouth move and just went woof woof.
But I assume
just
you're gonna walk
sitting
away,
here.
Ghost.
I shake the man's hand and walk off to the inn.
Yeah, you offer your hand out to the guy, and he wipes his hands again, make sure he gets any of the residue from cleaning pelts off, and shakes your hand pretty vigorously. He's got a pretty rough hand, you notice. He says, "Well, I thank you very much for you and your friend's patronage. I do hope to see you guys again. And since you were talking about needing an additional bag, I can start work on that tomorrow. And in a few days, come on by and see if I have it ready for you."
All right.
So, I assume you're gonna walk to the inn with everyone else.
Yes. Well, aside from
Tibbs.
yeah.
Back
Aside from the guy
to
that keeps his secrets.
Tibbers. Tibbers, you walk into the shop and you get a instant hit of like incense and almost like a magical smell in the air. He flipped him upside down. But either way, yeah, you walk into this place and you're looking around and you see an older gentleman walk out from the back. He is just kind of like your run-of-the-mill human, but he has slightly different ears, you notice. It makes you think he's probably a half-elf. He's probably about 6 foot tall. He's pretty good-sized person, but he's, like I said, he's older. He is graying, and the top of his head is balding. He's like, "Well, hello, welcome to Gribb's Anomalies. How can I help you, sir?"
Just seeing what you have on offer. And...
Well, we got, quite frankly, anything that you might think of. And if we don't got it, it don't exist.
Oh God!
As you look around, you see there's weapons on the walls. They're obviously not made from the slums blacksmith. They're in good shape. There's all kinds of weapons on the wall. There's some armor stands. There is just stuff piled in corners. There's stuff on tables. There's some display cases with jewelry in it. There's all kinds of stuff. He wasn't joking. There is everything you can think of.
My guy remembers the notice of the enchanting and like the magical sense when he walked in.
Yeah, and the fact that Calhoun told you to be careful.
Yeah.
He's just standing there, kind of like just hands on hip, like just kind of happy with his shop right now.
Yeah. Does my guy would walk over to like the jewelry and everything? Would he like recognize anything like magical wise?
It looks like jewelry. I don't
Just
think
normal
that you
jewelry?
have any way of detecting magic, do you?
I just have my noble training and everything.
You can tell there's some very nice pieces. There's some old pieces in here too that are considerably older than what you would expect. A few of them have cracked gems. A few of them are, quite frankly, they look like they were dug up out of a dungeon. Same goes for some of the weapons. Some of the weapons they've got nicks, they've got dents, they got dings, but they, for all purposes, do look very nice. Many of them are kind of giving off almost a foreboding feeling. Some of them have a little bit of dried blood on them, and obviously they haven't been cleaned or anything like that in a while.
Would there anything like any of the gems that I'm looking at, anything, would any of them be like ruby, like red?
Oh, there is a necklace sitting amongst all these other ones, and it's actually in a almost a diamond pattern, and it's a decent sized ruby set in amongst multiple other stones. there's a few onyx, a few diamond set in there, and it's in a diamond pattern, the entire thing. And it's on a beautiful, almost braided gold necklace.
How much would you want for this thing? Pointing at the necklace you just described.
He's looking at it and he goes, "Well, there's a story behind that. There's a story behind most of the stuff in here." And he starts on the spiel talking about some adventurer that he bought it off of that says they found it in a old ruin further into the island. He's talking about the fact that this guy seems to have found it in a chest of many other things and didn't know what to do with it. So here it lies, sitting in the cabinet. Anytime he touches it, he says he feels strange holding it.
Could I touch it?
He walks over as you ask him if you can see it. And he unlocks the cabinet that this is in, and he pulls the thing up, and he goes, "By all means, just don't run out the door, or I'll have the guards chase you down."
Does my guy feel anything when he?
Oh
touches
yeah! As soon as you pick it up, you feel this uneasiness emanating from it, almost like a palpable feeling of dread.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
People have been calling it the Dread Necklace, but quite frankly, I just call it spooky.
Yeah, my guy would give it back to him.
Just you put it back in the display case pretty quickly,
Yeah.
and he goes, "Yeah, I'm probably gonna have a hard time selling that one. Shouldn't have paid what I paid for it." It's like I could always pry the gems out of it and sell those individually, I guess, and probably make my money back. But I don't even like touching the thing.
Yeah.
I like that shopkeeper.
I mean, I I do a little bit. What would a blood hunter really be like? A little bit of.
You're
I don't want to say a
basically
mage.
you're a fighter with a little bit of arcane, feeling, so to speak, but it's not heavy into arcana. It's more like a trained arcana, almost closer to like that of a wizard, but it's specialized, so it's gonna be really hard for you to. But you do feel the weave.
Like I'm not that strong with magical abilities, but I am trained in being a blood hunter. Do you have anything?
As soon as you
that
say
would...
blood hunter, he takes a step back from you.
I see that's not a valued trait.
Quite frankly, there's a lot of bad things associated with blood hunters. They tend to be. He like grinds his teeth, searching for the correct word. To obviously, he's now trying not to upset you.
Me also being a drow doesn't help.
No, definitely not. He was able to look past that, but now he's not able to look past it.
Yeah, well, sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, it's fine. So there's plenty
Um,
of other stuff for you to look at. I wouldn't go around entertaining the fact I'm a blood hunter to many people. Uh,
No,
Not
but
many
I figured
people are as how do you say cultured as me.
I'll keep that in mind.
I like how you've now picked up his accent.
No, just
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff in here. There's actually a rack of odds and ends potions over in the other corner. There's a couple other necklaces you see. Not many of them are have rubies or anything like that in them. A lot of sapphires, surprisingly, and a lot of emeralds.
yeah, I'll I'll definitely come back and look around again. But right
Oh,
now
okay.
I'm just window shopping.
Oh, okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm open quite often. If doors are locked, just pretty much open from sunset or sun up to sundown. So feel free to come on back. Gribs is always gonna be here.
Will do. My guy would walk out and head over to the inn to meet up with the rest of the crew.
Okie dokie. Now you are all in the inn.
Barkeep!
Oh,
As you
God.
walk through the door, you hear. As you walk through the door, you hear Bren, fucking standing up, essentially waving his now considerably large water skin, waving it above his head, yelling, "Barkeep over here!" As you see the barkeep kind of start walking over to him and the rest of the people sitting at the table.
See my PM.
What's up?
My I think Jim just sent you a message, DM.
Yeah, a little bit ago, but
Oh, as
I'm
you
just sitting
as
there
you
fucking
walk
rubbing
over,
the wolf head.
as you walk over, you see him. A minute.
I'm guessing you've seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, my brain is just totally frozen on me. Well, no one's by that name.
No, it's from the show with the
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the
Okay, I get it. What
naval
you're saying now.
investigators, whatever.
Okay, so as you walk in, you plant yourself down. You notice as Shusher walks up behind you and just gives you a nice whack on the back of the head, like you did something wrong.
Ah!
Not you. He gives
Understood.
Tibbers.
Oh,
He gives
Why?
Nephrim the fucking slap on the back of the head, like you did something wrong.
what'd I do?
Don't split up like that.
Starts giving you a little bit of a lecture about splitting the party. And then goes and takes his seat back down. Well, it's about 7:30, 8 o'clock now. Quite frankly, the sun is getting pretty low, and the outside is starting to look more like dusk. As you can tell, the barkeep is getting more nervous as you see more people, woodcutters, other people like that, start to filter into the bar. And it's actually considerably packed now. He walks over to your guys' table. He goes, "Now what can I get for you, gentlemen?"
Alright, so here's what I need. I need this water sack filled with the warmest mead possible. I need 2 ales for myself. And get the rest of these gents of the coldest ale possible.
So, what? 7 cold ales? Or 6 cold ales, and fill up that considerable water skin with mead.
Exactly.
A gesture is a not for me one.
Okay. So as he's already starting to turn around and walk away because he just took your guys'
Oh.
order.
Wait, no, I'd like to say something to him. I'm
Okay, so
just waiting for.
you're trying
Angel
to. So you guys notice as Gelt tries to get the barkeep's attention, as he kind of turns on his heels and turns back around to you guys, he notices Pro going with his hands up, like no. And he goes, "What can I do? What's up, you guys?"
I wouldn't mind the cold ale for sure. Do you have any flasks or anything?
What kind of
Filled,
flasks are you
preferably.
looking? What kind of flasks are you looking for?
I'm looking for something to have some potent drinks in it.
So you-
Anything?
Like it? You want a corked bottle?
I'll take a corked bottle for now, I guess.
I also have some clay containers back there that are used for transporting drinks occasionally.
I'll take the corked bottle if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, I got a few empty ones around back. I'd be glad to bring that out for you. Anything else, fellas?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, and he goes, fair enough, and starts walking away. A few minutes goes by. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes. As he comes back, he's got 4. No, wait, no. Yeah, he's got 5. He's got 5 pitchers, not pitchers, but like beer mugs, essentially, wooden beer mugs with some. Well, you guys can tell, cold ale, nice ale. He obviously went to the cellar and got you guys some good stuff. He also has, tucked under one arm, he has a corked, kind of dirty, greenish bottle. It's obviously made from sand. You know, it's a rough bottle, but it's obviously made for like wine or something like that. He sets that in front of you, Tiger. He puts the ales out for everyone. He sets them over, and he just gingerly kind of hands you a pretty heavy now, large mead sack. He looks at it as he gives it to you, and he goes, "Don't drink all that at once."
I'll try not to. Ugh.
So,
Yeah.
it's
Do you have any
it's-
other kinds of wines?
Connoisseur, I see. We got similar wines to that. We actually have a few good bottles of wine that are actually from Castle Whistlewatch, from one of their cellars over there. It's an old wine. They're about 100 years old, stored in the cellar here. I'd be more than happy to sell you one.
Could I, do you know what it's made out of?
Some sort of berry, my friend. I'm not sure. It tastes good. That's all that matters to me. And it'll get you where you want to go.
I'll take a bottle of that then, for sure.
Definitely. And hey, you can keep that bottle too. He turns around, he's kind of laughing to himself in like a dad joke manner. He comes back a few minutes later. He's got it's in the same greenish bottle as yours. It's a little shorter. But you can tell it is kind of an old bottle. You can see the dust on it and stuff like that. That's obviously been sitting in the cellar. As he walks forward and he puts it down in front of you, you can see that it is a dark red wine.
Can I cast some cantrips while we're sitting here?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna cast my Prestidigitation or whatever the fuck it is.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it to clean my 5 vials.
Okay, so you set those out all in front of you and you pull the stoppers off them and just kind of put the stoppers in your hand. You wave your hand over, Tiger sees what you're doing, as these things turn from almost like a gross, like, obviously there's been dregs of stuff sitting in these for a while. They're maybe a little moldy inside. As they start to become just crystal clear on the inside. And there's just like a little ball sitting off to the side of the goop that was inside it as you brush that off the table. Now you got 5 clean bottles. Well, you got 4 clean bottles and 1 that's got the potion in it still.
No, I should have 5 and then 1 watered down health potion.
5 and 1 watered down potion? Okay. I miscounted. I misremembered.
You're good.
So yeah, you have
That's
5.
why I write this down.
Good. I'm glad you do, because I can't keep track of everything I say.
I'd like to raise my ale bottle and toast to everybody for...
Are you just uncork the entire, are you drinking the wine or the
ale?
Oh, holding
ale.
up your mug of ale.
Yeah, mug, and just toasting to everybody. Yeah. Good day so far.
Hey, it's been
Now is this
great.
the we're in the Gin Hook Inn on the
Yeah, you're
map?
in the
We're not
Gin
back
Hook
to the
Inn
hotel?
right by the Fish Head Markets.
Okay.
Like I said, you can tell people are like slowly filtering in. Some people are sitting down at tables. Other people are like talking in small groups. Yet other people are heading upstairs to the rooms to seem to be heading to an early night. It seems like some people here in the slums seem to live upstairs. Yeah, there's a hustle and bustle and a low drum of people talking. You can't quite pick out words in particular. It's just kind of a general noise of people talking.
Any particular people that we notice?
You guys
from-
notice the blacksmith almost immediately. He seems to have taken off his leather apron, and he already has one mug of ale that he's currently working on, and another one upside down in front of him that he's obviously already finished. And he is sitting at the corner table with who you can also tell is the leather worker. Who's also, and it seems like they're having a bit of a drinking competition between the two of them. And you suspect that some of the money you gave them is probably going to be going to drinks tonight.
Looks
boy.
like you guys are having a little bit of a fancy over there.
You say it just loud enough for them to kind of turn and look at you and then wave at you in their hand that doesn't have a mug of ale in it. But they can't hear what you're saying. They just genuinely saw you guys. Like I said, it's actually getting pretty loud in here now that a lot of people are filtering in. And a lot of people, the smell of the people and stuff like that, it's obvious just a bunch of people from the slums.
How close
As
to
I
dark
was-
is it with the rats coming out?
It's about 8 o'clock, so it's getting pretty dark. It's like the middle of summer right now, so it's getting darker.
All right. Shusher.
Mm-hmm.
So based off of what I was talking to in the leather worker, me and the fiend kind of asked him about the rats. Apparently, they come out of nowhere is what he was saying at first, but it seems like they're congregating more around the well outside. So definitely have to keep an eye on the well. That's got to be the location that they're coming out of. I don't think it's any coincidence from what they were saying that it just has an awful smell. Somebody's been tampering with it.
Hey, Cybercat.
That's
Sorry, I
gotta
missed
be
it.
our first location to really pay attention to.
You thinking magic or coincidence?
As far as I can tell so far, I would say we gotta chalk it up to either one. We should definitely get that well checked out, though.
Yeah, like I said, the sun is starting to just go down now. It's not quite dusk. It's that tentative time right before dusk where they say that rats are starting to show up.
I would have to agree with Gelt. I think a good strategy would be to focus on that well.
Okay. So you guys want to move out and go check the well?
Yeah, let's go move out. Get a
Yeah.
little adventure in
As
us.
you guys start
Alright.
to stand
Um,
up, from your table, you notice it's almost as if the barkeep materializes next to you. As he goes, "You guys aren't planning to walk out without paying, are you?"
Absolutely not.
Yeah, let's pay.
He kind of straightens up and he goes, "Now who's paying for what?"
Which is the
Oh,
total?
I'm gonna pay for what I ordered.
So you ordered ales for everyone, and a large bag of mead for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. That is going to be 6 gold, my friend. Mostly for the mead. Fucking drained me out of half a barrel.
Worth it.
How much for the bottles?
Tell you what, you can have that empty bottle for free because it's going to wind up out back anyways. But the other one is good wine, I tell you. Good wine. It's going to be about 3 gold pieces for that.
Motherfucker, something like Uncle
Alright.
Ruckus.
That's done.
Hex, why the fuck did you make him sound like Uncle fucking Ruckus?
Not intentional, let me tell you. So as you guys hand over the gold, he says, "Well, thank you all very, very much for coming through here. I hope you guys enjoyed the Glen Hook Inn. We don't have any rooms available at the moment, unfortunately. We got quite a few people that are afraid that normally would be sleeping out on the streets, but with the rats coming around recently, they needed a place to stay, so I kind of gave them some rooms up top. You know what they say. Have a good place to sleep so you can drink away the evening.
Hell yeah, brother.
As I stare at the fucking barkeep, I just like get a light grip of my fucking wolf head's jaw and just fucking move it while saying "arf."
He steps back a little bit and he just kind of looks at everyone and goes, "He okay? Did he drink too much?"
He's
He's
got
okay. He's just a little different, you know.
he's a few candles short of a chandelier.
As soon as you say that, he kind of nods and he goes, "I know the type."
I just stare at Tibbers as a character, like, the fuck do you say?
Oh, must be off now. We'll
You
see
pissed off
later.
the Terminator.
I want to slip the barkeep 3 gold and ask him to keep everybody inside for the next couple hours.
As you do that, he hands the gold back to you and he goes, "I wouldn't dare let anyone go out there. Just keep it, my friend, and I thank you for taking the consideration of other people." You don't have to give him any gold. He was planning on doing that anyways.
Let's move out to the well.
So as you start walking up to the door, he kind of gets a little bit in your way and he goes, "Guys, there's rats out there. You really don't want to be out there. This is about the time of night they start appearing."
That's the plan.
"Oh, you guys are adventurers." He kind of pokes at the emblem on your chest. He goes, "Oh, you guys are adventurers. Hey, maybe we'll actually have this problem solved. So thank you all very, very much. If I would have known, I would have given you a little bit of money off." He hands you back 1 gold. Tiger, he hands you back 1 gold, and he hands Angel back 1 gold. Almost as an apology, a hopes that you'll solve this problem he's dealing with.
Well, thank you very much. We'll do what we can.
Hey, much appreciated.
So I take it you guys are walking outside towards the well.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well time.
Just as you guys start to walk outside, you guys can smell the smell of dusk, the smell of the burned out forge, the smell of the stink of the running stink of what would you call it, the day essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So as you
I want to do a perception check for anything out of place that we wouldn't expect to be there as we walk outside.
Well, you do notice that the lady seems to still have her quilts out. She seems to just leave those outside. The blacksmith has put away most of his tools, most of his weapons that he has, and stuff like that. The leather worker seems to have taken his leathers and stuff inside, which you can assume is probably so they don't get nibbled on by rats. The doors to everywhere you see is closed, and everywhere the candles in the windows are blown out. It is no one here.
Can I investigate the well?
As you start walking over towards the well, you hear a distinct scrabbling noise. And as in the last few minutes, I'm going to reuse the forest thing from earlier. So as you start to... Give me a minute. Let me set all this up. Figured I would have it set up by now, but you guys have gotten a little further than I expected. See if I can find a good... decent sized well right there. So as you guys are starting to walk over to the well,
I color the well differently.
Yes, go for it. So Tiger,
Oh, that's invisible.
Tiger, Tiger, you said you were investigating the well, right? Tiger.
Dagger.
He
Yes,
did it.
my bad. I was talking. I forgot I muted.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to investigate it, and then we're not like in combat just yet, right? Because I wanted to like
no, but
cast
you
light to look down it.
okay? And as you go to do that, you kind of like peek your head over the rim, and you cast light at the top of this well, and you instantly see what looks like probably 20 sets of eyes scrabbling up the loose stone, trying to come out of this well.
Well, there's a lot of rats in here.
Should I go back to the inn and see what the strongest stuff they got and just light it on fire?
That's what
You
I
don't
was
have the
thinking.
time. They're about halfway up this well at this point.
Does anyone
Hi,
know any
guy,
fire spells?
I don't care how big the room is. I cast fireball. No, my guy would load one of his poison bolts
Okay.
in preparation.
In preparation.
My guy pulls out his longsword, also in preparation.
I grab my fucking axe.
Got your axe
Are they
now.
I'd
Are
like
they
to
currently
step back.
swimming or on the walls already?
Oh, they're on the walls. They're scrabbling up the stone as we speak.
I'd like to step back if possible.
You do have time for that.
All right.
So give me a minute. Let me find the correct page.
Which one's my character?
Yours is the light green character.
So between Jim and Tiger.
Yeah, you're like in the middle of the group, sort of. So you're gonna step back about 15 feet or so.
I'm also gonna step back as I'm loading.
Is there anything the rats would be scared of that would make them hesitate or turn around slightly?
I also step back a bit.
Well, they seem to have kind of somewhat slowed when he cast light. So it seems like they really don't like light.
Okay. I'm just gonna wait for them to come out, ready to murder them.
You guys are just
Um,
ready here at the ready for.
Okay, so this is a cantrip. I just googled it.
Googled what?
This should be in your
Um,
spells then.
I don't remember if it was a cantrip or if it was a spell. My guy would do or that's right, he didn't see the reaction because only Tiger was looking down when he casted the light. Never mind. I just rolled a nat one in my brain again.
Typical.
Oh, what's your spell casting ability there, Mr. Mage? Is it Intel or Wiz?
Intelligence.
How long does guidance last?
Guidance? Did you say guidance?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have guidance. It'd be in the book though.
So as you
No,
guys
concentration up to 1 minute.
as you guys are trying to figure out what is you guys are gonna do, a whole bunch of rats start coming out of the well.
Oh,
Hmm.
it's whack-a-mole time.
I'm guessing we all need to roll initiative checks. And you gotta roll a shit ton of them.
I already have.
Oh boy.
Jesus.
So, which dice would that be under?
D20.
D20.
D20. Nat 20.
So you're going first.
Oh, boy,
I did
rolled a-
16.
Okay.
19.
I did a 5.
17.
God damn it.
Hey,
So
you're a me this time.
Protect me,
So it's
light.
going Pro. Who was next? 19.
Yeah, I was.
Then me at 17.
Okay. Who was next?
I had 16. I don't know about Tiger.
Tiger. What'd you have?
Last.
I have a 5.
You
Oh.
are a considerable distance down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hope that the light keeps them away since it's still active.
Is it still above the where you left it? Still floating above the well? 'Cause I think you
I
can
was-
manipulate it, can't you?
I should be able to. The yeah, so it's basically above there. That's weird. It's not like a ball of light.
No.
No. You touch one object that is no larger than 10 feet in any dimension.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume
So-
you probably cast it on that little chunk of rope that was hanging there.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's still being lit like a small lantern. And now that you guys are closer to it, you can tell that it wasn't cut; it was chewed off.
Haha.
So
I'll be damned.
Are these rats different sizes on purpose?
yes, they are.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes, you can
and-
see a whole bunch of small rats and 8 larger rats. Like you could tell they are larger. Their teeth are the size of daggers, essentially. So yeah, there is multiple different sizes of rat. They are not very happy being blinded by the light.
Holy
Um,
bubonic plague.
It's whack-a-mole time, boys.
Are you ready
Hell
for
yeah,
attack?
brother.
Are you guys just about ready?
I'm
I am.
ready.
Fucking
I'm ready.
ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready
I'm
to
ready.
die.
I need to look at the figure out what the
The health of these rats is?
no,
So
I
you
know
start
what the,
murdering
I
them?
know what I know what the health is. I'm trying to figure out what the attacks are.
Bite.
Oh, yeah,
Bite
I'm
and
guessing it would be
scratch,
probably
really.
bite and scratch.
Okay, so I don't even have to roll anything for their. Okay, only the large rats I have to roll one.
Oh, the small rats can't attack us?
Oh, the small ones can. Just think of death by a
crunch.
million cuts.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so
Easy.
Pro, you are the first one.
All right. This rat here.
Okay,
I'm going to cast Toll of the Dead, which is a D8 spellcasting ability, all that good stuff.
okay,
My D20 is a 9 plus 7, so 16
You
for whether or
hit.
not I hit,
you hit.
and then I roll a 13 for damage.
Okay, you rolled a 13 for damage. That thing is dead as a fuck. Not only is it dead as a doornail, it straight up explodes.
Microwaved.
Going to move here.
Okay,
Bitch
it's
got
straight
fucking
up.
microwaved.
It's straight up. That's not you.
Yeah, it is. I'm
Oh,
fake.
it is you. Yep. Sorry. So yeah, you cast on this thing and it just goes. It sounds grotesque. Sounds like someone just stepped on a water skin.
Like
Oh.
a wet fart in a
Um,
moist wind.
Oh, definitely. There's a noticeable stain of bits and jibs of a rat and red slowly soaking into the mud you're standing in.
How do I tell if I can use a cantrip as a secondary?
It should tell you. Most cantrips, I think you can use as a secondary. Make sure that it says it. I think it'll usually say it.
The one I want to use doesn't. So I guess my turn is over.
Okie dokie. Next would be Ghost. You got your fucking new longsword out.
Yeah, on a low side note, I just realized my character is basically off-brand fucking Geralt.
It's off-brand, Geralt. Okay. What do you want to do now? You're over here. You're the dark.
Yeah,
green.
I know. I'm moving 5 feet up and attacking the rat on. No, not. That's to the right.
Okay, so
To the-
you're up here.
Yep, up here. And
And
you
the-
see the rat on my top right?
This one right here.
Yes.
Okay.
I fucking basically slam down my my longsword's blade on it. Like
You're just gonna try to cleave it with both hands.
Yes, just
All right.
right shit square in the fucking middle.
Roll a
make it
d20.
fucking
Yeah.
crumple.
Roll a d20.
Roger. 19.
Well, you definitely hit that one. You hit the shit out of that rat.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna roll a d8,
D8.
which I think is your damage of your longsword, right? Then you
Yeah.
don't add anything for strength.
I rolled a 6.
As you bring that blade down, you realize you now have another head to add to your collection. As you cleave the head of this thing clean off.
Jesus Christ!
It's rats.
Immense rip and tear.
It's rats, and I did 13 damage.
It's a very dead rat, missing a
I
head,
should be
mind
able to
you.
Stomp on the motherfuckers.
There we go. Now I
Uh,
have a proper fucking soundtrack.
I'm doing this
Because
because it's hard to see on stream if they've been killed or not.
I know
Oh yeah, color them.
I know y'all can see what the fuck I'm listening to, so
Do you like how I just grabbed the one and yeeted it off the table? Because it doesn't even exist anymore. That's what's called an overkill, ladies and gentlemen. That's doing over 3 times
like
the amount of
overkill.
health someone has in death blow, essentially.
I don't have an area effect spell. I've been much better.
Yeah, it would have.
I
Yeah.
think the next one would be Angel.
Yes, the next one is Angel. He's got a nice fresh axe.
You know what? I'm gonna go up to a small motherfucker and I'm gonna smash its fucking skull in with my foot.
Okay.
oh man.
So roll a d20.
That one.
16.
Oh,
You hit. Roll a d4, which for martial, like punches and stuff like that, unless you're really well trained in it, it's a d4 plus your strength. Cybercat put it well. Someone please punt a rat. Which is basically what Angel's doing, except for he's stomping downwards.
Okay, so for my D4, I got a 2.
A 2 plus your strength.
My strength overall is
no, just the bonus.
So
A little
3.
bubble.
So it's a plus 3.
Yeah.
So you bring your foot up at full fucking force and just smash this thing into the dirt. It
There's
just
another one.
goes splat, and now your foot is quite frankly covered in gross.
I would imagine it would make more of a crunch.
It was a solid boom.
There's another one
It's
punted
like,
off the table.
Fuck this rat!
Okay.
Yeah, that was
fucking
dead.
Doom's fucking the soundtrack from Doom 2016 is fitting pretty fucking well here. With me and fucking Anger's doings.
I wouldn't know. I'm listening to Lord
So,
of the Rings soundtrack.
Next is Tibbers.
Oh boy.
You know what?
Don't
I'm
fucking
gonna
miss.
go. I'm going to go in the Cybercat route. I'm going to go to the right 1 square, and I'm gonna go up, and I'm going to get a running start, and I'm just gonna punt that rat right in front of me.
You're just gonna run at this thing and just try to fucking kick it.
Yeah.
Oh
rat.
god.
Oh, I should have done this my secondary. I should have kicked the rat in front of me.
Cyber, yes, my man.
Don't roll a 1. You
roll-
might freaking like Charlie
So
Brown.
I
that
want you
shit.
to. So I'm gonna have you roll a d20 to see if you hit.
I got a 10.
Aim for a tree.
So that was a 10. You just barely fucking made that AC. All right, so now I need you to roll a d4 and add your strength. Actually, add your dexterity modifier since you have a running start.
Add my dexterity.
Yeah,
D4,
dexterity or
what is
strength,
mine?
whichever one is higher.
What is my?
I'm gonna
they're both
count it
the
as
same.
a
They're 0.
finesse. So roll a d4 then.
0. Like all Timber
4.
stats.
4? Okay. So as you take a running start, you kick this thing with all of your might. Matter of fact, it makes your foot tingle. You hit it so hard. As this rat goes sailing over top of everyone else and seems to land and smack into the potion seller's cart at full force.
Yes. Yes.
And it just goes smack
Bonus.
and like fucking falls onto the ground, and you can clearly see
Bonus.
it's very much dead, flipped over on its back, just dead, laying there.
Bonus.
Yeah, you smacked it right into that potion seller's cart.
X.
Yeah, there's now a sizable stain on the side of this potion seller's cart of just a red rat-shaped mark.
Now I'm guessing
Now-
every single rat that's left gets to move.
This rat is going to move here.
Oh.
The rotating
This-
rat.
Rat's going to move here. Oops, went the wrong way. That's fine. It'll come around eventually. This rat's going to move down here.
What comes around goes around.
So that is... And that one's dead. So
Yeah.
next is Tiger. Your go.
That's fucking head.
All right. So 2 spaces down, 2 spaces to the left of my character. No, I'm not moving.
Oh. This
I'm
rat
saying-
right
I'm
here?
trying- Yeah, that rat. I'm gonna try Ray of Frost on it.
Okay.
So rolling. Fucking 1. Holy shit.
You rolled a 1?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
in
roll it.
danger.
Roll a D... Yes, you are in danger now. Roll a D20.
Oh boy.
I tried to protect him. He's gonna kill me.
16.
So, you get lucky, and your spell still heads in that general direction. It misses the rat just ever so barely, and it's heading towards Tibbers.
Ah, shit.
So do me a favor and roll a D4.
Me or Tiger?
Tell you what, you see the ray of frost coming your direction. Roll a athletics for dodging the fuck out of the way.
What is that? D20.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a D20, add your athletics modifier,
Which is 0.
which is
Tibbers.
0. Yes.
Fuck.
It's 0 or negative. He doesn't get a good one.
It's 3.
Yeah, you
Oh,
you see this thing
no.
coming just in time, and it's kind of a deer in the headlights. Like,
Or he dodges into it.
Tiger,
It
Yeah.
dodges into it.
do me a favor, roll damage.
Oh god.
Well, I don't know. It's not technically a charm state. I have Fey ancestry, so.
Oh,
But I thought charm state. This is an actual attack.
This is an actual you accidentally got hit because you are within path of
This
this.
is really bad.
Let me guess, you
This is
rolled
a
max
four.
damage?
No, because I have to roll a fucking 1d8. Okay, I rolled a 1, but my
Okay, but
bonus
but
Does that get added?
No,
into-
don't add your attack bonus. We're not trying to kill a party
Okay.
member today.
'Cause that-
This is an accident. This wasn't
that would be-
intentional. This is accidental. So I'm gonna assume you like tried to pull the spell. So you're not gonna add that thing because I'm just like
It would have been a 5 if that was added.
that would have hurt like hell. Well, don't forget.
Oh my god.
Don't forget. You cast this thing at this rat, and well, you're really close, unfortunately, to Pro, and you kind of like knock off of his armor, which kind of sends your arm twisted a little bit, and you sent this bolt straight at Tibbers, and he just kind of looks at you and goes, he kind of has a look of what the fuck, man, on his face as he gets hit square in the chest. Thankfully, most of his armor and stuff like that seems to have dissipated the damage. But you can tell he's now physically shivering.
Minus 10 feet for movement.
Yeah, and you took 1 point of damage, Tib.
So
I think we need to cast Fireball on Tip now.
No, don't do that.
We gotta warm him up.
He's wearing any metal, you can cast Heat Metal and see if that warms him up.
Why are you giving us bad ideas?
Because I'm an asshole.
Really?
I'm the DM. It's my job to make chaos.
Wait, if I use Destroy Water on that, gets rid of it, right?
No, he's just
There be no
cold.
more ice.
He's just like cold. He's not like ice.
So
He
I would
doesn't
just
have ice on
dehydrate him.
Yeah. You just turn him into a fucking human jerky. Or drow jerky.
So until the start of the next turn, minus
Until
10
Tiger's
movement,
next
which
turn.
is
Thankfully, there's a lot of rats that are very close.
Yeah, he doesn't need to move very far.
yeah, it's only down to like what, fucking
20 feet of movement
20,
still.
25.
But unfortunately, you did draw their attention.
Oh, did I now?
You did just cast a
Do.
this one's
Just
gonna go
frost.
this way. And now, all the small rats are starting to move around.
Don't worry, guys. It's all a part of the plan.
Actually, this one here moved past your range. Actually, hello, bro. How's it going? He actually moved. I didn't even realize it did
Also
it.
take the
But he
drugs.
moved past your range, Pro. You get an attack of opportunity.
I need to roll a d20 for whether or not I
Yes,
hit, right?
right. Roll a d20 to see if you hit that small rat.
15.
You hit.
And
You
then my mace is a d6. I rolled a 6. It'd be dead.
it's dead and mushed into the ground now. It's not splattered, but
This-
it is
Rat?
that one right there. But it is
Cool.
it is smushed. I'm actually gonna move it over
So
here,
the rat can get in
so
its
the other
spot.
one can get within the spot. Yes.
But didn't it move past 2 then?
No, because it was
Okay.
moving at like an angle, so it came towards you. Because this one's gonna have to move. There you go. Yep. There you go.
I help.
Oh, this rat's gotta move.
You moved that one already. It was his max
Oh,
movement,
did I?
I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was north of the well.
There you go. All the rats have moved, and quite a few of them have now got attacks. So you're gonna get bit. They're gonna bite at you. 2 of the large rats and 2 of the small rats. So I am going to roll for that. A 7 does not hit. A 1 definitely doesn't hit.
Yeah.
A 14
That's
does
roll
that
higher
hit?
than my armor class. My armor
Yes.
class is 17.
17. Okay, so that one
So
doesn't
good luck.
hit. And a 12 does not hit at all. So all of these things are now like attacking you. They're biting at you and stuff like that. And you're just kind of like knocking them away and like they're
Thank God
not
for a shield.
happy with you. Now this one down here is going to attack Tibbers. That's a 17, Tib.
My armor class is 14.
So it hit you. You are going to take. Where is that dice? You are going to take 4 points in piercing damage. Like this rat just latches onto your leg.
My guy would scream and start yelling in Elvish.
Start screaming and yelling in Elvish. That makes sense. So next is Angel. You got a small rat trying to attack you. Does 16 hit?
Okay.
Angel, does 16 hit?
Probably.
It'd be your armor class.
Yeah, it does.
So this thing just instantly bites onto your ankle and you take 1 point in damage. Then the big rat, it's got a 4. So it grabs onto you and just manages to grab a piece of your armor and you kind of like kick it off real quick.
Yeah.
That little one bit you pretty good. And you're noticeably bleeding. Next is Ghost. Does 18 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that is that big rat. I'm literally just going in a circle. You take 2 points of piercing damage, which you notice it bite onto your foot pretty good, actually, and you kind of freak out and try to kick it off a little bit. That small rat is the next one. It does not hit with a 9.
Yep.
And then that another big rat, it's an 8, so I don't think that hits either.
It does not hit.
Okay. Now, the big rat that is right next to you, Tiger, that's going to try to bite you. That is 16.
Oh, yeah.
That one bit you. And that is 2 points in piercing damage. It bites right into your thigh meat, sort of.
That's not good.
And then the
Better than your hiney.
small rat on the other side is a 7. That does not hit. I think it was a 9 for your base AC.
Yeah.
So, a few of you got bite marks now.
Oh,
With the exception that I'm not
fuck.
fucking bleeding.
Cyber. I'm not going to tell them that. It's a great idea, though. That is a
I
great
read it.
idea.
Yeah.
Just smack a fucker with this fucker.
I cannot
So-
wait until we can do our fucking
Okay,
attacks.
next is Pro. You're up again.
All right, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and cast again at the rat on the south side of our mage.
Okay, this one did an angle to you.
Yep.
Okay,
14 for whether or not I hit,
you hit.
and for damage a 12.
Yeah, this rat is not only dead, it explodes.
Again. You microwave that bitch.
This one, it just,
Ah.
it doesn't quite explode. It kind of splits open like an overripe apple.
Like
It's
a
not
fucking
dead,
apple.
but it's not exploded. It's just very clearly dead. Like, it's like you can see bits and pieces inside.
Can I kick a rat for a bonus action?
I'll let you kick a rat for a bonus action. I'd assume
Alright.
that's similar to like movement.
The one right to the left of me.
Right to the left of you.
Yep.
Okay.
Right to the left. That's a D20 I gotta roll.
Yep.
Do I add anything for whether or not I succeed on that?
Nope.
Okay, that's a 12.
You hit it. Roll a
So I'm
d4.
rolling a D4. Add my strength or
Yes.
my dex.
Add your strength.
5.
So you, once again, you send this rat fucking sailing. Funnily enough, it seems to hit almost right next to the potion seller's cart, right where the other one did. So you're slowly turning this cart into a Jackson Pollock.
Great art painting setup.
So now it's Ghost's turn. I will let
see
you
the
guys
rat-
kick. I will let you guys kick a small
You-
rat
you
as a
see-
bonus action because I think it's very funny, and I'm going to go with rule of cool
Ex-
for that.
As my attack, Can I kick the rat to the right of me so hard that it will just pinball?
The big rat? You want to kick the big rat?
Yes, the big rat to the right of me, so it will hit the
Oh,
fucking small one
God.
and the big one. I'm willing to fucking roll for
The
that
small
shit.
one and the big one. Oh, so you want to like kick it try to kick it sideways?
Oh no, I mean like just straight on fucking punt that bitch into those two.
Oh, the one that's straight across.
Yes.
So you want to try to kick it straight across?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you an attempt at that. Roll a d20, add your strength, because you're essentially trying to lift it and kick it away with your foot.
A 19.
That's
Oh, fuck!
that's pretty good. You do manage to kick it pretty hard. Now roll a d4, add your strength for how much damage you do.
Since my extra enter strength is a 0. 4.
So you manage to kick this thing, and it's scrabbling around a bit, but you kick it, and it still was able to move, and it smacks into the side of the well.
Damn.
It's still alive though.
No, I kind of expected it to to hit the ones in the back.
Oh no, it like hit the well. It was able to it kind of like moved away, trying to get away, seeing what you were doing.
Fucking little bastard.
But you still that was your bonus action though. Kick was a bonus action.
Ooh.
You still have an action.
Then I once again slam my sword down at the rat to the north of me.
All right. So roll a d20.
Right. A 16.
That hit. Now roll your d8.
A 6.
As you bring that sword down, you plant it. It actually gets stuck, you notice. Right in the center of that rat's head. It's the rat goes completely limp. It is very much dead. But your sword is sort of somewhat stuck a little bit.
But I'm still able. Okay, do you mean like stuck in the corpse or just stuck in the fucking ground?
No, stuck in its head. Like
Oh,
the
so I can
blade
still
of it
fucking
is
hit
stuck.
So I
Like
can still
you
hit
could
it,
easily
say.
reef it free. Like it wouldn't even take an action to reef it free. It's just
Oh.
you just like clubbed it down on it.
No. So, can I just like straight up swing the sword hard enough so that the fucking corpse just fucking straight up yeets off of it?
No, you're gonna just pop the. It like I said, it's barely stuck. It's just kind of stuck. You just gotta pick your blade back up. It's barely stuck on there. It's a decently heavy rat. I mean, it's about the size of a large dog.
Jesus.
These rats are almost
That's
as big
a
as I
rat.
am.
Yeah, they're all
That's a
they're.
New York rat.
You tell by the size of it that if you could tame one of these, Shusher could use it as a mount.
The bar is low though, so.
So next is Angel.
I'm gonna take the sharp end of my axe and I'm gonna straight up cut this motherfucker in half.
You're trying to cut which one?
This one?
The big one?
I'm gonna take the large one.
All right, you're gonna attack the big one.
Yep.
All right, so roll a d20.
D20. It is 18.
You hit. Now roll damage.
Three.
So you swing back. Do you add your strength to it?
Yeah, that was with my strength.
Did you roll a 1 for damage?
Yes.
Okay, figured you probably did. But as you pick your blade up and you fucking bring it down on it, the rat is just barely able to kind of like slide a little bit out of the way. You manage to cut its paw off and kind of like graze down the side of its leg. It lets out a very loud squeak as you do it, but it's still alive. But it's not doing good. It's hurt like hell.
Yes.
Is it bleeding?
Noticeably so. He carved a large chunk of meat off the side of its like shoulder and stuff, and cut its leg off.
It's fucked up.
So,
All right, Angel, you still have a bonus action.
That fucking small rat
I'm
in
just
front
gonna
of you.
punt the fucker as hard as I can.
The big one or the small one?
The big one.
You're gonna after cleaving it, you're just gonna leave your blade there and just give a good swift stomp in the face.
Yeah, might as well. Fuck it.
Or
I mean,
roll a
one more
d20.
away, really.
Roll a d20.
15.
You hit. Roll a d4.
Alright, D4. It is a 2.
As you punt this thing as hard as you can, it'll just plant the middle of your boot right in the center of its head. You kind of smash its head down into the mud quickly, and it is no longer moving.
I killed something!
Congratulations. Your kill count has increased.
Next to be me.
Yes, next would be Tibbers.
So I would, basically take my crossbow and stuff it right into the rat in front of me.
You're just gonna stick it right in its side or right in its face.
Shish kebab.
Like right on top of it. Like
Oh, so you're like shooting down at it?
I'm looking down at it.
Okay, so you basically got this thing poking it already in the fucking side.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be a D20 with disadvantage. So you're gonna roll 2 and take the lower number.
Roll 2, take the lower number.
Yes.
Be a 14.
You still hit. So roll damage for your crossbow.
D8.
You still have the poison arrow in it too.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a 5.
Well, you're not gonna have to roll for the poison arrow because this thing is stone fucking dead. As you plant it, well, guess what? Got great news for you. You're gonna have no problem finding that bolt.
Yeah.
So you stick that thing down and just pow, and just pull that trigger. You actually feel it shove the crossbow back because it doesn't have enough room from the string. And it just plants itself right in basically between the head and the back. You plant it right in the spine, and it just goes limp on the ground. Doesn't even make a noise. It just thunk. And you're looking down, and it's just you executed a rat.
my back is broken.
Okay,
It's spinal.
that
Um,
thing is probably still alive. Just
Just
not
paralyzed?
able to do anything.
No, it's stone dead.
Just
I'll tell you that.
riveted to the ground.
Yeah, it's basically he riveted it to the ground. He's gonna have no problem finding that crossbow bolt. Like I said, he's
Yeah, I
looking
can
at
see
it.
now.
It's still you can still see the flights of it.
I have a really cursed idea of what I can do.
So believe it or not,
So-
all the rats that would have moved are already dead. So Tiger, it's your turn.
well,
Oh wait,
hold on,
you
hold
still
on.
have
Bonus action.
you still have a bonus action. So you can still move or
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm reading the Google thing right now to see if I can do this with a bonus action. I don't know. It doesn't say anything about bonus. I'm gonna guess no.
okay, what is it you're trying to figure out?
Dancing lights.
Dancing lights is a cantrip.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it requires concentration, so I'm gonna assume no.
Yeah. Let me see. Where that's still
concentration,
alive.
yeah.
That's still alive. That's still alive.
Move diagonally up from the
I'm
left
going
and
to
take the hole.
move to the left. Once, or no, not the left. The right. The right. One spot. So that way I'm lined up with those two rats up north, and I'll get another bolt ready.
Get another bolt ready as your bonus action. Makes
Yep.
sense. So next
Another
is Tiger.
Another poison.
I'm in danger.
Okay. So, I'd like to take my quarterstaff and hit the rat right next the big rat next to
The one in an
Pro.
angle.
yeah.
Okay. You're gonna take your staff up in both hands and just get ready to just plant it right in this rat's fucking head.
Yes.
Okay, roll a d20.
Got a 13.
You hit.
People calling me.
All right. My staff is 1d6 plus 3 for damage.
Okay.
6
Excellent.
damage.
As to not interrupt
You-
anything, I will send you a question in DMs.
Okay. As you lift your staff up and bring that thing down, you actually crack it right on top of the head. And it makes a sickening thud as you hit this thing. And its head just gets planted right into the mud. You hit it a lot harder than you thought you would. And it's not moving anymore.
Oh.
There you go.
Bonus action. I'd like to kick the small rat.
Anywhere in particular you're going to try to kick it?
Right in the face.
Goal.
You're going to kick it right in the
As far
face.
as I can.
You're going to just kick it that way.
Yeah. Kick it away.
Okay, give me a d20.
10.
You barely hit, but yes, you hit. And now give me a d4.
Alright. It's a 1.
You know, it's good enough because as you kick this thing and you feel its head slightly cave in under your boot, and it just goes fucking flying, and it actually manages to like clip a post that's got a lantern hanging from it. It clips it and just spirals it into the alleyway. Funnily enough, it winds up pretty close to the potion seller's cart.
That poor fucking potion seller is gonna come back like, why the fuck did my card become a fucking Picasso painting?
So many rats over here.
Actually, gotta move it over one.
The rats. Where the rats? Even Kurt Cobain didn't make that much of a mess with 12 gauge.
Oh god, they're just little rats. They're not very big. Those ones are about the size of like a medium house cat.
Still, just imagine the fucking splat.
Yeah, probably a small house cat. You basically kick the kitten.
Well, that went dark.
Gex, you're
Yeah.
gonna if it works, then you're gonna be either impressed or
Okay,
gonna
that
be
one's
like,
gonna
what
move
the
that way.
fuck?
This one is just gonna go right here. It's not actually moving.
Do I get an attack?
No, because it's still within your range. It didn't move past your range. This one's moving down here to Tibbers. And now they're gonna start biting again.
Good. Let him try.
Okay, Pro. This one's gonna bite you. That's a 19.
Hey, it finally hit.
So that was the big rat. So that is 2 damage. It just bites, and it finds the seam right between your right in your pant leg, essentially, and it bites, and it essentially bites you right on the back of the essentially the calf, doing 2 damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now the small rat. That is a 10. It tries to bite onto you, and it bites onto your boot, which thankfully is pretty solid leather, and you just kind of shake it off real fast.
I'd imagine it makes the noise of like a spoon in a fucking glass, just fucking ding 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 ding.
Yeah, just shake it off real quick, like, ow, get off me, you little fuck. Now, next is you, Ghost. That's a 17.
It hits.
Now, D4, that is 1. So this thing bites you and just kind of grabs onto, like, the skin by the side of your leg. Like, by the side of your knee. And just bites you. And you just, ow, you little shit, get off me. Now, the small one. That's a 13.
It hits barely.
It still hits, and that's another 1 point of damage as it bites hold of your boot, and its teeth actually manage to make it through your boot and into your foot. And you just kind of quickly try to shake that off. It hurts like hell. That's another point of damage.
So he got 2 points of damage.
That's 2 points of damage total.
Better than 5.
Now, let me know if anyone's low health.
Yeah.
Next is Angel.
Yes.
That is a 3. That does not hit. Next is Tibbers, which is a 19.
Fuck.
So you notice the thing. It's jumping up for delicate bits, trying to bite you, and it manages to bite you like in the side of the thigh meat, getting you, biting through your pant leg and stuff. You take a point of damage.
What does
Yeah.
it do?
Oh god, I have a.
Screams in
I have a
pain
point.
and shakes him off.
Oh yeah, screaming pain is right. Matter of fact, give me a d20 roll. I think it's gonna be funny.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
11.
no.
Okay, you manage to grab onto the little shit, and you fucking toss him a few feet that way. You don't do any damage to him, but you grab him and just toss him.
Just get out of here, you fuck.
Basically buying yourself time.
This bitch is empty.
I just thought that was really funny, the thought of it grabbing on latching. It's within hand reach, you just grab it and throw it. And nothing is around Tiger, so back up top to Pro.
All right. Well, I mean, let's keep this cantrip game going. I'll attack north of me, and I roll a 9.
You rolled a 9.
I don't think I
plus-
hit.
Plus what?
No, that is.
You
I
don't.
rolled
You
a
don't
2 plus
actually
7.
hit. You actually don't hit with that.
Yeah. So then I'll kick the rat to my left.
So
Or that's in front of me.
you're gonna
in
kick
front.
the rat right in
The
front of
small
you,
one.
essentially.
Yep.
Okay, roll a d20.
That 20.
So, well, give me a favor and roll 2 d4s.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
A 3 and a 2.
3 and a 2. Okay, that's so it
Plus my
is.
strength is 3.
Oh, plus your strength.
Yeah.
So
my
what's that
strength was
total?
3. 8.
So this rat just flies backwards and smacks into that stone wall that we call a well, and it just instantly hits and just goes splat around the corner. You actually catch a little bit of the awful flying at you. Ghost. It tries. You basically get hit with rat shrapnel coming your direction.
You fucking 12 gauge the rat!
With my
Fucking
plus.
rat.
Alright, my turn's over.
Hex, you either be impressed or really horrified by what I'm gonna do.
Well, you're next, so it's up to you, Ghost. What are you gonna do?
So, I look at the big rat.
Okay.
I pick it up and just straight up try to bite its fucking head off.
What the fuck?
You're gonna try to fucking we got Ozzy Osbourne the rat.
Yes.
This thing is way, like I said, this is the size of a dog. If I was you, I would try that with the smaller rat. Big one might bite you back.
I like a challenge. Let me roll for that shit.
I think we know who has the better
Roll-
bite force here.
Roll a d20. Roll a d20 with disadvantage. So roll 2, take the lowest number.
Awfully quiet.
18.
18 was your lowest number?
Yeah.
What did you roll?
Those are 20. My luck is, yeah.
What was your other roll, might I ask?
20.
20 was your other roll, so you from critical to an 18. That's pretty good. So as
God
you
damn.
you grab this rat, and it's got this look in its eyes like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And you realize you can't quite get your head around it, but you like bite at its jugular, essentially. Almost like you're gonna try to eat it like a cob of corn. Do me a favor, roll a d4.
Okay. A 4, Jesus fucking Christ.
So you sink your teeth. Mind you, they're metal, so it makes sense. You sink your fucking teeth into the side of this rat's head. And it's freaking out in your hands. Like it's panicking. It doesn't know what the fuck to do and doesn't know what the fuck is happening. And as you do that, you rip away. It's still moving around and still trying to bite you as you throw it onto the ground. And you have a chunk of rat meat with fur and everything in your mouth. It tastes horrible. You don't have a sense of taste, but you know it tastes horrible.
Well, technically he doesn't because
Do
no.
I still get a fucking bonus action?
You still get a bonus action.
Oh God.
Can I stomp the little shit?
You can try to stop the little shit if you want.
Because I know the fucking big rat ain't living for long.
So roll another d20.
Okay. At 12.
You hit. You actually hit. Now roll a d2 or d4. Sorry, my brain just fucking.
D2. There's no fucking D2.
Let's flip a coin.
Yeah.
Roll a d4. You rolled a 2. Well, you pick up your shoe and you kind of crush it with your heel and you stomp. You stomp like right on the top of its head, right between its ears, and you mush its head into the ground. And that is another very dead rat.
I imagine Angel's fucking character just looking at mine like, what
You
the
still got a
fuck
piece
is
of
he made
meat
out
and
of?
you've got a piece of meat and fur in your mouth currently.
Basically just, what the fuck is he made out of?
Because you haven't said you spit that out yet.
Oh no.
Oh, he ain't gonna.
Oh,
It's
no,
like
I
getting
straight
it
up
away from a
munch on
golden
that shit.
retriever.
I straight up
Look what I
fucking
did. Did I
munch
do
on that
good?
bitch.
You munch on the bit. You can't swallow it. You're fucking not human.
I know, but still.
So you're just mushing it into paste in your mouth, essentially.
Yes.
Oh,
Just
what the
Angel,
fuck?
you notice what he's doing. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh God.
Oh,
How's that
Have
out for
that
him?
made.
Yes, in
He's
case people
gonna
are wondering,
throw up again.
this is a running gag.
oh
Yes.
God. You know what? I'm gonna break out my big ass rock for this shit.
But you still need a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Alright, so what is that under?
It's a
D20.
D20 with a Constitution modifier.
Nine.
You rolled a 9 total?
Yep.
You are instantly violently ill all over that small rat in front of you.
Oh God.
It's the church all over again.
Why am I the puker all of a sudden?
You're the alcoholic. You ask me.
Yeah.
Sundays,
that's the
yes.
point.
Cybercats is loving this, by the way. Yes, so you just painted a slightly different color. You think?
Yep.
I'll be honest here.
Brown.
It should be like a sickly green. Let's be
Yeah,
honest
we just
here.
had 2 green people,
All
so I didn't
over
want to
the
do green.
fucking small
Fucking
rat.
Nurgle green over there.
You just vomited all over this small rat. It doesn't look thrilled. It might be a rat that just came out of a fucking well that smells like shit. And it's still not happy with you.
It's like I just got fucking puked on.
Angel, your turn though.
You know
Does
what?
the stomach acid burn the rat's eyes?
No, it doesn't. It's a rat.
Alright, I'm gonna break out my big ass, dumb ass rock. I'm gonna crush the motherfucker with it.
So you got a rock in your hand now, and you're ready to just plow this
Just-
thing with it. So roll a d20.
Alright, and I got a 14.
You hit. Roll a d4. Add your strength.
Jesus.
I have got a 6.
So you all watch as he reels back with this rock that you guys saw him find in the wilderness and paint a little happy face on with charcoal at the fire. And you guys see he's got this, and he just straight up grabs it and just unga bungas this rat as hard as he can with this rat, with this thing. And he just absolutely flattens it.
Unga bunga.
He just unga bungas this rat.
When you mentioned the fucking little smiley face, I imagined fucking Plank from Ed and Eddie.
Yeah, he just ah! Tibbers, your turn. Oh wait, no, you have a bonus action still, Angel.
Wait, what's this big ol' fuck off rat doing over here?
Well, it's dead. There's the one over by Ghost.
Yeah.
That's missing half of its fucking face.
Yeah, that's currently bleeding out of the side of its neck.
Well, I'm still chewing on its fucking face, by the way.
Alright, I'm just gonna kick the rest of the carcass off.
You gonna kick the rat away?
Yeah, just kick it towards, you know what? That fucking cart.
Okay. You don't quite make it, but you send this thing sailing over by the cart. You can see where it's the tables and stuff are that he had the potions out on that there's nothing currently on. And it hits and skitters and bounces and winds up underneath one of those tables.
You know what? It works.
Ding ding dong, fucking pin.
Tibbers, your go.
What rat is still alive?
There is the small one that you shook off.
One by me and one by Ghost.
The one by Ghost, and then there's the one on the other side.
It should be 25. I'm gonna walk to the one that's in front of,
like that.
Jim. Yep. And I'm gonna do the same exact thing. I'm gonna freaking muzzle stuff the crossbow.
Just muzzle stuff the side of it and pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Roll with disadvantage because you are too close now.
Yep. Clear. Roll and roll. An 8.
An 8. That's plus your proficiency?
Oh, wait, no. Plus proficiency, it's a 10.
Okay, so you go to jam your fucking bolt into the side of this rat, and it, flattens itself against the ground, and you kind of just whiff and almost topple yourself, actually. You fully missed. But you did get its attention.
Fucking rattler.
For a bonus action, I'm going to kick it.
You're gonna kick it?
Oh, God.
All right, do a d20.
D20, nat 20.
Haha! 2 d4s, please, plus your strength modifier.
2
is zero.
d4s.
Which is 0, yes.
Cyber, I wouldn't be worried about the fucking potion.
5, a 3 and a
the
2.
fucking potion guy.
You full on kick this rat square in the bottom of the jaw as hard as you can. You actually manage to flip it onto its back as it flops over dead. And Tiger, your turn.
Well, there's only 2 rats.
So I'd like to turn towards the small rat and Ray of Frost.
Ray of
Rolled an
Frost.
18.
You hit. You hit with that. So
Alright.
roll your damage.
1d8. It's a damage of 2. Frost damage as well.
Okay, so you do 2 damage to this thing, and it instantly freezes completely solid. It's like a little statuette. It's just frozen solid in place. I like how I'm beating pro to these. Being
Well,
pretty quick
I'm waiting
at
for you to finish your story, so you have to wait
That's
and
true.
see what you're gonna say.
So it's literally frozen solid. The rat still looks just like a rat. It's still standing there. It is just completely frozen solid, with little icicles hanging off of its tail. You actually hit it dead center of the butthole.
It's his hard shot.
I froze it from the inside out.
That's his hard shot. Also, I
God
would like to
damn
send a
it.
message to fucking Cyber.
I think I
Cyber,
just almost
wouldn't-
killed Angel. I think he just choked on his fucking beer.
Cyber, I
did.
wouldn't. Kurwa.
I fucking did.
I wouldn't
I-
be worried about the postcard guy. I would be worried about whoever the fuck looks at me.
You're
this
currently still
group is
masticating a
apparently-
piece of desiccated rat.
So, I'd like to take my extra action and just ask Shusher if he wouldn't mind, please, healing my leg, if possible.
Well, he's
I mean,
not-
I have the
Yeah, you-
weak health potion he could take out of my bag for an extra.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can hand it to him. I'd let you do that off action.
Alright.
So, Pro,
Looted
you
health potion.
you see him reach into his bag real fast, and he just hands you this. You notice it's actually the potion seller's one of his weak potions from earlier.
All right. Am I
You
able
just-
to?
Yeah, you just down it. It's a bonus action.
All right. What do I get?
Yeah, what are we healing with that?
So believe it or not, that is a D4.
Oh. 4. That brings me back up to full health.
Yep. You notice you take this thing back. You see it. You looking at it. It's murky, but it's not like it's kind of clear for a health potion. And there's bits floating in it. You uncork it. And you quickly just down it, not thinking about what the bits might be. But you notice as warmth spreads throughout your body and the few bite marks you have start closing up. It seems to be a genuine health potion. But now you have an empty vial in your hand. I'm assuming you're probably going to hand that back to Pro.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
I have a dirty vial.
Yeah, now you have
Thank you,
another dirty
sir.
vial. Yeah, that worked just fine. Next is the last living rat.
That's basically
Yeah, it's
Bleeding
not
out.
doing hot. And he tried to bite you, and I rolled a 1. So, it
Ah,
goes to bite forward, and I want you to roll a D4 real quick, Ghost.
okay. Roll the 4.
This is an automatic hit, so.
3.
So it goes to bite forward at you really fast, and you pull your foot like almost off balance, like you're like, "Whoa, watch out!" And you step down on this thing on the side of its head, actually right about where the bite mark is, and you just as hard as you can as this rat is dead. You actually snapped its neck,
Oh, fuck.
and that is all the rat's gone.
And as a side note, I just spit out the fucking the chewed up piece of the fucking rat's face on its fucking corpse, just as
Okay,
a disrespect.
So Angel saw you do that. Angel, roll a Constitution saving throw.
I'm guessing that's
this is horrible.
D20.
Yeah, that's another D20. You've already vomited, so this is a very low number.
It's 14.
Yeah, you go, oh. It just kind of like, you just kind of go and turn away as you just kind of, You're fine. You don't throw up or anything. It just kind of, once again, grosses you out as you're reminded he was just chewing on a piece of rat that came out of the sewers, essentially.
Cyber's on your side, Angel.
I look
Man
at
turning as
Pro
green
and,
as Shrek. That's what Cyber just said. Yes, he is green in the gills.
I look at Pro and just yell.
Somebody once told me the
Look.
world told me.
I look at Pro and just yell. Do you have a mend?
Do you have a med? Yeah, you currently have some holes in your skin.
Yeah.
Before that, I would wish to gather the large teeth because we can sell them.
Yes, you can. So you actually
Well,
find...
isn't the teeth also needed for the quest?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
turning into teeth
Yeah,
was a
that is
bonus
true.
for the quest, actually.
So I just fucking straight up pick up the rats that still have their fucking teeth and just straight up rip them the fuck out.
Yeah, you just start ripping out teeth, essentially. You guys watch as Ghost is just grabbing them and pulling them out. Kind of grossing a couple of you out.
Hey.
So you get...
I mean, what do you expect?
would
So
I
do me a
know?
favor and roll a D8.
Me?
Not you, Pro. Pro is saying he wants to collect them. Both of you can though. Both of you can roll a d4. I'm gonna say 4 and 4.
Okay.
Are the rat tails of any value? we know?
Possibly. You wouldn't know. Do an alchemical check.
Mine,
Alchemical.
I
Mine is a 3.
You rolled a 3.
Yes, I
Yeah, so
rolled.
did I.
Pro. So
Let's-
you guys managed to gather between the two of you 6 intact rat's teeth, like the big overbite rat teeth.
What's
Um,
alchemical?
And can I collect like the small teeth and just make a
Yeah,
necklace out of
you
them?
can start pulling out small teeth too.
Yes,
That that will work for the quest as well.
Is it Arcana?
I want to make a
Did
necklace
you-
out of the
Arcana.
small rats.
Okay, so I roll a d20 and then add 5 plus my proficiency.
Yes.
Okay.
So I want you, since you said Ghost, you were going to start doing it. I want you to roll a d6, which is a standard cube dice.
And just as a side note, I also remember the rat that I fucking decapitated?
Yes,
I want to use its head for the necklace as well.
that's a big piece. Ugh. So it's got no
Yeah.
teeth. You ripped its teeth out already.
Yeah.
I rolled a
Those teeth weren't gonna
16
stay anyway.
plus
D6?
my-
16.
Yeah,
So
plus my proficiency and everything is a 23.
so you notice rat tails are used in certain types of potions and stuff like that. They're not really commonly used. They don't hold a lot of value. But they are used. You know, curled rat tails are used in certain more witch style potions.
my guy,
Like more like the Eye of Newt and more of those kind of potions than professional potions.
I'd like to collect rat tails.
How many?
The ones that are still the ones that are still intact.
Well, they're all going to be intact. Do you want to catch
some of
the
them
small
are
ones?
imploded.
That's true, but I mean, when I say imploded, I assume that's like the center of them essentially crushed in.
since my guy has 2 giant bites in his thigh, my guy is going to be limping, trying to collect his bolts.
Oh yeah, Hex, what was
You
I
only
gonna
fired
roll?
2
D6?
of them, right? Or you only fired 1?
Yeah, I only fired 2.
Two.
Okay.
One is in
One
that
rat
big rat
Jeremy
down
missed.
south, and then one I missed.
The one you missed, you notice is stuck in the side of a shack. It's literally like eye level, essentially. Like
So as
But-
my guy is limping to get his arrow, he is like cursing under his breath. And,
yeah, he's not feeling great.
Long
Long.
rest where we recollect health, right?
Yes, you can take a long rest.
But how much health do we get in long rest? Is it full health?
I believe it's the equivalent. It's 1d8, I believe.
Hex, question. What was I gonna roll? A D6?
Yeah, roll a d6 for how many small rat's teeth you're gonna try to collect.
I'll
What do I
cast
roll?
Cure
I rolled
Wounds
a
on
5.
Tibbers.
You're gonna walk up behind Tibbers as he's slowly limping towards that shack, and you just put your hand on his back.
Hex, what am I rolling for the rat tails?
Roll a d8 and roll a d6.
So I rolled an 8
Congratulations, Tibbers. You gained 19
and I
health.
rolled a 1.
So you get one of the
how much
small
health did I gain?
tails. It's really hard to find the small tails because a lot of them have been imploded. But you do manage to gather all of the long tails from the other rats.
19.
I'm sorry, 19. Holy
You
shit!
can't even get 19 health, so
No,
you just
I'm
got a full
full.
health. Well, I get to roll 2
7
d8
large.
plus my spell proficiency, so
Hey, Hex.
Yes. What's
Oh
up?
man.
Can my guy open up his slightly used bottle of blood and put some rat blood in it?
Yeah, sure. You refill
like
that
top it
bottle.
off.
No problem. You refill that bottle, no problem with rat blood.
Oh, boy.
Your stuff doesn't really matter what kind of blood it is, as long as it's kind of fresh when you collect it.
how much
Yeah.
blood do you have, Tibbers?
I have 2 full vials now.
Do you want more?
I don't have any bottles on me, so that would be up to you.
Fucking grab a napkin and just wipe it off of my fucking face.
You.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
I
I'll
have-
hand Tibbers my dirty vial so he can fill it with blood.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't matter. It's just got to be.
I kind of just imagine my character now has like rat blood just smeared across
Yeah,
the
as
side
you're
of his fucking face.
as you're filling your bottle with blood, you get another. It's a smaller vial, noticeably smaller than the rest of yours. But he hands it to you. You notice there's still dregs of potion in the bottom of it, but it's not really a big deal. As you empty some more blood into that, and you assume that's probably going to be worth like another 3 uses or so. So a small vial of blood, small vial of rat blood.
One small vial of rat blood.
I will also do mending on Ghost.
Okay, so you're gonna walk over to him and.
Clean up some things.
You walk over to him and kind of put your hand on his hand, and
Mhm.
you see as he slowly, his bite marks and stuff like that that are visible on his hand start to just disappear. And you're still kind of curious on why mending works like that on him. You don't get any health
also,
back, but
Going to use prestidigitation or whatever to clean his face because it's just grossing
yeah,
me
as
out.
it's grossing you out as you see the masticated remains of what used to be a rat on
Yeah.
his face, and you just kind of
And my face just with a
Yeah.
fucking big
You
ass
just kind of
wave
wave
of
your
hand.
you just kind of wave your hand in front of his face, and
Hex.
it's all gone.
Hex, you know what's funny enough?
Huh.
My character has a shit-eating fucking grin on his face.
As he makes his grin as you press to digitize everything, you notice bits of fur and stuff like that between his teeth, and you make sure to get rid of that too because as you struggle to not retch like Angel has been.
Pretty much.
So you guys are
I may or
still
may
in
not
the
have
middle
seen
of
my
this town.
character until-
You guys are still in the middle of this town as you see people start opening their doors and stuff like that because they were wondering what all the commotion was. As they see a bunch of dead rats littered amongst the place. And people start clapping and people start kind of cheering half-ass. You guys notice that there's still that frozen rat over there.
Oh fuck!
It's frozen solid, so it's whatever.
It did.
Should we kick it?
It's up to you what you want to do with it. It's just a frozen solid rat.
An
Hit
hour
with a
hasn't
Kick the
passed yet,
shit
right?
out of this
No.
rat.
I mean, we technically could just pierce its fucking heart and just keep it as a fucking, like, as a little
Like
fucking decoration.
trophy.
It's an
Can I
icicle.
look down the well again
Pause.
and investigate?
Oh, you
Throw
want to
it
look down the
down
well? As
Yeah.
you look down the well, you still hear scrabbling. Weirdly enough, it's much further down, noticeably, but it's still audible. Like you can still hear squeaks and scrabbling down there. There's obviously probably more rats.
All right. Hey guys,
Yeah.
there's still stuff down there.
Like
My
how
guy-
much?
My guy would come up next to Tiger's character, and I would cast dancing lights at the bottom of the well since it's at a range of 120.
I investigate a little bit.
As you
So
cast,
I light up. I light up the bottom of the well.
as you cast it and you see all these different colored dancing lights down at the bottom, you can tell there's like a feculent brown bottom to this well. It doesn't look like there's any standing water or anything. It's just mud, essentially. Mud and God knows what else. Remembering that you were hearing someone earlier talking about people possibly pooping in the well. You just see it, and you still are hearing squeaks and stuff like that, but you can't see really through. You can tell there's an opening. You can tell there's like a crumbled wall down there, down at the very, very bottom. And you assume that's probably where the noises are coming from.
And we got a rope.
I don't have any rope.
I have a rope.
Is
also
there enough
have a rope,
rope
but
on
I'm
the
not
thing
giving
to
it
climb
you.
down it?
Oh, easily.
Yeah, how
there's
long is the rope?
there's probably about 20 feet down.
Shouldn't we, like, heal up first or something?
That's
We
what I'm thinking.
Yeah!
Yeah, that's What we
Fucking
just
bro
did.
wants to kill us.
I'm healed.
Yeah, one of you is healed.
I'm missing 2.
2 health.
Um,
If you guys, do you guys have any potions or
My
anything
health
like
is at
that?
5.
nope.
Oh, he used mending on you, Ghost. So mending would work similar to healing for you. So roll a
You said it didn't give any HP.
I said it didn't give any HP, but now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, fuck it. It's got no HP value to it. You need to use a repair kit in order to fix yourself, Ghost. Potions
Bro,
and
we
stuff
shall-
don't work on you. I assume, actually, okay, poll real quick. Since he's a robot, should mending heal a small amount of his HP?
Only out of
No.
combat.
Only outside of combat.
Otherwise, it's overpowered.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
So outside of combat, you can he can focus on mending. Pro.
Do we put a cap on it, like
Okay.
75% health, or
Yeah, let's say max of 75%. You can't gain more than 4 points from it. It's only going to be a D4.
no? I'm saying like his health can't go above 75% with mending.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So like the minor nicks and dings, you can't quite iron out, but major.
We can get some
holes.
major parts fixed.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to not overpower it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Tiger, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Angel?
Only outside of combat.
Only outside
that,
of combat, right. Okay, can't be over 75% health. Tibbers?
Yep.
I'm good. I'm good with that.
Okay, what is your current health, Ghost?
5.
What is your max
Out of-
health?
9.
9. Okay, so you can only heal 2 more points. So I'm going to tell you to roll a d4.
Yeah.
And after he used the mending on you, this is how much additional health you got at the max of 2.
Well, with the fucking D4, I rolled a 3, so
You got 2
I guess-
health.
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're back up to 7. 7 out of 9. Which is a little over 75% health, about 85%.
It
so-
it was rounded up.
Yeah, it was rounded up. It's fine. So,
Um,
you guys are just there's still rats strewn about. Some are missing tails. A lot of them are missing their teeth.
One of them is missing their
One of
fucking
them
head.
one of them is frozen. Angel, you were saying you were going to run up and kick the frozen one.
Yep.
Okay. Now do me a favor. Roll a d20 with athletics. It's a stationary object, so
Yeah, I got a D20, so.
you rolled 20.
Oh
Yep.
boy.
Okay, so you guys see out of the corner of your eye what he's doing. He walks up and he just punts this frozen rat, which shatters into 1,000 tiny little icicles. Essentially, it just explodes into ice shrapnel with little pieces of meat and blood frozen in it. But it's gone. It's completely toast. You kicked a dead frozen rat.
my guy,
Congratulations.
Go!
my guy would pick up the dead rat that's close to him
Okay.
and would throw it down the well.
Okay, so you take up this
As
one that's
a-
right here, and you chuck it into the bottom of the well. I'm actually going to utilize this here in a minute. It falls down the well, and it hits that bottom as a splat.
That should
And
tell the
all of the
that should tell us-
chittering and stuff like that goes quiet for a second or two before it starts picking up even louder than before.
I think you pissed him off,
Trash.
Tibbers.
They did not get the memo of don't come up.
I just lean over the fucking edge slightly and just yell down, "Come over here! I'll bite your fucking heads off as well!"
Yeah,
They
are
don't
basically-
recognize common, but now they seem to be getting more worked up.
I'm just
So-
go back away.
So there's still no sign of them coming up or anything. But there are more rats in the well, and you obviously can tell they can climb up. So it's up to you guys. Someone was saying tying a rope to the thing.
Next,
Or a long rest first.
boys, I have an idea.
What's that?
What if we pour oil all over the fucking walls and just make it so fucking slippery that they cannot fucking climb up?
Well, that works two ways. So if you guys had to go down there and say clear out the rest of the rats, you guys wouldn't be able to climb up either.
Then let's just not fucking go down there. It's clear there's a shit ton of them.
Yeah.
I say let them starve.
Fuck them.
All right.
I bet they have another way.
I have a oil flask, so
Yeah, I'd like to probably call the session here and take that long rest.
So you guys are going to take the long rest.
Yep.
and oh yeah,
Yeah.
So you guys are going to head back to the inn. Probably either, where do you guys want to go? Do you want to go back to the inn for the long rest? That's right there. Or would you rather go back to the Adventurers Guild for a long rest?
We have to go
Adventurers
back to
Guild
the
in this
Adventurers
world.
Guild.
Adventurers Guild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adventurers Guild.
Okie dokie.
The inn is already completely full to capacity.
Yeah. It's
Yes.
packed.
Good thing you remembered that. So with that, that is the end of our first D&D session. They managed to kill a whole bunch of rats, killed some wolves, they managed to partially start completing their missions that they were sent on.
I killed a thing with a rock.
Would you
And
say,
I committed
Pro?
war crimes.
I said, did we level up?
No. Oh, you did not.
The only thing I want to do is level up
How
It
how
is fully
do we
dead.
level up?
whenever he decides we level up.
I will decide when you guys level up. You guys wouldn't have enough XP for it anyways.
What do you mean? We just killed like 30 rats.
Literally in the monster manual, rats are like 5 XP each.
Overkill's got to triple the XP though.
No. No. The big rats were a few more XP. Don't worry, I'm keeping track of everything.
If anything, Overkill would have weakened the XP.
What?
But yeah, you guys start to walk away from the well to walk back to the Adventurers Guild as everyone is coming out of their houses and looking at all these dead rats. The potion seller clearly comes out of his house and looks at all the dead rats around his cart, looks at the blood on his cart, and he just kind of looks, what the hell am I going to do? He's just kind of confused. You can see people at the inn clapping and cheering. They saw the whole thing. They're, pretty much this whole chunk of town all kind of noticed what you did. And you see as the leather worker walks out of the tavern and starts walking over to the rats and is inspecting them as you guys walk out of the area and make your way at night still. It's about 9 o'clock at night, 9:30 at night or so. As you guys walk across town back to the Adventurers Guild. There at the Adventurers Guild, I accidentally deleted all decals. Whoopsie.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yep. Congratulations, you're retard.
Hexel just rolled in that one.
Yeah.
So as you guys...
You need to re-add them differently anyway.
Yeah. As you guys walk into the Adventurers Guild, some of you covered in blood, some of you covered in other things. Everyone looks at you. The lady walking around with drinks, who is currently just kind of resting over at the bar. You guys walk in as they go, you guys gonna be needing a room for the night?
Yeah, we're gonna need a room.
I'm gonna need
And
a
a
room,
shower.
and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
a
need
shower.
another beer.
I'm gonna need a beer and also something to wash off my rock.
Don't you still have the fucking
I can just cast
the water thing?
Prestination.
So as you hold up your rock, you say, I need something to clean up my rock. Tiger just kind of waves his hand over it as you see all the blood and schmutz that's on it just instantly start clearing it off. You do notice that he was attentive enough that he left the charcoal smiley face that you put on it.
Oh, fucking man!
So, what's up?
And then it instantly get.
I
oh, never-
pull off the same fucking stunt as I did in the fucking inn by just fucking grabbing the jaw of the fucking wolf head and just saying woof.
Woof. You notice the centaur woman instantly looks at you and goes, "You guys didn't have a job to kill any wolves. Where did you kill a wolf?"
Forest.
Just don't worry about it.
So, Angel, as you start to put your rock away back in your satchel, you could have sworn you just had Tiger clean it up. It looks like it's covered in rat blood again all of a sudden.
What the fuck?
Kind of just hold it out in front of you like, huh? Just confused.
Okay.
You just put it back in your bag like, whatever.
I ain't gonna give a shit.
All right.
It's a problem
You
for
don't.
later.
You do notice the centaur woman has now stood up and is facing the back wall, obviously pouring a couple more beers, and she puts them on the counter out front. Then the smaller elf woman, you assume that she's probably half elf, half gnome. Walks around the counter. She must have been standing on something because you know she's considerably short. She's still taller than Pro. She's about 4.5 feet tall, with obvious elf ears. She walks around and she goes, "Just follow me, and I'll get you guys up there, up to your rooms." So Angel, you walk over, you grab a beer,
Alright.
and you guys all follow her upstairs. Where you see a small little nook in the corner with obvious rooms available for people. As she walks by, she pats the door and she goes, "This here, the baths. Just be careful. The water can come out quite warm." And she shows you all to your individual rooms. Each one having, I wouldn't call it a comfy bed. It's kind of just slats of wood with packed into like a comforter, almost like that. Hay, essentially, with a decent pillow. And funnily enough, the beds, you notice, do in fact have the quilts of that woman from the slums on them.
This will just become our fucking running gag.
So, and they
Well,
are,
with
as you
fucking
think,
English
they are actually quite nice.
Better one had on the farm.
Okay. I enter my room and fucking enter Sentry's Rest, just in the darkest fucking corner of the room.
So you're just sitting in the corner in one of those cuck chairs, just watching
just
the door.
standing.
Oh, you're just standing in the corner awkwardly?
Yeah, just menacing.
Okay. The door is closed and everything like that, so no one really notices you doing this. But yeah, you start brooding while standing in the darkest corner you can find in Sentry's Rest. So everyone walks to their room and kind of gets settled. You kind of strip off
I would,
extra armor and stuff like that. Everyone's kind of just in their normal clothes at this point.
I
Um,
would go to the bath.
So I want everyone to add in to their inventory one set of common clothes. All these clothes that you notice, they all just kind of look like a standard gray shirt with like ties on it, essentially, and just a standard pair of trousers. They all have a guild emblem on the one breast. And they are actually quite nice, but they are just common clothes that you would find. They obviously are just pro bono with the rooms. So add those to your guys' inventory.
I did.
So before we went upstairs, I grabbed the beer.
Right.
Can I pass a silver coin to the to the centaur lady and
Yeah.
just
You
tell it.
you
"Thank
grab a
for-"
beer, kind of nod at her, and just put a silver coin with your thumb on the table and slide it towards her. Which you see she quickly grabs and looks at you and kind of like nods her head a couple times, and you see her put it in a little pouch on her waist,
Yeah.
next to her like cloth that she uses to clean the tables and stuff like that. Yeah, but you are all upstairs in your room. You all find these nice, like I said, they're common. They're obviously not the highest quality because, they're made in mass. But they are decent clothes for walking around town and stuff like that if you don't want to be in your armor. So you all have a set of common clothes. And that's the game, essentially, for today. You all go walk to your rooms, kind of take a chill, go to sleep. Some of you go to the baths, and there's a few large basins in there that are full of what would be kind of room temperature water, essentially, with a single, almost looks like a lever spout, that has it looks like a small dial on the side that you notice is magically enchanted. And apparently the dial is to make it so it heats up the water as it comes out. And it is quite hot when it comes out. It's essentially a bottled fire magic heating up.
Oh, but I can't notice that too.
You would notice it too, Tiger, obviously.
Ah,
It's a common thing that you would find in a lot of houses. Like most of you probably would notice it.
I wouldn't know. I grew up on a farm.
Hex, while in Sentry's Rest, I just processed like all the information that I was looking for.
Okay. No, that's fine.
AKA more human movement. Because his movement is for now a little bit jittery.
It's jittery and kind of stiff, and yeah, that makes sense. So you're trying to somewhat act more human.
Yeah, adapt.
So
The disguise holds for one more day.
so all of you are taking baths and getting ready for bed, and tentatively brushing your teeth. Like I said, you guys are pretty much just getting ready for bed and ready to spend the night, your first night in the town of Dres'dain in the guild. So with that, I do thank everyone for tonight's thing of D&D. We wound up going for 7.5 hours. It was actually longer than I planned on it. But we kind of got on a roll, and I thought everyone was having fun, so I didn't stop it any earlier. You guys can choose when to stop it at a long rest or whatever. So either way, I have been your DM. I do hope everyone had a lot of fun today. A lot of people, this was their first day in D&D, first time doing role-playing. Hopefully everyone thinks they did a good job. I thought they did a pretty damn good job, personally. I had to prod them a few times, but hopefully they'll all remember it for next week with some more D&D. I do hope everyone will join us next week. Hopefully we will have all of this sorted out. We'll actually have more people around the virtual table helping me with some things and changing colors. That's exactly it. So I've obviously 3 years I was a DM for D&D, and I played 2 years before that. You guys did better than 80. You guys did better than 80% of people that I have played with.
Fun fact, I am not new to role playing, so I'm kind of seasoned in that shit.
This is a different role play.
This is a different kind of role play with picking up on
different,
social
but
cues and
hey,
stuff.
it works.
But you
Orbital.
did fine. All of you did a good job with role playing.
Okay.
Like I said, some of you I had to kind of nudge a little bit, but that's totally fine. That happens. You guys did a great job, though. I will tell you that.
That's what she said.
Ew.
So, either way, I do hope everyone had a lot of fun tonight.
I am hopping onto the lounge one, so yeah, I'll see you all around.
But Yeah,
See
take
ya
it easy,
all.
everyone.
See
I
ya,
hope
man.
everyone has a good night. Thank you, Cybercats, for stopping by. Thank you, all of the players and everyone hanging out and having a good time. I do hope everyone has a good rest of your night. Stay awesome, and remember the golden rule of Trill is the way you want to be treated. After all, it's not that hard, dude. It makes the world a better place. I do hope everyone has a good rest of your night. Take it easy. Have a good day tomorrow. I will see you all back here next week on Sunday. And until then, may the dice roll in your favor. I came up with that new outro just for this. So I hope everyone has a good night, and I'll see you in the next stream. Adios, everyone. I'll see you there. Good night, everybody.